Hello and welcome to another episode of Lane by Lane, a show where the best casting talent in North America comes together. Who am I kidding? I couldn't get the best North American casting talent out here, but I did get Aiden Zyrene Moon, David Freak Turley, and Isaac Gazelle Cummings Bentley. Gentlemen, how are we doing today? Those of you on the B tier of the caster tier list.
I think B tier. I'm okay with B tier. Hang out with double list.
Oh, so much salt. There's so much salt. Anyway, gentlemen, let's dive right into it. We got 3 big questions today. I hope you're ready. Zyrene was the winner of last week's episode, so I'm going to give him the first question. Now, you have to ask one champion out on a date. Who is it, and how do you do it? Ready, go.
I asked Sona out.
Okay.
Because reasons. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
How do you ask her out? And also, how do you know if she says yes when she doesn't talk?
I can just tell, man. Like,
okay.
You can just tell.
Got that
You don't need that response. But at the same time, I would write her a song.
There you have it.
I would write her a song.
Can you give me the first? Can you give me the first? How's the melody? How does it go?
It would go, hey, Sona, I want you and all those, songs that you write. Oh, let's go.
I love it. I love it. Zyrene's writing a song for his boo, Azael. Who are you going to ask out and how you doing it?
All right, well, I'm going to ask out Cho'Gath, the gentleman Cho'Gath. He's a classy dude, you gotta bring him. He's always hungry, so you got to lay out a big feast for him. Got to bring him some nice cigars, some scotch, Treat him right. Take him out for a nice.
You're making me swoon, Azael.
Yeah, I mean, you could join.
You take me out on the
party. Freeze the party, Dash. You're invited.
A little bit of Cho'Gath.
Sit by the fire, sip some whiskey, smoke cigars.
Oh, wow.
Eat some good food.
What a relaxing
Sounds like a good evening.
That sounds fantastic. That was almost too easy for Azael. Freak, you're next up. You got about like 138 other champions.
All right,
choose from. Who do you take?
We're clearly not doing it on romantic interest, so I'm going to go with Pugma then and have a nice
Pugma's
adorable. It's
perfect
great.
pair.
He's all cuddly. He's got those nice soft ears. You pet him on the back of the head.
Just so you're aware, this is my least favorite skit in the game, quite possibly.
But unlike Pima, you gave me points for it, Dash. So you know a good answer when you see one. You're aware of this one.
What does a date with Pugma look like?
I mean, all right, we're gonna take him out to the dog park, right? If he's got that voracious appetite, if he's always hungry, it's like, that's fine. You can go eat some other of these dogs. Actually, tell you what, let's take a step back. Take him to a cat park. Find him some cats to eat.
Ooh.
Remove the inferior animals off the planet, Keep the dogs around because they're really cute elsewhere.
Got a little dark all of a sudden.
Yeah. I mean, look, we know we have an insatiable appetite, so we're gonna put him somewhere where that's actually useful. Let him clean up a landfill if he wants to, like whatever he's about, right? It doesn't really matter. He can digest it all. Just maybe do some good for the environment as a result.
I like where everybody.
He's a good boy. We're in a good spot.
I like where everybody went with this. We started in a somewhat normal place, but we chose someone who is a mute, doesn't speak. Then we went to some otherworldly creature, and then to bestiality of some kind.
Not bestiality.
No, it's great.
It's stop being romantic with his answer.
Freak, I'm trying to move on to the next question.
It's a safe place, Freak. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. Don't even worry about it. Next question: which NALCS pro is going to have the most deaths by the end of the split? Don't go easy on these pros, all right? Azalea, you're going to kick us off here.
Ooh, the most deaths by the end of the split. Man, I gotta say Matt. I think Matt is dying a lot in the bot lane.
He's getting benched after the time. He's gonna die that much.
I don't know.
Don't underestimate.
Yeah, exactly. Don't underestimate the power of their 2v2 bot lane. These guys die in all kinds of circumstances. They're trying to go so hard. Piglet thinks that they're the best bot lane in the league, if not the world, it seems like, and they're always dying in 2v2s, it seems like. They never have vision out on the map. Liquid loses so much that the support's always going to be face checking, always going to be dying when they're looking to set up vision around objectives. I think Liquid is struggling, and Matt's going to die a lot.
Overconfidence from a team that isn't performing very well is going to make for many, 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 many deaths. Freak, you're up next. Who's dying the most this split?
Wild Turtle.
All right.
Unlike Matt, he's going to get to start every game, so there's more games to go across. Maybe Matt wins deaths per game. I don't care. He said deaths in the split. Wild Turtle's already the death leader in his role. He goes hyper aggro, and that's great. It's fun to watch, but he's clearly going to die a whole lot. BlackQuest is sitting in, like 8th place right now, or 7th or something, so they're not
doing a weekend,
doing
though.
very well, right?
Back.
Some more
Turtles
0-2 weekend's going to come up for them pretty soon. I mean, look, it's all in the name. You exactly what's going to happen. Hai's going to call over-aggressive, and
he's the Wild Turtle.
He's going to flash forward and die.
Wild Turtles, they die.
Wild.
There's one thing I know about Wild Turtles. Zyrene, you're up next.
Is that what you know about Wild Turtle?
No, sorry.
I got you.
Two things kind of ran together.
I'm going to pick Lemonation, the support of FlyQuest.
Okay.
Because Lemonation's not a quitter. He's had times that he could quit over and over again. The guy's getting to that age. He's pretty old, but he's constantly coming back, constantly dying, constantly losing his team the game. He's going to be next to Wild Turtle. He's going to take the bullet for him. So Wild Turtle's not going to have it there. And then up against Matt, he's going to face check Matt, do the job for him. He's going to help him out there.
Here's the thing.
I'm going to give Hito just one Evo. He's 32.
Good point. Here's the thing. I'm going to give Freak 100 points because you just admitted that Wild Turtle will make every attempt to die the most, but instead Lemonation's going to take the bullet. So I'll give you a couple hundred points.
Teamwork.
Well, teamwork. The duo bot lane of FlyQuest making their case for most deaths in the North American LCS. Moving on to our third and final question. This is a thinker. You're in a 1v1 tournament where you start at level 18 and you have unlimited gold. Who do you pick? Freak, you get to kick us off here, I think.
Tristana. Tristana has the highest range. She has incredibly high damage output. I don't think anyone can actually 1v1 her very easily.
Okay.
I think if you get unlimited gold on a marksman, you can lifesteal tank any tank. She has the cutting tools to kite away any fighter. You can buy enough armor to withstand any assassins all in, right? You bring a Guardian Angel, you're going to beat Zed on the extended 1v1, and you'll lifesteal tank the wave when he's not killing you. If we're doing standard one-on-one rules, which is go down mid lane, first 100 CS, first to first blood, Tristana can win by all three of those metrics, so you have to all in her at some point before she wins the game outright, and she's going to outstat you, so you got nothing.
Oh, there you have it. That was a very, very concise and very effective argument there. Zyrene, we're moving on to you. He's picked up Tristana. Who are you using to either beat her or beat everybody? What do you got?
I'm going to go with Veigar.
Ooh.
I feel like when you have enough gold and you have enough time and you have enough stats, we one-shot anybody in the game.
Yeah, there's enough time to happen. You're spawning at level 18.
Again.
There's no
matter,
stacking.
man. You're just going to keep throwing out the E, just farm it, doesn't matter. They can't do much to you at that point. Throw down the baby cage, they're going to baby rage, and then you're going to be able to just throw the R, and they're just going to die.
I mean, it's tough, right, Freak? Because you would like to think
I buy Q as a small, rock jump, you
situation where somebody blind picks the Galio into the Veigar, maybe the Veigar loses, right? Simply because I can build against it. But in the 1v1 scenario, you are blind picking. So Veigar being able to come out and one-shot from level 18 off the get-go, pretty much 95% of the characters in League. I'm going to give you a couple hundred points for that. Now, Azael, you're up. You got to finish strong here. 1,100 points.
I think Malzahar at level 18 with full items is almost impossible to 1v1. If you even get in range, I don't care if you have a QSS. The damage keeps going through from the ultimate. A full combo is going to kill someone from 100 to 0. If you try to chase after this character, you just drop Voidlings, you run away.
Voidlings die in one shot now.
By Hurricane, it's free.
This character is, I think, so ridiculous in the 1v1. Like, you can go Zonias, your Voidlings, and your E are still doing damage. You can get a G on Malzahar if you want. Like, this character, I think, is actually almost unbeatable in a 1v1. No assassin has a chance because, I think, of the ultimate and the power. I think tanks, he can shred them. I think AD carries. He has the ability to win a lot of these fights as well, simply because his passive is actually going to be so powerful in the 1v1 and at level 18 that, like, immunity to the damage from the first shot is going to be so important.
Okay, so now we have Malzahar, Tristana, and Veigar. Who wins out of those?
I win. I win. I buy Ma and Scimitar.
I mean, I kind of figured everyone would say I win.
I break out the stun. I can lifesteal tank between waves. Like, we're gonna go Gunblade to lifesteal tank. If you don't one-shot me, I'm back to full health pushing you.
It's gonna be very tough. He has the option to build Maws against
I don't think you can even come near a Malzahar. You just
how am I not gonna? I outrange you.
If you're fighting, if you're just EQing the wave.
I want to get Zyrene in here. Let's hear it. What do you got?
We all lose because we didn't pick Riven. We didn't pick the animation canceling Riven. Fiora's going to crush all of us anyway. What's the point? We're not playing these hyper-scaling champions for Stana. It doesn't matter.
What is the point,
be like,
Zyrene? What is the point even
I see how it is.
trying?
I see how it is.
I mean, Zyrene's given up. So as we come down to the final two, I'm going to ask you guys one more question, and this is just for fun.
Okay.
All right. The finals of North America. How many games does it go, and who's in it? Between just
TSM and CLG,
okay,
it's going to go, I think, 5 games, and TSM's going to win.
All right.
TSM Immortals.
Why is TSM going to beat CLG?
TSM gets to the finals almost every single time. They've been in the finals so many times in a row. You know they're going to make it. I think that CLG has actually improved so much. Although Dardoch hasn't been playing as well, I still have confidence that he can perform. This team is looking better than they have in such a long time. And when you take into consideration how clutch these guys are with Aphromoo and 6A, you know, CLG turned in the best international performance ever, I think, at MSI for North America. And these are guys who can perform in the prime time on the biggest stage. And I think that they have an ability to compete with TSM, but I still think that TSM at their best is just one step ahead.
Freak, he's going with TSM, CLG. We've seen that many times before. What's the likelihood we get something different here?
I agree that TSM is in there. I think that's fair to say. They've made literally every single final. They're in first place right now. Sure, that's in there. Immortals is the other team, though. Unlike your CLG love. Yeah, so CLG is a top 4 team, and that's great, but we just saw them lose to Team Dignitas. We know they're not quite that immaculate. They dropped out of their alone first place spot. We just saw Immortals pick up some wins. They knocked down, what was it, Cloud9 very recently. Immortals is super, super strong. Olay is the best support in the league. Cody Sun's doing pretty well for himself. Babelch is having one of his very best splits as well. We've seen Xmithy. Flame seems back on point as well. You've seen some of those like sick 1v3s on their turrets. Like this entire team is playing on a very, very, very high level. I think the coordination is there. Xmithy's won a couple of splits.
Remind me how Immortals did last 2 times in playoffs?
Yeah, sure. When they had an entirely different lineup.
How'd they do in the semifinals? I think all I can remember something, was it Illusion top? I think
well, I mean, yeah, we can all quote history as well, and you know that's
do
fine.
You remember how they did? I don't know. I can't quite remember.
Yeah, but Xmithy's actually won the LCS. You've actually got people on the roster who have made it all the way before, so this is going to actually happen. You're not a bunch of people who.
Oh, you mean the guy from CLG? Who got,
oh my God, this is so close.
Yeah, who won a couple of splits with them. He won 2 titles with TSM, so you can do it again.
Who's winning this argument, Zyrene?
I feel like Freak's winning it because Azael is bringing up stuff from like the way past, like Immortals when they had a Huni and a completely different roster, and he's saying that the members of Immortals, like Xmithy and Pobelter, are really CLG members when he's voting for CLG. It doesn't help his argument. There you have it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with Zyrene being the tiebreak, Freak will be the winner after a very close 2-horse race. You pulled yourself out of it, Zyrene. Well, what's the point? Why are we even trying with our 3 1v1 champions that we so confidently picked Freak as the victor? What would you like to say here?
I would like to say that I think this was an unfair format. I think we got, what, a 4th question in there or something?
We did.
And I still won. I had the lead after 3. Then he said, no, Azael's going to whine and complain and try to get one more round. And I still beat him. Zyrene, props for playing fair and understanding that I won fair and square, giving me the edge at the end.
Oh, my
props
goodness.
to you for being an awesome
He's almost making me want to take it away
from you. You can still take it away. I can still win here, Dash.
Look,
you have the
I'm the best.
You can make
I deserve this. The border is there. MVP, David Freak.
The victor slot.
That's bullshit.
Azael, as the co-victor, what would you like to say?
It's his time to talk.
100% win rate on the show so far.
Yeah, that's an unfair win rate.
I love it.
That's some ELO boosting crap right there.
All right, gentlemen, that was one of the most fun episodes I've ever been a part of. Thank you so much for making it happen for me. Those of you at home, if you enjoyed it as well, use that hashtag LaneXLane on Twitter, Reddit, whatever it is. Make sure you're at us with questions or comments, whatever it is you want us to talk about in future episodes. For now, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Thanks for making me laugh. And for you at home, we'll see you next week. Good night.
No matter what, Freak can't win.
I know.
I did win. This was one right here.
Freak did kind of crush it there. But in all reality, I mean, come on. I can't make it easy.
I used to talk to Mike before we were on teams. We were just Challenger solo queue players. He was a really, really big Nidalee player back then. He still is now.
So low! Looking for the spear, he does hit it!
Well, I probably had a better win record against him, but even then, that's just so long ago, and that is just going to be a completely new game. Mechanically, he is a very consistent player, but his lack of voice is holding C9 back. Compared to contracts, I offer my team a loud voice in-game.
You want to collapse on? We can collapse on top.
Yes, sir. Mike is really good in small skirmishes. He's probably the best rookie I've seen in a while.
Gotta keep going! Oh, he is going! Mike Young is insane!
But coming into my first LCS split, I was also a super hyped rookie.
5 solo kills for Contracts!
Ladies and gentlemen, your rookie of the split, Contracts.
Mike Young has so much hype right now, so I just gotta kill the hype.
Let's go, 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 let's go.
Welcome to Week 7 of the North American League Championship Series. The teams facing off today need every win they can get if they want a chance at playoffs in just a few short weeks. First up, we have Contracts and Smoothie. They're going to be up against both Mike Young and Zig. Across from them, FLICKR looking to pick up some wins after a disappointing 0-2 week last week, while Cloud9 also struggling to some degree. It's an important match for both teams as we're also getting a look at our leaderboards here. Wild Turtle topping the all-time regular season kills. Bjergsen closing in on that 1,000 mark. Jensen still topping the tables in KDA, even while C9 struggles. And Bjergsen, player of the game leader. But close behind, many people at 6. We'll see if anyone can reach him. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. And somebody once told me that the world was going to roll me. But now I'm joined by the sharpest tool in the shed. I got Mark Zimmerman. So I feel a lot more at home and a lot safer with you here.
I was never around, sharp objects. My parents kept them away from me. I was in a completely dull shed. That's all they let me play with, nothing crazy.
And then you're a new guy now.
Yeah, I'm no longer playing with sharp objects. I just stand around here.
All right, well, coming into today, we've got teams fighting for some much-needed wins. It all starts with Contracts and Cloud9 opposite Mike Young and FLICKR, followed by Team Liquid looking to fight out of 10th versus Team Envy. Now, if we pull up the standings, we see with only 3 weeks left to go in the split, there's a surprising amount of volatility at the top of the standings. We've got 3 teams tied for first.
That's the big thing, is that we've seen a number of teams have their crack at the first place crown. Immortals was up there at the very beginning.
Along with Dignitas.
They dropped. CLG had their chance at it for a little bit. They had a surprising loss last week that leads to this 3-way tie situation where TSM finally finds their way to the top of the standings, and you see that they actually have a phenomenal game record. They've only dropped 7 compared to the other 2 teams at 11 and 12 losses respectively. So even though the match scores are close, it would seem to indicate that maybe TSM is the best team.
Right, you can cherry pick them out of those 3 as being maybe the best of the first place teams, but this is all to say that that lead has changed multiple times throughout the split. Still plenty of room for it to do so. But while we talk about those 3 teams, they're largely safe in terms of clinching a playoff spot. Got to win a couple more games to do it. So let's not concern ourselves with them. Let's concern ourselves with the other 3 slots and who's going to pick those up, join them in the postseason.
I think the big thing was FLICKR coming off that great Rift Rivals performance. Everyone was saying they're the team to watch out for making a late season run, but they had a horrible 0-2 weekend. Ryu asked to even get stepped down as Pyrion gets traded back over. He'll be getting the start today. So that team seems to be in free fall. And then on the flip side, Dignitas was a team that had gone 0-4 in the last 2 weeks before last week. So everyone was ready to write them off. And then they have a phenomenal 2-0 week. And they did it largely off the back of some new picks, a very different look than we've seen out of the team in the previous performances.
A complete 180 for them in terms of the way that their split was heading with the 4-match loss streak that they had going into last week. They pick up the 2-0. They position themselves at that 7-5, so they're looking real solid. Similarly, Team Envy, let's talk about these guys. You mentioned how Pyrion's traded back over to FLICKR means Niski is for sure their starter and only mid laner, and they've been finding success with him.
Yeah, and he had a great performance against C9 last week. One of the reasons that they were able to overtake them in the standings was this head-to-head matchup where, for the most part, Niski was left on an island versus Jensen, held up just fine against what people were calling one of the early season MVP candidates potentially. He had a great series overall, and it gave enough confidence for him to say, all right, we're moving forward with you the rest of the season, and Pyrion, you're free to pursue other opportunities, gets traded back to P1.
Of course, all of these teams have to deal with the
many curveballs that we like to throw at them. The biggest one this week being patch 7.14, coming in a lot of changes, including the introduction of Kayn. We've already seen him in the EU LCS.
Yeah, I mean, Kayn is, of course, the cool thing that you hope to see a lot more of, but what you're going to see is lethality. I mean, that's the big one. Kayn is a champion that people are still kind of figuring out exactly how he works. Like you said, saw him once in the EU LCS, but there are some people who think, blue Kayn's not that strong, you have to get the red Kayn, and then it's a little bit beyond your control sometimes if you're able to get that exactly. And then what do you do with him? Teams still have to figure out how to play with him.
Yeah, of course we saw the mechanic there where he gets to glide through walls. I think that will make for some of the most interesting elements of Kayn play in the North American LCS is just to see the kind of gank paths that, can develop from having that ability versus somebody like Cho'Gath. Not going to have any special gank paths with Cho'Gath, but he's still terrifying.
Yeah, Cho'Gath is super strong in this patch. Obviously, what they changed was his E, giving it that, taking it off a toggle ability into you press it once, you get the next 3 attacks that are empowered, has some bonus true damage, or excuse me, bonus % health damage on there now. And that's really terrifying because I was talking to FLICKR, someone who played him in the Challenger Series just a couple days ago, and he was saying he thought he was in a fine spot already with the ultimate change that came through a couple patches ago. And now with this E1 thrown on top,
pushes him over the edge.
It pushes him a little bit over the edge. So really great laning phase, great in the jungle, very terrifying once he hits late game as well because he has that huge true damage spike on the ultimate.
Right, massive frontline who can still one-shot your ADC. That's something you want to avoid. We've seen him hit the ban list even in Europe as well as being played to success. You did briefly hit Dustblade, but lethality is coming back. Let's talk about why that is.
So the big change was that they took lethality and it used to scale off your opponent's level when you were hitting them. Now it just scales off your own level. So if you're a solo lane champion like a Jace, this is a big buff for you, as well as the fact that Dustblade itself got a mini rework. They changed the build path with it and some of the stats that comes with it. The big thing was that the passive was very, very strong. It got hotfixed a little bit, but...
and they are playing on the hotfix here in the North American LCS. It's good to make that distinction.
Yeah, so people were mathing it out around 30 less damage at level 9, which is around when you're often picking this item up. So it is a reasonable hotfix, but at the end of the day, the item is still super strong. The lethality changes themselves make it so you might see more Kha'Zix in the jungle, you might see more Jhin Varus down the bot lane, and that Jace pick I already hit
But this excites me because we're talking about a tank, right, coming into the meta, being one of the strongest junglers, but we're also talking about assassins, and so it's going to be very fun to see what where teams put their priority. Are they going to go more heavy into the tanks, or are they going to go more heavy into the assassins? Maybe we see Zeds, Talons come back. Who knows, right? Alongside, as you mentioned, the Kha'Zix jungle could return.
That's the thing, is a lot of these 80 carry, 80 lethality users are people who don't want to have to deal with a lot of frontliners, and as the junglers start getting more and more powerful as tanks, you might actually see it's difficult to find an opportunity to pick something like a Talon, you said, or a Zed, or someone else you might want to spike early on with this new lethality item.
Now we'll see which teams best adapt to the patch as we send it over to our casters to get us into the games.
Thanks, Dash. Hello, I'm Julian Peshutamka, and casting alongside me is the Druid who managed to pull 4 swipes in Arena. Aiden Zyrene Moon, you Luxac.
I told our writer about that, and he's just like, I'm going to put that right in.
Well,
so, yes, I did. Went 12 wins.
Look what happens. Teams are loading up for our first series as FLICKR take on Cloud9. And, of course, the big news coming into this match is that Pyrion transferring from Envy and returning to FLICKR in the mid lane.
Yeah, the last year he actually spent with FLICKR kind of, being the understudy to Ryu, but Ryu has taken a step down, said that in his 5-year career, he just had a 2-year-long stretch where he didn't really get a break, so he was getting burnt out and decided to step down. So Pyrion will actually be the starter here for them, and I feel like this is a huge test for this guy, going up against Jensen in the mid lane, who's been playing particularly well this split. But for FLICKR as a whole, they're 3 matches away from a playoff spot, and they're up against Cloud9, who is currently in 6th place, and they are the barrier of entry into the postseason. So winning today prevents that barrier from moving even further away from FLICKR and possibly out of their reach. So there's a lot of pressure on this team, especially Mike Young, who kind of came in and was responsible for turning around their season. Now there's even more pressure on the rookie to perform up against C9.
And we'll see if he can match up against Contracts, our spring rookie of the split, and another jungler who was supported in his first split by a lot of hype.
Yeah, saying he wants to kill that hype, and that's why I'm looking at this jungle matchup in particular here. A lot of them are 1st or 2nd in their stats, and the big thing for me is last week, where both teams had a 1 game and 4 losses in terms of their record, these junglers actually had above 80% kill participation, which is astounding for losses, and that means nothing really happened without these 2 being involved. So I'm looking at these 2 guys, Contracts and Mike Young, to be the early game facilitators. Whoever gets the edge up over the other will likely put the ball in their team's court. And for Cloud9 in particular, right now they need that because they're sitting at a 6-6 record. They have lost the last 3 matches, and with aspirations to be a first-place team and to change their fortunes in the finals, you can't be dropping that many matches at this point in the split.
Certainly cannot. And with that, we are going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. We're going to try and turn things around. In the top lane starting today, it is Impact. In the jungle, former rookie Contracts, their mid laner Jensen, bot Sneaky, support Smoothie, and coach Reapid.
And that means starting off on the red side will be FLICKR. We got the teams color-coded today. Top lane will be Zig, Mike Young in the jungle, Pyrion starting in mid, Arrow and bot with Xpecial still waiting for that high five and support.
I feel like poor Xpecial is going to be waiting a long time.
Yeah, I like how Arrow's like this as well, so it's almost like, give me a high five. It's like, nah.
I feel like at some point we can match them up and make them high-five each other.
Yeah, I'm sure it's really close, too. Or he's giving him a pat on the back, right? It's like, good job in lane as I roam all the time.
That makes sense because, yes, Xpecial has actually been leaving bottom lane a lot, and that is where a lot of the success from FLICKR has come, is Xpecial is kind of leaving, roaming, and then pressuring that mid lane. Of course, it was Ryu before that he was trying to get ahead. Pyrion, a more enabling, supportive style of mid lane. Yes, can carry, does have big moments, but this team should look quite a bit different as far as Xpecial leaving and the pressure they have in the mid lane. So we'll have to see what happens here, but the first test begins for P1 up against C9 in Champ Select. C9 going to ban away LeBlanc as their first one, and then Zach, kind of the obvious red side ban there for FLICKR, as Nidalee quickly joins the pack there for C9. No Nidalee for Mike Young.
Yep, and this is the thing too, is we've kind of moved towards a half tank, half not tank jungle where you can play the Maokai, Cho'Gath, Sejuani in jungle. They're top tier right now. They're actually some of the most played junglers this week. And then you can kind of slide those things like Kha'Zix or Nidalee in there and still play them because they're just so potent early game and can really devastate the tanks in the jungle, as well as Gragas. I think Gragas is actually kind of that mixture, the most picked right now in terms of people making the transition.
Well, 2 support bans actually going to change it up here. Blitzcrank and Thresh ban, 1 apiece for the sides, but there's that Gragas you mentioned. Obviously a good flex pick, but certainly a very strong and popular jungler. So kind of a lot of interesting things happening here in Champs. Like already the patch feels like it's moving some things around. First pick, Caitlyn, though, is the big one. Sneaky has yet to lose on the champion.
Yeah, so you go back to Caitlyn last patch kind of being really powerful. She did get a nerf in her attack speed growth stat of 2% instead of 4%. So she doesn't scale as crazy, but in terms of overall DPS loss, it's not incredibly high. But I'm surprised that FLICKR did not go with Kalista here and went with the Jhin instead for Arrow, because Kalista is something they were playing, and it was very good for them last week.
Yeah, well, there's actually the Instalock Cho'Gath as well. So already that pick we expected, also picked up here by P1. We've seen it jungle already. We've seen it top lane already around the world. So we'll have to see exactly where P1 want to put it. But both Mike Young and Zig are kind of solo queue fiends as players. They always kind of on top of the innovation. So no surprise to me that they're already picking this up.
I like that you said solo queue fiends, constantly grinding away. The Maokai, though, getting locked in is a flex pick. So is the Cho'Gath. That's the thing, is you can run these guys in jungle or top. So when you pick them in this phase and you don't pick your jungler or top laner both, you get a lot of power in the second ban phase, because people will take things like maybe Sejuani away, maybe ban a top laner as well, because these are so flexible and can be played in multiple roles.
Well, Marca as the pick, but looks like Bard coming through as the next one there for C9 to shore up that duo. There is the playmaker for Smoothie with Blitz and Thresh banned. It makes sense that C9 still want a playmaker, but going towards Bard instead of Rakan's kind of an interesting shift.
Well, also, I think Braum right now is the most played support this week on 7-14 so far, and I'm surprised it wasn't taken here because I feel like Xpecial would jump on that very quickly, but with a Jhin, it's not as crazy because it's very hard to proc your passive with the fixed attack speed on him. And this is interesting as well because this has been happening more and more where you pick your mid laner, third pick on red side, and then you ban mid lanes away.
It's also a super solid pick for Pyrion, who is, of course, having his debut match on P1 versus Jensen for this match. And this is far and away his best pick. It's most successful by a lot.
I'm a little scared, though, because you have to ban, I believe, Cassiopeia, Orianna, and Syndra away from Jensen in this situation, because Cassio plays really well into Taliyah. You can also play the Syndra into it, and then Jensen just has the Orianna as his baseline favorite champion to play in neutral situations. And you just don't have enough bans. I did the math.
That was 3 champions, and they do have 2 bans. So unless Cloud9 does them a favor, you're right. That is not enough to ban out all of the champions that Jensen could play. Syndra, though, will start things off for P1. So like you said, picking that mid laner last in this phase and then starting to protect that pick. On the other side for C9, kind of continuing to hammer the bot side here, banning away Zyra from Xpecial. And you did mention already, Braum is kind of the obvious pick. That's he's actually Xpecial's most played support this split. He's played a lot of Braum, a lot of Thresh, and then a drops dramatically from there.
Exactly. 3 games Tom Kench, 1 on Morgana, but then otherwise 12 Braum, 9 Thresh. So Special, I'm surprised he hasn't gone for the Braum yet. I expect that to be another ban from them. And they actually leave a decent amount up here for Jensen to kind of pick from. And I feel like the Orianna jumps out to me, because when you have a Caitlyn, just go ahead and put the Orianna ball on her when you get to that late game and siege turrets. And you have a Maokai who can help with the ball delivery. There's a lot of engage from the Maokai ultimate, and it would be great follow-up to have that ball.
Yeah, and you can see Lucian actually the other ban there for P1, which is kind of the other good aggressive pick that Jensen has already shown he can play and is willing to play into this matchup. Last ban there is Gnar, though, actually, for C9. So Braum will be open here for Xpecial. Looks like Cloud9 feared a potential top laner, but like you said already, the early flexibility of Cho'Gath means that could be potentially a wasted ban.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is you always have to throw those bans at the possibility that it's there. I don't blame them for that, but it's better to have that happen, because if you're willing to, if you're thinking like, oh, I'll pick Renekton here, or the Maokai is going top, the Gnar is a pretty good neutral pick into whatever you want to play top lane.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
All right, so new stuff already. There's Janna actually for, I assume Xpecial, unless something real nutty's happening. But that is a huge departure for Xpecial as far as what he's been playing.
So the way that I view, I'm going to talk about Cho'Gath first for this.
Okay.
Cho'Gath is, he's not like an engaged support like, or engaged jungler like Maokai or even the Sejuani with the long range engage. Cho'Gath is more of, you can't run through this guy to dive backline. He has multiple slows, a silence, and it's very difficult to get past him. Janna adds to that where you have backline threats like this, or backliners who are big threats like Jhin and Talia. You're just trying to keep them safe here. So FLICKR, their last pick, has to have engage on it. The Kled might be what they do here, is they might flex that Cho'Gath's jungle and have a Kled top so they have a way to engage and force fights. Otherwise, oh my
God. Locked it in. All right, well, there's Orianna, which is what we expected for Jensen, but his first appearance in the NALCS, Kayn, is locked in for C9.
I don't even know where this is going here. It could go top for Impact. I expect it to be contracts, and Impact playing Maokai. The guy's back in the meta, you know? Impact, of course, he's going to start for them right now and play that champion. I assume this Kayn is going into the jungle, but good lord, I did not expect to see Kayn that quickly. We saw it one time in the European LCS. It had a good scoreline, but it ended up losing the game, and that's kind of the theme right now of Kayn is, sure, he has a really good early game, has some good damage in that part where he can duel the junglers level like 3 onward, but he falls off because of his lack of CC, and that's why people are going for the Darken, for the Rost form, because it has a knock-up on it. Otherwise, he's completely lacking utility.
Well, last pick is Kha'Zix, so flexing that toe up towards the top lane, and we expected a pretty high-octane jungle matchup between Contracts and Mike Young. Well, that's exactly what we're going to get here with 2 effective AD assassin-like champions coming out of the jungle.
This is going to be great. The Duskblade changes have been fantastic. The Kha'Zix runs Storm Raider Surge. Duskblade, when you hit that point, helps you reach that Storm Raider Surge off of a single auto attack, and then you rush people down. If Kha'Zix hits you once, he's going to be able to kill you and chase you down in the majority of situations.
So Zareen, how much experience do you have with Kayn?
I have a decent amount at this point, watching it lose. So
I did see you earlier today deliver some beatdown against top lane Kayn, but it is from the jungle this time for Contracts. Well, a very exciting start here to 7-14. We're going to get tanks, we're going to get Kayn, and we're probably going to see at least 1 Duskblade, and I'm guessing, I think, a few more than that. So
yeah,
all those changes we alluded to, we'll likely get all that and more here as we start off the series.
Yeah, there's a lot of great, like, you could see 7-14 kind of encapsulated here. Caitlyn's still good. You have Jhin, who will most likely rush the lethality and get the Duskblade, which can set up his own W. The 99% slow for a quarter second, auto attack W, you're going to get that route.
Alrighty then, well, a lot to be excited about how moving into this one. We're going to learn a lot this first game here.
Oh, I'm so ready for this. Cloud9, you know, right now they have a decent amount of engage. They have great siege potential with this composition. And then on the other side, P1, if you're diving them, it's a problem. But then it's kind of arrow taking pot shots and trying to pick people off. There's a decent amount of pick and roam potential here from having Mike Young on the Kha'Zix as well as Pyrion on the Talia. And Pyrion playing that kind of comfort champion form that we saw him play on Envy that helped them close games out by turret sieging and like throwing the Weaver's wall down. We'll see what he's able to do here up against Jensen on what if I would call it honestly like a Jensen signature champion at this point when he got to play Orianna like 12 times in a row last split, because it's just comfort for him. When C9 are in a slump, they'll pick the Orianna for him, and this was a great situation to give him one of those picks and counter Pyrion in the mid lane.
I mean, I was actually just thinking, like, we haven't seen Kayn in the NALCS yet. There's a lot of really funky stuff you might be able to do with Orianna plus Kane if you can walk around a couple walls. But we'll see what happens. Everyone fanning out nice and defensively as we're here on the Summoner's Rift, and a lot to look forward to. We're only a minute into the games, Irene.
Yeah, and I'm already like popping up all these windows. I'm like, wait a second. Yeah, because I see the Thunderlord's decree from Mike Young when almost all the Kazakhs I have been seeing, both in professional play on 7-14 and in solo queue, have been running Storm Raider Surge, because the auto attack plus your passive plus the fact that the Duskblade does an extra 180 damage when you first buy it makes it so Storm Raider Surge instantly goes off and you're able to chase people down and get those follow-up attacks and Qs. So this is strange for Mike Young. He's just looking for some burst, but then also Contracts on the other side. The Fervor is a little interesting as well. I'm wondering if that has been kind of the primary one that we've seen here.
Well, it looks like a super leash here on the bottom side for Contracts. Bit of help from Maokai with a sapling. It was a cap, but trust me, it's a sapling. And Mike Young also doing a similar route, but just the Raptors being taken down, so no extra help from his bottom half of the map. That will, of course, mean Sneaky and Smoothie get here a little late, but not really delayed too much as far as losing any minions. And Contracts will be off to the races, straight to blue buff after clearing those early camps.
Yeah, and look at that. Impact has actually set him up with saplings on multiple camps there. And that just helps so much, because the sapling level 1 does somewhere between 450 to 600 magic damage to the camps, depending on which camp it is in the magic resist.
So just to remind you, Super Leash usually comes 20 seconds after this point.
Exactly.
He's level 3 at 225, maybe looking top lane.
And this will be Impact. Did he take W? He's going to have Q and E.
Straight to the wall. Sig's like, oh, where did this guy come from? Contract's
There's the W.
gonna stick out on this. Will be First Blood. Contract's gonna grab it.
Yeah, it looked like Impact didn't show that he had taken an ability there, the Q or the W, and just held it, used the saplings, and then went for the W there for the root. Zig didn't blow his teleport, but that was a really early gank. And I have to say, there's so much damn power right now in Maokai saplings helping a jungler, and then also the bottom lane leash. Being blue side has this gigantic advantage of when you start Raptors, your bottom lane is there to do the super leash. It's not the same if you're playing on the red side of the map.
And we had the super duper leash this time around with multiple saplings being expended. Contract's just going to spin and then walk through a wall. That seems fair. Let's watch this gank again.
Yeah, a lot of mobility on the Kane, so he's able to actually, walk through walls and continue his gank path, but doesn't want to walk through the wall there. It gives an indicator on the wall if the person's going through, so he waits, and then he's in a position where he can just get the red buff off. Even if Zig flashes at that point, the W is there, so they completely cover those options. And that's a team effort there, too. They set that up with the fact that Impact gave him so many saplings to get that super leash.
Yep, took everyone but Jensen, who's just comfortably farming against Tyrion right now. And that's kind of what's expected in that mid lane matchup. Back on the bottom side, though, very even also. Are able to hold up well, but Xpecial not going to have the same roaming presence that we have seen on champions like his Thresh and his Braum. So kind of curious to see how that 2v2 develops as Impact with that early assist gold going to return to lane with some boots and a Ruby Crystal adding to that Doran's ring. So early TP back. Sig already expended his after going down.
Yeah, and like I had said about the Phoenix 1 composition early, the whole team is kind of built to peel for these backliners. And so the Janna can kind of slot in here where the ancient coin line got changed to being, when it completes, it's no longer a skill point. It's 8% movement towards that target. And so Janna has the passive of 8% movement speed when her team is walking towards her. Then she'll have another 8% because of the fact that the ancient coin line will upgrade eventually. So people running towards her will be super fast, so you can kind of get away from something like the Kane in that mid game.
Build your own captains and chance.
Yes.
I do miss boot and chance.
The boots, man.
Looks like Sneaky and Smoothie getting this lane pushing though, like I said. Oh, great binding there actually from Smoothie. Gonna lock down some damage. Nice shield in response from Xpecial. We'll keep that damage minimized, but there's a reason Sneaky is undefeated on Caitlyn with 4 games. Partly because Caitlyn was insanely strong in the early part of the split, but still a really solid AD.
And I mean, this is great for Sneaky, who had, honestly, I think one of his worst weeks ever last week. And we've almost never pointed at Sneaky as being like a weak link on the team. But last week was one of the weeks that you could and say, hey, he was very much so underperforming and got kind of destroyed in lane phase multiple times. So giving him the Caitlyn first pick and allowing him to have that power and pressure in bottom lane, it's something that they're hoping yields some results here.
Well, good pressure from Jensen on Tyrion, but he's backing off anyway. Smoothie did enter mid lane for a potential roam, but wasn't able to cancel Pyrion's back, who's now going to return to lane with a lost chapter finish. Jensen, though, should reverse that wave, get it pushing, and likely take his own back as Zig also going to look for a recall.
Yeah, we're seeing those first backs come out here. Pyrion got to give his, and now on the bottom side, Arrow got the Serrated Dirk, which got changed. And actually, here, look at the damage.
That could be another kill. Smoothie flashed it in. Shield's enough. Xpecial
right,
stays alive.
He's all right. That's the flash, traded for flash, and then the And yeah, then there's the Ignite. That's it. Nothing else blown in that trade. But yeah, the serrated Dirk, and now he'll be able to CS a little bit under turret. We'll see if Arrow's able to kind of get something back here in terms of just farming. Because right now, Sneaky has it back, sitting on BF Sword Gold and a little bit more.
Well, 36 HP was what X-Special had, but gets away with enough to live, so nothing too crazy, barely single digits.
Yeah, and now you have to really ward up that bottom side of the map because that's a very easy gank to go for on that Bard. Well, I would expect Mike Young to try and make a visit over there and get something on the bottom side of the map soon. His top side has been completely warded up by Contracts who went in and used the smite that we're always seeing, the smite stone, the tracker's knife. Constantly. It was actually funny. Somebody asked me last week, it's like, why do you, I think it was Captain Flowers, it's like, why do you buy that in every single solo queue game? I'm like, if I don't buy it, I feel like the map is completely dark. And he's like, well, why don't you just buy like Blue Smite, you know? And Garner or something. It's like, no, I'm not going to do that because you put your whole team at a disadvantage most of the time, unless you're like dueling the enemy jungler. So in almost every situation, you'll see the tracker's knife.
Yes. It is important to couch all things Captain Flowers says. That comes from a very specific perspective
Garner
in the jungle. But of course, in pro play, basically mandatory to make sure you have this tracker's knife. And I think all the early pressure that Contract was able to exude on the map has just caused so many issues for Mike Young. He's just so behind in tempo after that early Super League. So the nice ult from Jensen could turn it back around onto Pyrian. Damage is there. Jensen looking for the solo kill. But Mike Young around the other side. Jensen can now ghost himself out of the way, but Ghost burnt, flash save. Jensen doesn't overextend.
Yeah, that was actually really well played from Jensen's side because he didn't go forward, kind of knowing Mike Young was on that side of the map with the wards that were placed and that he could be over there. So he was respecting it and seeing him there. So it was really well done. Because so many people would just be out for blood at that point.
I would be dead. Absolutely, I would be dead as Contract.
Even if you saw the Kazakhs there.
Well, that's cute. Contract's actually going to chill out in the wall for a little bit. Jensen going to get the blue buff away from P1. Nice advantage after he's able to pressure out that mid laner. And like I said, I mean, Contracts, given how well the game started for him, is just, I think, kept Mike Young's pressure down so significantly because of how far ahead Kane started in the early jungle.
Yeah. Now we'll see if he's actually able to get something on this bottom side here. And you can see in the last week, even though it was a 1-4 record in terms of games, kill participation for Mike Young early was very high, but not much happened for the team. Overall, though, very close in how many kills they had participated in.
Maybe just covering for Contracts there, I think, more than anything else. Who's going to steal away that Gromp. Mike Young did take the blue away, so he has one. They won't lose both their blues, but Pyrian will not get one due to all that pressure. And Mike Young now able to kind of run Contracts out of the jungle. Good stun there from Smoothie landing in onto X-Special, but just some damage poking.
Yeah. Contracts is actually very ahead in tempo right now, and he doesn't have a jungle to clear. Whereas on the other side, he just got spotted. But did they see it? Yeah. They saw it. They saw it.
Just barely. There's the ace in the hole into X-Special. He's going to be the dive target through the portal. We go. Contracts planning the slow. Immunes himself using the Umbral Trespass in onto X-Special. Damage coming through. X-Special's got nowhere good to run, and Contracts going to grab kill number 2.
Yep. Doesn't blow anything there like the exhaust. In mid lane, though, Mike Young.
Goes with so much pressure. Jensen's going to try and get that solo kill, but Mike Young looking for the assassination. Everybody moving out. There's the route. Mike Young nabs Jensen.
And there's the wall as well, just to cut off Jensen, just in case. But that's going to be that bottom turret going down because of the 3-man pressure there. And they've been able to control Mike Young. Contracts with the early kill on the top side, was able to get a tracker's knife a little earlier than you would expect, went to the top side, warded it out for Mike Young, and then because he counter jungled the bottom side, Mike Young's either wasting time or he's on that top side jungle. So really played to that, and they know that Mike Young has to play to the top side with his red buff coming up.
I think does well, though, to pressure this mid lane, although we actually are going to watch the very creative dive here from C9 in the bot lane.
Yeah, they saw Mike Young on the Wolves, and he's just going back into mid lane, and then ulti comes through, Arrowhead just backed. It's not a Kane-specific gank, but it's one that definitely helps Contracts out here. And I am very curious to see what he goes for here, the Shadow Assassin or if he goes for Rost, because there's multiple opinions based on the game. Right here, Mike Young comes out. The Evolved Claws. Arrow helps out a little bit. Everybody was helping.
Yeah, Pyrian thankfully stays alive. Does have to burn his flash, but Jensen extended his also, trying to get the kill. Again, nice for Mike Young to kind of find an answer back to one of the lanes, given how much control Contracts and Cloud9 had over the map. But Jensen Still certainly pressuring Purian. That assist goal is going to be nice for him, but Jensen still feel, even if not ahead, and now C9 can move their pressure to this mid lane.
Yeah, but they don't have control of the side. Here comes Cho'Gath in. If they overextend, there's a possibility.
Up underneath as well. Shockwave there. Sneaky gets an easy kill, and Arrow forced to flash away. Going to get ace in the hole and taken down. Maybe the Ignite is enough for Smoothie able to get it. Cho'Gath, though, roaming down, takes down Sneaky. It's actually Mike Young that gets kill credit there. Makai TPing late, Impact decides to cancel.
Yeah, Impact just keeps pushing up top, gets that wave pressure, and Zig had roamed down, but that's as soon as Cloud9 had all just kind of gotten together and decided to go for that dive. So it was the same timing, even though Zig wasn't really spotted with all those control wards on the top side. He did get a kill back, though.
Well, another nice bit of playmaking for C9. Getting some kills there in the mid lane, and now transitioning over to this Dragon. Smoothie able to start that off, and Contract's going to roam down and should make short work of this with T1 all off, resetting. Impact even rotating down just in case he needs to be there, but got some pressure into that top lane as well. So P1 doing a nice job trading kills here and there, but Cloud9 still up about 2,500 gold, and now a Mountain Drake as they take this one away. X-Special is going to be here in time to spot it. No smite for a couple seconds here for Contracts, but this will be a pretty easy one to take down. Does get it, and then takes the portal out.
Yep. So the portal set up, and even then it wouldn't matter. He's just going out. Anyway, we'll see here. Arrow is setting up as well. Yeah, they're really setting up a dive here, but Purian just gets ultied by Smoothie, the setup here, and this is the combo I was looking for in Champ Select. Oh, just the disgusting shockwave there, and it was another reason that the Orianna was expected to come through for Jensen. Just that champion is so known for now at this point. There's a decent amount that he's known for, but the Orianna just has control.
Well, Sneaky unfortunately got rooted near the turret, so that was enough to take him down. No, not going to deter his pressure as Cloud9 moving up towards this top half of the map, looking to siege down the turret. Bottom side looks like Chop for Impact. A three-man Root's going to maybe save the day, and the turret immunes again. Now 4v1 for Impact. He's trying to get away. Mike Young looking to do what he can, but an amazing knockback from Impact. He's going to keep the play going. He finally dies to Mike Young, but C9 already ahead on tempo.
Yeah, this is like some old school Impact from last year where he would just soak all of the pressure, and it's like, you can't get anything from this guy. It took forever for them to actually get something from him, and they blew multiple summoner spells to do so.
Well, C9 take the turret, now going to take some extra jungle out of the way. Also, Contract's able to pick up this camp, walk through, and now portal out. Like you said, a lot of mobility. Is that just straight up starting the Rift Herald?
Yeah, once Kayn is ahead of you, it actually feels really bad to play against him as a jungler because he just ignores walls, right? Your normal kind of paths that you would get ganked from in your own jungle is kind of up in the air. And that's what I feel like for Kayn is he's less so of like a big lane ganker, but once he gets ahead of the enemy jungler, he just invades the jungle and he's like a jungle ganker. He really thrives in those situations where he can control a quadrant of the jungle, bully the enemy jungler out of it, and then be able to make ganks happen from there. So he's not like a great mid lane ganker or anything like that. I feel like he just picks a quadrant, sticks to it, says, this is mine now, pushes the enemy jungle out when he has an advantage, and then is able to just kind of do what he wants.
Jensen in a 1v3 right now, but Smoothie behind him, able to maybe save him, dodges around the rest of them as Smoothie walking through some of that minefield, going to portal out to safety as P1's pressure nets him not too much. Bottom turret also stayed very healthy, so Cloud9 well ahead on total objectives. 2 turrets to nothing's causing a number of headaches here for Phoenix One in this early game.
Yeah, and they don't really have much to force the issue either. Once they're behind, the enemy team will just kind of siege, put down their Caitlyn traps, Orianna ball, wave clear, and their engage tool is Arrow's ultimate, as well as just having Purian set up a wall, and it's not that much. Those are ultimates that require a decent cooldown. And now they're going to lose their mid lane turret off this Rift Herald and just the sieging of this team.
Perfect timing there for C9. Waves coming in. Smoothie gets the ulti down. Nabs one. It's X-Special as Makai ulti. He's going to time it in with a Bard Stasis. Not quite enough. X-Special finally gets it on the end. The ace in the hole there. The Shockwave gets him a kill. The Rift Herald still going, charging into the turret, into the tier 2. P1 looking to fight a 4v5. 4v6. Rift Herald dies. Still 4v5.
Yeah, Zig walks up. Not really anything you can do there. And yeah, the engage, the wall from Maokai that comes out, the root, the follow-up.
Oh, Contracts.
He went inside of him.
Trespass into Arrow, damages there as the burst moves out. Contracts, he's going to take a few hits, but manages to walk out of the way. Burns his flash to get out, but now going to just steal away the rope buff. C9 just with too much pressure still as P1 constantly reacting in these first 15 minutes.
Yeah, and Contracts has been playing this Kayn incredibly well. I feel like he's such a good early game snowballer, like I was saying in Champion Select, but he falls off. He hasn't even like evolved at this point or chosen a path. He may do it on his back here.
I was going to say, Zyrene, It's not even his final form. Oh boy. See where he goes next as Zig down into the bottom side turret. Good stack of minions helping out. Oh, not yet. We'll have to wait. Remember, you can only evolve in the fountain, I believe.
Yes, so. Only in the fountain. And if you get enough orbs, and he's been ganking pretty heavily, but he hasn't really done enough damage to champions at this point. But they passively tick up as the game goes. You know what? Would it be the ultimate BM if you never change forms as Kayn?
We were talking about this just before the broadcast. That feels like some sort of achievement if you win a game staying like base level Kayn. Maybe Contracts goes for it here. I don't think so, given that the margin in this game are still pretty close. C9 only up 3,000 gold, which is a healthy lead, Zyrene, but I don't think that's a 20-minute Baron, never evolve your Kayn kind of game.
Yeah. Let's see, this isn't even his final form. I'm just really waiting to see which it is.
There's so much
I'm like, Contracts? Are you gonna ever?
Maybe he doesn't need to. I don't know. Look, doing just fine right now as P1 still responding again.
You know what the funny thing is? I think this might actually be a Shadow Assassin game.
Maybe.
Because Shadow Assassin does a large amount of damage with the W as well as the just auto attacks onto squishy targets. And there's 3 to 4 squishy people on Phoenix 1. Only one person really going to build resistances or have enough max HP for you to really want to go for the Darken form here. This is maybe a Shadow Assassin game for Contracts, but unsure.
And I think this is probably a good time as Cena kind of readying up the next push to highlight some of the differences between the two. I think at a very broad level, Darken Form Kayn is more of a bruiser, and Shadow Assassin Kayn is more of an assassin. That's pretty easy.
Exactly. Quick summary there. One gives you a lot of life steal whenever you use abilities. Kind of spell vamp, I guess, would be the term. And the other one gives you bonus magic damage on hit. And Contracts took the Fervor, so I'm assuming that he's going for a more auto-attack based kind of play style as opposed to just throwing out the spells.
Yeah, it looks like Warrior Black Cleaver is going to be the first initial item. Smoothie lines up an ulti after C9 take the tier 2 in mid. Contracts spinning around. Going to have to pass back through a wall to safety. TP in, although right onto it as Impact lands up the ultimate. Thinking of flash forward into it, but he's still pretty tanky. Maybe not enough though, as Cena still just pummeling damage into Phoenix 1. Mark Young, he wanted the flank, but he couldn't find it. Everyone going to stay alive.
Yep. Mid lane priority for Cloud9, and they're just going to send 2 to 3 people to go do Dragon right now. No Baron on the table for 1:50. Cloud9, really, this is kind of the tempo you were expecting to see from this team when they came back from Rift Rivals, kind of seeing how the other North American teams like Phoenix 1 and TSM had done there against the European teams. Just early pressure. And Contracts on this Kayn, I mean, Kayn has only been enabled for, I would say, 6 days is when the announcement was made that he would be allowed to be played right now. And so Contracts has put in the work, and a lot of people don't even know what this champion does and have played against it enough. And when you have to play against it as a whole team, you definitely have a lot of learning to do, and this is kind of a big leg up for Cloud9 right now if they're able to exploit this.
All right, so all cool spins aside.
All right.
Contracts? He's teasing us.
He's sticking around for it. There's a few seconds on whichever form he wants.
It's like he knows we're watching him.
What you doing? All right. Oh, it's Rust.
Alrighty, so like you said, kind of more of that fighter bruiser style champion. A lot more lifesteal. Small knock-up on the W now.
Yeah, percent HP on the ultimate as well as the Q. Now has percent HP. Heals for a lot of the damage that he deals. And then that 1 second knock-up on the W is really why people take it. Yeah, mostly that. I would say like the lifesteal is super good too because he's squishy otherwise. But yeah, definitely the knock-up and having some form of utility. Otherwise, he's just kind of like a glorified Kha'Zix without stealth. It's like just purely damage abilities.
And I think, you know, the reason the early consensus was that this seemed to be the form that was likely going to get played in competitive. Just feels a bit more robust, and you can certainly do a lot more team play. I mean, if he has to dive in with his Marco with an Orianna ball on top of him, he's going to need to, you know, live longer than a few seconds.
Exactly, and you get to make more mistakes, right? It's why people build tanky in the jungle after they build their first few items. You can make way more mistakes. You don't have to have perfect play the entire time.
Well, Contract's going to be okay. Ult from Smoothie misses Pyrian for the first time in the game. But not a huge overextension. C9 just again throw out the ultimate, relatively non-committal. No need to follow up, and they'll back off towards the Baron pit.
Just trying to get mid-priority over the wall, though.
Impact, Flash W win, that's going to knock somebody back. Rule forever, period, goodbye. The ulti's going to strangle up everybody else. Special tries to disengage. The Shockwave is going to miss as P1 flash out of the way, but Cloud9 again find the pick.
This Maokai is just ridiculously strong. Like, it impacts Maokai first and foremost, but Maokai in general, the saplings he gave at level 1 for contracts, the way he helped the gank with the gank assist in the top lane, and then these disgusting multi-man root ultimates that are just creating a gigantic wall of zoning, but also creating pressure.
Contract got the red buff, now gonna trespass into Mike Young. Mike Young might get assassinated here. Looks the Contract, massive play, no in onto arrows. Cloud9 pick it up again, and Contract, he dove through the wall looking for blood.
And you have to figure out, playing against Kane, just how much he's going to heal off of his ultimate, which double dips on his passive, and it itself heals him for a percent of max HP. It's ridiculous how much he can get back, but now that he's ahead, it just looks kind of hard to shut him down. You're going to need an Executioner's Calling to deal with it.
And that's a swift Baron for Cloud9, barely over the 21-minute mark. And they're able to pick that up after picking off a few stragglers in the jungle.
Man, and Smoothie tweeted about how excited he was for this week because of the fact that he's going to be able to, show all the improvement that's happened with the team. But, yeah, contracts with the Smite, gets some of that HP back, gets the red buff as well, adding insult to injury, and then picking up the kills and walking away about half HP there.
I mean, it's just an insane amount of mobility in this comp.
He's got a BF sword now, too, so maybe Guardian Angel next for him here. So he can really go for those dives.
We have seen this from a lot of the more aggressive AD junglers. I mean, Lee Sin often builds this one ahead, so I kind of like the thinking here from Contract, saying, I'm 3-0-3. We're going to try and end this game in the next 10 minutes. I'm just going to try and snowball.
And they're trying to focus him down as well, and they're going to need like an Executioner's Calling or an Ignite or something, which they don't have, to kind of cut through all of that spell vamp, because I believe it's somewhere from when you are level 1, it's like 23%, and then it's like 40 plus.
They found two Contracts again, lining it up. There's a great knock-up on an arrow, followed in by Smoothie in the stun and arrow. Who's going to get taken down? Sneaky able to find the assassination. Another great flanking Maokai out finds Mike Young dead to impact. Cloud9 setting up every play so well, and this is the pace P1 cannot keep up with.
Yeah, and Cloud9, I mean, it's been a while since we've been like, man, this is that innovative team, but Contracts pulling this out. One of the early adopters of the Ivern. You think back to when he first brought it out. It's like, why isn't this being played everywhere? And now you can see the Grost, Kane, like Cloud9 definitely did their homework. And yeah, it doesn't matter, Sneaky can still hit that.
Yeah, just going to shoot it over the wall. Angle not quite there for Pyrion to cut it off, and already taking another mid in here. Remember, they got Baron 2 minutes ago, so huge empowered pushes here for C9 as they're looking to take down this top inhibitor. That will be 2, and C9 are already 12,000 gold ahead of Phoenix1.
And they just blew up Pyrion.
Oh, goodbye.
I know, he got annihilated there. Jensen still has ultimate. You push here. You try to end the game if you're Cloud9.
Yeah, they're going to get caught up, knocked up by Kane. Zeke flashing out of the way, barely escapes the onslaught. C9 still dancing around the base, looking to try and go straight for the Nexus.
I can't think of a better way to bounce back from an 0-2 week if you're Cloud9. You've got 2 Mountain Drakes, you've got 23 minutes on the clock, and you've already gotten the Baron once, and you've gotten 2 inhibitors down.
Well, C9 will demonstrate mercy to P1's Nexus for now.
Yeah, and there were some, speculations after Rift Rivals where it was like, oh, Cloud9 went 3-3 against the European teams. Phoenix1 4-2, only dropping games to Fnatic. People were starting to, whisper maybe Phoenix1 is going to go up in the standings and Cloud9 are going to go down. Well, they both went down after last week, and you can see here Cloud9 just as a team functioning, firing on all cylinders as well. It looks like Cloud9 kind of putting those doubts to rest.
And in general, it feels like this sort of competition is where we've seen Cloud9 be some of their most successful. A tank for impact, an aggressive jungler for Contract, a super stable bottom lane, including a playmaker for Smoothie, and then the champion of champions for almost any mid lane, especially one as good as Jensen. Third Mountain Drake over to Cloud9, and they're looking to push and end this game.
Yeah, this is a disgusting lead right now. Like, Sneaky, just look at his item build, and you look across at what Arrow has. Arrow's an item and a half behind, a whole item and a half behind him. And it's kind of the similar story for most of the team right now, where Jensen's up an entire Void Staff at this point.
Just casually up about 3,000 gold as I do a quick eye test on those gold leads.
And now Contracts can kind of play loose right now with the Guardian Angel. If you go in and you die, Guardian Angel pops off, and then you go ahead and you use your ultimate, the Umbral Trespass, get a whole bunch of HP back, and you're ready to fight again. People can't really camp your body as much as most other champions.
Cloud9 again just going to wait for these super waves to tick up towards the Nexus of P1.
Oh, there's Maokai ulti.
Baron dip
zoning.
Another great siege tool here. Contract tries to go in with Pyrion, knocks him back with the wall, but not enough to cut off the rest of C9 who take down the turret. And Even Sneaky does also have 3 items, so these squishes are eating so much damage. Pretty much whenever they walk near a member of Cloud9, and that impact again, Flash route in onto Mike Young, gonna try and take him down. Contract zips back forward as Mike Young flashes to safety, but Dirt and Hip down, and this Nexus looking very vulnerable.
Yep. 25 minutes, 40 seconds. They're trying to go for the
Alrighty, Torek going down. Contract's gonna dip in. Arrow gonna carry him into the fountain, but Contract gets blown back into GA. Will be popped. Smoothy with a good on. The shockwave to follow. Just destroys P1. There's a triple kill. But Jensen might be chasing into the fountain for a few more. The 4th kill is gonna come. Jensen has a quadra.
Oh, dive. Impact is gonna do it.
They're gonna go for it. Impact in there. The rest of the score goes in. Oh no, that was mistimed. Jensen might just wait for it. I think he's hoping a special gifts it over, but the Nexus might die before they can complete it. It's gonna go down. Sneaky shuts it down by shooting the Nexus, but a win's a win. Penta be damned. Cloud9 win game 1.
Somebody hit the Nexus the last time someone on Cloud9 was close to a Penta. Revenge strikes, but yes, Cloud9 bouncing back from that 0-2 week last week.
Well, that's certainly a way to gain some momentum moving into a pretty critical weekend.
There's the music, exactly.
Ooh. My goodness.
It was so fast that it was even delayed in terms of having the victory alongside it. 26 minutes.
I think they were hoping the pentakill was happening, but Sneaky shoots the Nexus down instead. And we have a lot to talk about after 25-ish minutes of gameplay.
I feel like that was pretty clean cut, you know? Just Kane, OP, played in solo queue, see it everywhere, start banning it, don't let anybody else play it.
We're just trying to get more free ladder points. I know you.
Well, I actually feel like the champion has a higher skill curve than pretty much other champions in the jungle right now that are being played, like the Maokai, the Cho'Gath. You can pick those up and have a very quick success rate with them, whereas Kane requires a lot of coordination with your team, which I feel like he got a whole bunch of help in his jungle to help that early clear, which accelerates him doing what Kane wants to do, which is have that early gank, snowball, and be in the enemy's jungler. So he was able to control quadrants of Mike Young's jungle and make sure that he couldn't roam or even be a part of most things, because Mike Young, up until that last moment, had all 3 of the team's kills because everybody's just getting slaughtered in their lanes.
That's certainly pretty much what happened, but for more on the premiere on our newest assassin, let's check back in with Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, Pastry. Hot out of the gates for C9 here in a very dominant first game, moving to 1-0 within the series, but they were just talking about it. We had many of our new patch 7.14 things come in, most of which was Kane here coming away with the victory against the Cho'Gath on the other side, receiving the loss.
Yeah, it was a great game to just highlight some of the changes overall. I mean, you can include the Jhin and the Kha'Zix showing off the lethality, the Cho'Gath, like you said, Kane, all 3 of our main bullet points getting hit early on here. And the thing that I really like is just how confident they were with that team comp. They flexed the Maokai around. That ends up going top. You have a Kane in the jungle. That was great. I mean, kind of the same thing with Cho'Gath. It can be flexed as well. So both teams kind of highlighting some of the advantages of these tanks that are so strong in the jungle is that you can also put them top lane. I was talking to Jad a little bit before, and he was saying, why aren't there more tanks in the top lane? Because you just have more gold available there, and then you become even tankier faster.
Well, of course, we saw this time Phoenix One decides to take that Cho'Gath to the top lane. Doesn't work out. But in large part, because of what Contracts was able to do on Kane, right? Didn't give Zig an opportunity to breathe in that top lane with his early jungle pathing.
You're right, and that's the big thing to point out, because Kane is a champion that has some similarities a little bit to Rek'Sai when you look at the unique options that you can go for with it. So he's able to get his first professional victory using one of those super leashes down in the jungle. So this is such a strong path in general. I think it's something that probably should be looked at a little bit, because from here he can go mid, bot, and top. As he ends up going top, he easily could have done Krugs for the 3 and go for a bottom when everyone else is still level 1 in the bot lane. Could have gone for, if he has XP quinch, you go for Scuttle Crab and you go kill mid lane. Here, just goes for the blue buff. He runs up top side, has good gank setup, because that's something.
2 minutes and 30 seconds. He's arriving at this Tribe Rush at level 3. Impact just hit level 2. He just dinged level 2 in that moment.
Just dinged level 2. They probably knew that Contracts are on the bot side, so how do you play against this as a top laner? It's so difficult to do, and like we were saying, they do lack a little bit of a setup for the Kane, or excuse me, Kane lacks a little bit of his own setup compared to Rek'Sai, who, if they tunnel over, there you go, there's the kill. But as long as you have some setup from the laners, he has that excellent mobility to get over that wall. He can come from very unique angles and finds a kill there early on, which is a great matchup to find that kill.
Right.
Because Cho'Gath probably does win that 1v1, and then he just continues to exploit that.
And when we talk about gank pads, there again, we already see him going over that blue wall. It's very hard to ward against a champion that has the ability to make his way to your lane
in, 4, 5, 6 different ways. You just don't have the potential to cover all of those entrances this early on into the game.
And then you see some of the nice diving mechanics out of contracts there. Seizing special charge, sending a tornado to try and knock him up. Just hop inside the body.
Right.
Makes you safe under the turret, as well as you can use it to dodge out on skill shots. So you're pretty much, just kind of riding along, waiting until you can finally kill them.
And what I think is very interesting here is that this is an example of a C9 game where they don't go mid over and over and over again. We saw last week they, chose to go top, chose to go bottom, and they suffered for it. This time around, Jensen in the 1v1, doing work, still building his CS lead as you would expect, but this time around, the Kane being ultra successful in both side lanes, getting them leads.
I think that's the big thing to note the difference between this series and the Envy series so far is that in the Envy series, despite successfully going top and bottom a couple times, they didn't actually snowball it. Here, Pyrion was a little bit weaker in the mid lane. Jensen was still winning that 1v1 pretty convincingly and drawing Mike Young to him repeatedly. So it was a situation where eventually C9's bot lane came up mid. They had that grouped up turret push when they were able to use the Rift Herald.
Yep.
And they still kind of keyed off Jensen a little bit, though it was Contracts who got the side lanes going.
Yeah, and as well, impact on Maokai, right? We talk all about these new fancy champions, 714. Well, Maokai just as a tank and as Impact plays it, incredibly useful. We see here him on an engaged tank where he can make split-second decisions. Sure, they only get 1 kill. This sets them up, though, to invade red side, pick up 2 more, and a Baron off the back end of this. I love giving Impact the power to make teamfight decisions.
That's something that hopefully C9 can kind of crutch onto here is the fact that there's so many tanks coming back into the top side as well. You see the Maokai here. They can potentially get their hands on the Cho'Gath. Maybe he doesn't play it quite yet, but can learn it. And just giving him the ability to be the guy to say, we're going now. That's exactly what Maokai was always known for, and he's kind of back on his staple champion here.
I think, again, the question remains with Cloud9, consistency. Can they find it, right? If this is the winning formula for them in terms of a team comp, how many tanks does Impact have available to him? Because, hey, again, if Maokai hits the ban list, how do they build a similar style comp which enables them to make the same plays without that champion available to them?
It is a little scary because there's still a fair amount of bruises up in the top lane. I'm sure you'll still see things like you said, like Jarvan is extremely strong, stuff like that. He does play Gnar, which is good for the most part. That's kind of when he made his kind of return to dominance in the 2016 Gauntlet run that he had, was with that champion. But, potentially moving on to blue side here for P1, they can start banning that out. They can try and take away some of that control that Impact had once he got that stabilization out from Contracts.
I mean, it's very interesting. Again, spotlight on that jungler matchup. As Irene mentioned, that the first 3 kills for Phoenix 1 did go over to Mike Young. It's not like he wasn't making attempts at turning the game, right? You mentioned he went into the mid lane consistently, so not choosing to match the pressure of Contracts and try and create advantages elsewhere. He didn't do enough, though.
It was one of those situations where the kills are more like cleanup kills where, oh my god, Jensen's going aggressive mid and almost killed my mid laner, and I was able to finish him off, but you're not pushed up. You don't have the minion waves in your favor.
So nothing comes after it.
You can't transition it into anything. It's a nice kill, but you can't do much. Where on the flip side, you look at the plays that Contracts is making. He's diving your bot lane, killing them, and taking a turret. It's just, even though you're both getting kills, it's not quite equal.
Right, exactly. Yeah, both good plays.
For sure.
Both advantages, one just much greater than the other. Player of the game going to Impact, though. So while Contracts did a lot of work, we have to acknowledge the fact that if he doesn't get a dope leash like that from both his bot lane as well as the Maokai leashing multiple camps with the saplings, as well as all of the engages that Impact was able to pull off once he got ahead and was that tanky Maokai, definitely propelled them to victory.
And there were a couple instances where he was just absorbing a lot of pressure during that initial turret trade, gave them the advantage, allowed them to grab Rift Herald, and it's one of those things that slowly over time snowballs into those big plays, and then finally you saw, like you said, that flash engage in the mid lane really opened up the rest of P1 to be taken apart.
P1 back on blue side here, champion select again. They decided to ban Zach Blitz Gragas, give away the Caitlyn, which Cloud9 saw as more valuable than the Cho'Gath, for example. Do you think a similar trade is going to be made, or what?
That's why I kind of shrugged as you started talking about this, because I knew where it was going. It's 7-14, James. I can't say for sure what to expect. I think priority lists are very, they're very flexible right now. No one knows exactly what they're doing. They're in flux, and so they're saying, okay, well, we're going to go for a trade. Caitlyn's strong, but at this point, there's enough things in the bot lanes that match it, because Kalista was unpicked, unbanned in this situation. That's one of the classic picks to take into this Caitlyn at this point. You take a playmaking support and you start ganking it. So they had options available. I have a hard time saying they shouldn't have left the Caitlyn up, but it's just so hard to identify. Like,
so much for being the sharpest tool in the shed. All right, guys.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, when we come back, we got round 3 of Phoenix 1 versus Cloud9. As we go to break, make sure to check out the newest tracks off of Pentakill 2 on pentakill.leagueoflegends.com.
Welcome back to round 2 of Phoenix 1 versus Cloud9. Cloud9 with a very convincing first game here. About 26 minutes or so able to take over the game, and 714 is arrived in force, Irene.
Yeah, immediately after the game, I was like, I got to talk to Contracts about this. tell me what's going on with this pick. And he played a fantastic Kayn. It's actually the best Kayn that I've seen so far in terms of the early pressure. He got a lot of help, though, from his laners in the jungle. Like, the Maokai set him up with saplings. His bottom lane gave him a super leash. And that's the power of Kayn in terms of what you can do with that is you almost consider him stronger than most champions and kind of free in the early game because he has 2 ways to get over walls. One his E where he can go through, and then his Q can also go over walls. So the mobility that he has in the jungle and the freedom that you have to like kind of navigate that champion around with the mobility means you shouldn't be scared to go invade. And he just bullied the enemy jungle and found routes in.
And that's kind of what you observed is that Contracts was able to take over entire quadrants or even halves of the map at certain points. And sure, he's not going to like invade and kill someone. He's not really an assassin strictly, I think especially in the early game before he evolves. But the amount of control he has is very similar to a lot of other counter jungling style champions.
Yeah, and like think about it this way as well. Like, what is the Kha'Zix going to do when he sees the Kayn and the Kayn goes into a wall? Because when the Kayn goes into a wall, he has like 1.5 seconds to enter the wall, and then it lasts 5 seconds. So he can run through the wall and just start running away. But if you leap over the wall, he actually just goes back in the wall and goes the other way. So you shouldn't be scared as well as the Kayn to kind of toy with your enemies. And even if he flashes back, you just Q the other way. So like you have way more mobility tools as the Kayn. So I don't know what's going to happen here in terms of the champion select, but one thing I would like to see is the Maokai priority should be higher than Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is almost purely disengage and peel for a backline, and you need hyper carries to really kind of make Cho'Gath work, in my opinion, in the late game. But Maokai can disengage and engage with both his ultimate and his W. So I feel like there's more versatility, more flexibility with Maokai than there is with the Cho'Gath.
Well, respect shown here for Phoenix 1. Bans are LeBlanc, Gragas, and Kayn.
Yeah.
Is the final ban on the blue side. C9 with Zach, Elise, and Caitlyn. They're 3 for the red side. So we'll see what Phoenix 1 have in mind for their first pick overall. And you said it, there's Maokai.
It should be higher priority. Like, I don't care if you give over Cho'Gath for this. I think that this is honestly right now better for like jungle leashes, the early game, the mid game, and the late game. I feel like Maokai right now is just kind of a notch above. Like we had tier lists, Maokai's the S+, and then Cho'Gath is the S.
Well, Impact certainly, as far as Maokai performance in the top lane, one of the best. It's always been a pick for him historically, and certainly able to show up there in that first game. Thresh, though, taken away from Rick Special and gifted over to Smoothie. So a nice little double there for Cloud9 in Champ Select, and kind of lining up pick number 2 here. A lot of different options to consider. I think Thresh was kind of the obvious one, but if they want to throw them, I'm going to take it now. Bottom laners certainly also spring to mind as far as what can happen, or even just taking an unsafe jungle matchup, but might be right on Kalista.
I was expecting to see this in game 1, and Thresh Kalista is actually a very potent bottom lane. And no, they're not going to go for it. The Jhin has just had the higher priority over the Kalista here in this matchup, which kind of blows my mind because Kalista is incredibly good right now.
I mean, maybe a symptom of the patch as well. 714 may have risen something like a Jhin, which can use more lethality, potentially up towards, you know, one of those first pick champions. I think a lot of good options here for Phoenix 1 regardless. But we'll see what they do go with. And Sivir, this is a pick that I think a lot of people have been starting to see more of, especially against the likes of Jhin.
Wow. I was, flaming freak for playing Sivir in solo queue last week.
Don't stop doing that.
But now, so when I was talking about Cho'Gath is pretty much the disengage, Sivir Ultimate is now going to make it so the Cho'Gath gets to rush in, and so does the Maokai. There's a lot of engage potential here for Phoenix 1. What is this team? Because of the fact that you get to, they didn't take Cho'Gath on Cloud9 side, you get both the S+ and S tier champions here, and they can play either top or jungle, so they get to figure out at the last minute what they want to be playing into. This is kind of cute from Phoenix 1, and they have the enabler of the Sivir in the bot side.
I mean, like you said, you would happily trade Maokai for Cho'Gath. Do you think Maokai is better? Well, Phoenix 1 decided just to take both of them. And I think remove all the guesswork there for Cloud9. No need to consider which one they want, because they're going to get neither. Talia is that last pick for C9 out of this phase. And like we saw on the P1 side, they're going to start protecting this pick with a couple bans here in phase 2.
Yeah, and so we'll see what Pyrion's able to pick here. The Syndra ban I expect to come out. Yes, the Cassiopeia is the question mark, and maybe the Orianna. But what does Pyrion want to play alongside this team here? The Corki is a possibility. Corki and then like Braum might be what you want as Phoenix 1 to round out the whole team. right now, you kind of want to target that top lane because they haven't picked a top laner or a jungler here. Get rid of some of those bad matchups, the Gnar, possibly Jarvan, possibly Renekton as well. There's another champion you want to ban away.
Yeah, I like the Gnar ban a lot, actually. Just kind of protecting their tank picks. We saw this from Cloud9.
It's another good impact pick, too.
Yep, and there's the Lucian ban for C9. So actually the same 2 bans and the same pick in here for C9. Again,
as a Taliyah expert, are those 2 of the worst champions to play?
I mean, I think a lot of people consider that these are they have such good early pressure. Taliyah's huge advantages are her early levels, and then the fact that once she gets out of his level, she can start leaving lanes. So we saw this from FLICKR, banning his away from Jensen. I think correctly showing the same respect here for Cloud9.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Free up that power and the Rek'Sai. Okay.
One of the most common pairings with Taliyah is also this Rek'Sai. C9 have done this as early as last week. They were playing this combination. Taliyah needs some setup CC, kind of like Cho'Gath, to make sure things get going. So I like these bans from FLICKR. A very smart navigation of this draft early, but C9 gonna have to make some difficult decisions here, as looks like contracts might just stick to a standard here with Lee Sin.
I feel like you're left with either Lee Sin, Sejuani, or Kha'Zix here, because Gragas is banned, Rek'Sai's banned, and then you had Cho and Maokai taken away as well as Elise. So he wasn't left with a whole lot. He was left with like a tanky option and then the playmaker. So goes with the playmaker and the Lee Sin. So a little bit more early game for Cloud9, which worked out for them last game.
We'll see what FLICKR have to finish off again. I think a really solid core of 3 champions that they picked in the first half, and now can kind of just pick through whatever supports they need. Cena invested so much into Jensen's matchup that especially apart from the Thresh being taken, isn't actually going to be under too much pressure. And this is something that people have also started picking up. Kassadin in a lot of these majors is pretty effective, so that'll be the pick there for Pyrian. And then Xpecial's going to get a fun one, maybe. Alistar also seeing a rise in play as the champion that Xpecial knows very, very well. But see exactly where FLICKR settle on support picks. It looks like maybe Tom Kent is something they're thinking a bit more of, just to help in that 2v2 matchup. Or Tarek!
Yes!
All right, Tarek, tell me about Tarek.
So I was telling people, I'm like, I think Tarek is actually really, really good right now. The changes to him actually look like you're hacking the game, because when you Q, you auto, and you instantly get to Q again, and then you auto, and you constantly do that in a chain. So if you get into a melee matchup against anybody, you keep auto-attacking and using Bravado as well as your Q, and it keeps giving you stacks of Q and instantly refreshes the cooldown. And it looks ridiculous, and the kind of the icing on the cake there is every time you do that, the Bravado passive also reduces the cooldown of your E stun. So he actually gets a lower cooldown on his linear stun later in the game, and it's pretty ridiculous to play against. And if you're going for team fighting with Civ or Tarek, this is a team that runs at your face, dives the tower, doesn't give a damn about the tower damage, and they're very tanky, as well as they can scale incredibly well. So Cloud9, I feel like they have to hit early and often and try to make something happen, and the Shen pick is definitely going to help them out there to try and make some early action.
Yeah, kind of an interesting last pick from Cloud9. Shen has dropped pretty heavily in popularity, I'd say, but it is still a tank that Impact can play. I think they considered Rumble for last-minute switching. Rumble, of course, traditionally a lane bully against a lot of these tanky champions, but Impact deciding that needs maybe a little more global and team-wide threat. So potentially taking one of the more underwhelming tank top laners, despite how powerful his ultimate is, into what could be a rough early game here for C9. Because like you said, if they can't get it going early, they're going to run into so much trouble in the mid-game.
Yeah, and I feel like the top laners for Cloud9 right now, it hasn't so much been that, oh, you know, Ray played, why is he playing? Impact's better. It's kind of been back and forth on who's performing better, and it's been really even this split so far. And I feel like Impact having a lot of champions taken away from him and then going for comfort still is a good thing for him. Just making sure that he's on a champion he's very familiar with, even if the matchup may not be as familiar right now with the Cho'Gath kind of being that new top laner people are playing. It's still good to have him on this champion that he can play his game and try to affect the map with.
Well, certainly see what happens here, because P1 have drafted themselves up a doozy as they move into game number 2. Not 1, but 2 of the big tanks here inhabiting that top half of the map. And
I feel like if you screw up versus this P1 team, you kind of lose the game. Like,
that seems bad.
I mean, I'm being completely honest here too. Like, if you give this Kassadin some early kills, the Tarek gets to get freed up in lane if something bad happens bottom, and you can go for dives earlier than normal, or even this Cho'Gath or this Maokai. Like, this team, it's not so much like snowballing, like, oh, this guy is killing everybody because he's a Maokai. That doesn't happen. It's more so they get to force the issue and play their style earlier, because otherwise they're kind of at the mercy of C9's early game. C9 have a winning mid lane. I feel like their bottom lane, quote-unquote, wins, except in like pressure where the Sivir will constantly push you out with ricochets and be able to CS. But it's whoever gets better roams bottom. And on top lane, the Cho'Gath gets to push a little bit more with the Vorpal spikes.
I think we're looking at a pretty different jungle matchup as well. Felt like MikeYeung wanted to take the assassin into Kayn. This time around, he's going to have a tank versus the very aggressive Lee Sin from Contracts.
Yeah, and against that, you know, MikeYeung has played Sejuani and a few other like tank champions on the new patch, but hold on, they're trying to invade.
Invade here, but Jensen is going to get some poke down onto Purian.
Yeah, they want to make sure the same thing doesn't happen, right, with the Maokai saplings early being set up. You want to be able to disrupt it. He's put 2 down. Okay. I won't nitpick it just yet. Don't worry.
There's another one. Mine comes into the
if
left
they both
side
hit at the same time, nice. Okay, cool. So because they don't hit at the same time, it's better because there's only 1 dot. Even if 3 hit at the same time, you only get that one of them giving extra damage, and that'll kill it. Pop, pop.
And just like that, red buff is gone. MikeYeung going to move in onto the Raptor camp and have his sapling help out there as well. So again, all these new picks, there's a lot of different intricacies you have to learn, but again, another nice little setup there from MikeYeung, and that camp evaporates.
Yep. I like doing the Raptors second because you do a lot of damage with the saplings. Start on a buff, and then move over to the Raptors once you have your Q, because the saplings do % HP damage, and there isn't that much HP on the Raptors, so the little ones don't take as much as, say, from a Maokai Q and Arcane Smash.
Yep. You can see 2v2 already action early as the flayback from Smoothie.
Bramble Smash.
He'd hope get some knife shots down from Sneaky. Prior to the Colossus is the Master choice there for Thresh, and a special actually with Wind Speakers. So he said kind of all that healing that Taric can chain together.
Oh, Contracts is invading. So he took a EXP Quint, did 2 camps into going for the Scuttle Crab. This is warded up by MikeYeung, though, who's now going to see that ward. Now we're going to see Contracts.
Ooh, big whoop barely going to miss, but Contracts actually nails MikeYeung instead. Damage.
He's
going to get laid down here, but nice bramble there from MikeYeung, smashing Contracts back. Purian, though, already pressured, so Contracts feeling a lot of ease to walking into this jungle because these solo laners are pushing.
Yeah. The fact that you pick a Kassadin, like I said, you have a losing mid lane, and the Talia gets to shove in, you get to kind of have priority in the jungle here, and Contracts will take this away. This is well played, because you can't sit on your hands against this team composition of FNX1. You have to be very active. Can't mess up either. Can't drop the ball early. And so far, it's been going quite well for Cloud9. First 3 minutes of the game, and looking good.
Also, shutting down a lot of that damage there from Cho'Gath.
Get a lot of that % HP damage from the Q pass-through on Shen. And now he knows that Contracts is topside, so the dive would be quite easy.
Nope, just going to tank a turret hit. No problems there. It is kind of interesting, though, to consider, again, like the metagame shift, because 714 has added so much to the game. I think a lot of the reason Shen might not have been as good is just because of how many fighters and bruisers were in the top lane. But if people are just playing a lot of tanks here, maybe Shen actually does feel like he's got a better suite of matchups now, with not being the exception, which was already banned away.
Yeah, there's a big possibility there, because Shen actually does quite well into other tanks with the % HP damage that he has at all points in the game. And it affects their itemization, because you kind of want to go for, magic resist up against the Shen, because the Vorpal Blade is magic damage. But you usually want to itemize like early Ninja Tabi or something like that for the carry as a top laner. It does affect you in that regard, and you might get something early like an Abyssal Mask. We'll see.
Well, very aggressive from Impact. Double longswords, actually, the pickups there.
Tiamat.
Imagine that's Tiamat.
That's for priority. But I was talking about how like the Cho'Gath should shove a little bit harder top lane. This will completely change that. Once you get the Tiamat and you shove him in, now you have 2 to 3 lanes as Cloud9 with priority, which should be shoving in. This bottom one is kind of neutralized, but I think the jungle matchup is definitely in favor of Contracts. So Cloud9, in terms of the draft, have a little more winning lanes, and that allows you to win the jungle and kind of spill your advantage over there. And they want to control MikeYeung, who, Contract said, wants to kill the hype.
Certainly a good amount of velocity here for Cloud9 early in the game, as Contract's going to have a quick visit through mid lane. Looks like he's not ganking there just yet, but Jensen playing up very aggressive. Does knock him back in, Fury, and gets some damage back there with a Force Pulse.
Yeah, Jensen's out of mana, though. So kind of hanging around here still, making sure that he shoves it all the way into the turret, and the Castle gets some free farm as he goes for a back.
Yeah, important to note, Purian did already burn his teleport, actually, and
for nothing in terms of items.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. So MikeYeung going to invade. Good smite away, gets the big Raptor for his troubles, but a safe back there for Jensen. Going to go back and get that lost chapter. MikeYeung going to take away the plant out of Cloud9's jungle. Definitely able to leave his jungle a lot more freely. Contracts just completely ran over MikeYeung as far as total jungle control and pressure went. So MikeYeung, despite having, you know, kind of the more defensive jungle pick, able to find Kondrax and do a nice little bit of outsmiting for some counter jungling.
Yeah, it feels like if you're playing the aggressive AD jungler early against the tank jungler, you can't be shy at all about invading. But if you're the tank jungler, you also can't just be like, oh, I'm a tank jungler, and be like defensive and get in your shell. You really do have to kind of still be a presence on the map, or you give too much free reign to the early game jungler.
Yep, don't want to lose slowly, certainly. So we'll have a look at Jensen's.
Yeah, this was the ridiculous thing about his Week 6 performances. It was 1 win, 4 losses, but only 3 deaths in 4 losses. 21 kills, 3 deaths, and 24 assists. And for some extra context on that, his team had 69 deaths other than him, and everybody else averaged 17 deaths overall.
So, I mean, Jensen has just been playing so spectacularly well, and that is with Cloud9 having maybe a rougher season than they may have expected coming off their finals appearance in spring. MikeYeung, though, just taking away his jungle contract, continuing to poke in there. His impact, it's a great taunt in onto the Cho'Gath. Level 6 is here, but not for Contract. So Zig already used his feet.
Oh, here
Contract's
comes
going to feel this invade. Jensen's going to roam up as well. Contract aiming up that kick, landed the Q already. Oh, have to be careful though. Going to push the wave all the way in, and now Zig can't really run anywhere. Does knock up impact, but damage still coming out. The silence is good. Jensen taking up a few too many hits, but Burst Blood over to Contracts.
Yeah, they're going to dive perfectly on top of Zig, shutting him down. I mean, when MikeYeung came in, there was a lot more top focus from Phoenix 1 with the Nidalee Renekton combos that they were constantly busting out. But now it just seems like ganking top lane, getting impact freed up, getting him an advantage in this matchup is very much so helping Cloud9. And people criticize Jensen like, oh, you know, 21 kills, 3 deaths in their losses. He obviously didn't do enough with his gold lead. That's why this Taliyah, I feel like, is going to be a good champion to see what's changed for him this week, because now he can affect those side lanes and roam very frequently. And so that's what you're looking for here, is how much he can spread the lead around once he has an advantage. And up against a Caston, it's like the easiest matchup to do it against, too.
Certainly given.
But he's going to go in. Oh.
Pyrion getting aggressive again. There's actually the ultimate from Impact. Might turn it back around. Jensen flashes forward. Impact with a taunt. Knock back in there, and Jensen grabs a kill.
Yeah, that Rift Walk level 1 has such a long cooldown. It's 5.7 seconds. He went in. Immediate response there from Impact. Pyrion didn't try to kind of go against the shield and burst it, because the Storm Raider surge from Jensen was giving a little more extra mobility. And the flash chase was right on point.
Well, favor returned there for Impact after Jensen's roam to the top lane. Impact pops down with the ultimate into mid lane as Cena getting aggressive everywhere. Really looking for the hook, does land it in onto X Special, but Sneaky not there ready with the follow-up. Still up a decent little bit of CS there for Sneaky, and once again Cloud9 feels like all that early pressure we needed to see from them really to get this game going for them is looking good in these first 10 minutes. Still going as well, but Stun's going to land in. X Special starting to get the slaps down. Smoothie trying to peel him away, but X Special unrelenting in that damage. Brute does land though. Hook's going to land in as well. Smoothie going to try and play him back with the ulti pop by Arrow's going to look to turn a kill around. Stun is going to land in onto Sneaky. Smoothie barely dodging the rest of that damage.
Yeah, Maokai also on this side as well. The ultimate could come through from MikeYeung, but Contracts comes over and scares him off.
Yep, grabs the Scuttle Crab as well and dodges that sapling, so right place, right time for both junglers as the 2v2 erupts there in bot lane. Impact, though, starting to really leverage his lead.
Here comes Jensen. Doesn't have wall just yet, but he's coming with Contracts. Level advantage here, and they're going to be able to pressure this down.
Ultimate from Sneaky.
Jensen's got an ulti.
Going to poke in. There's a Taric ult. Going to try and wait it out. Can still be CC. Their Contracts flash kicks one back in, but the TP down from Cena. Going to try and complete the play. Contract too far as marking up to take him down, and Pyrion has entered this bot lane. Jensen now going to have to run away as Zig also moved down.
Yeah, this is everybody as well. Impact canceled his teleport, doesn't have the Stand United because he used it earlier mid lane. They're going to try to rush down for first turret here. This is a decent wave. That Captain Body's going to do a good job of getting rid of some of that minion wave. And Impact actually
just racing at this point.
He's chipping away at it. That ice picked out.
Yeah. One little champion versus 4 doesn't seem like a very fair race. First Horror gold over to Phoenix 1.
Spread out through everybody. So nobody's walking away with that extra 650. It's kind of just all over the place now, but Impact will get something back. That's an early Bramble Vest for Zig as well. Single purchase there, the Bramble Vest.
One of the other changes on this patch.
Yeah, the Bramble Vest being introduced with the Grievous wounds when people hit. It's really good against AD carries with Warlord's Bloodlust, but right here. Special has enough to ulti. He's level 6. Sneaky actually doesn't hold his shots either. The ulti comes out, and this right here was kind of confusing because it's there. Now he starts throwing the shots again. Not timed correctly, so he doesn't do damage to Mike Young, but even then, cancels it. Doesn't get the last, I believe the last one off there. But still, overall, it's like you shouldn't be diving that when you see the Taric ulti come out. I know you've kind of put a lot into that gank, but you kind of have to just back off, not go when you see the ultimate from Taric come out. And I think it's just such a strong champion to kind of manipulate these team fights. And that's why I think we're going to see it a little bit more over time. Also, if there, for those few Taric players out there, you want to put two points into your Q, the heal, because now every time you attack, you get a, with your passive, you get a charge. So you want to put 2 points in it, because now it's on a charge system. And then you put the rest of the points in E into the stun. Because otherwise, you're doing the double attack and only getting a single charge of your heal, whereas now it has like stacking effects, so it's much better to put just 2 in.
Makes sense, and Special clearly practiced there. Bottom turret going to fall over to C9. Nice pop down from Contracts, able to make sure that happens, but Impact currently in a soon-to-be 1vX. As Arrow getting the lane pushing up there. C9 actually pushing through though as P1 are looking for that Rift Herald, so going to be pretty behind on these races for turrets. C9 not done yet, going to at least stay for this wave it looks like.
Yeah, they're going to keep pushing. They already got the top turret. Impact has Tiamat, so he's just going to keep pushing and clearing waves. The answer here is actually very poor.
Tower dive. Zig actually the target, but he flashes out of the way. Contracts again needs to get back to the lantern and
Here
does so. In fact, rode in. Jensen's going to try and cut them off, but the wall's a little short there at rank 1.
Yeah, and they have to clear out the minion wave if they want to do anything here.
Oh, good taunt actually onto Pyrian. Does get rid of it. Good play there from Smoothie and kills across the Warwick Special. Ultimate finally finishes channeling, but that's far too late.
These have been awful answers from Phoenix 1, but really good pressure situations from Cloud9. They get that first bottom tier 1 turret, and they don't even lose their top tier 1. They start doing the Rift Herald, and Impact is able to hold by himself, and then they just kind of split the map in a really awkward way as Phoenix 1. And they don't have wave clear, right? The composition doesn't have wave clear without Sivir. You can pick the Kassadin and the Sivir, because the Kassadin mid laner doesn't have it. Normally your mid laner has your wave clear, but the Sivir's supposed to help, but she's the one splitting the top side, and so Cloud9 get 2 turrets off of that, and they get the Drake. And all they lost was Rift Herald.
And now actually moving Sneaky up to that top lane, who has finished a Ghost Blade, which did get a bit of a buff, but we'll see how this all kind of laid out by C9.
These are just strange answers here. This is a 3v5. With a minion wave there that can't be cleared out or isn't being cleared out, so the turret doesn't jump on anybody before it dies, and then Impact just jumps in, but everybody pretty much with the knockback there from Jensen, and so much damage.
Yeah.
Now, trying to get that mid lane turret. This, I don't know if this will even work. Everybody's here. They're looking at it. It's not going to charge. Shelly.
Very vulnerable to CC. It's going to finally line it up, but not a lot of damage being dealt. Dies as it smacks its head into the turret. Died doing what it loved at least.
Being
not particularly effective, fortunately for P1. So, I mean, that was also the objective. They traded for all of the action that unfolded in the bottom lane. So, that is a very poor return on investment for that Rift Herald.
The worst trade deal in the history of trade deals.
Not ideal.
Seriously, though, that was pretty bad from Phoenix 1 in terms of just overall macro and map play. And Cloud9, when you draft a composition that has lane priority and you get to use it in this way, it just makes this Tiamat purchase look like it's what you want to get on Shen first item every game. Not always the case, but Impact understood that that was his job, was to hold those top lane waves, and then was able to participate in the bottom side. We'll see. Arrow.
Ooh, Arrow with a good spell shield, but there's maybe Expression not being so lucky. Condor's going to dive in again. Mike Young returns the ultimate to try and disengage the fight. Brown was going to tie up a couple, but no follow-up there from Phoenix 1 as C9 continue to see cheer in mid.
Yeah, and Phoenix 1 just kind of have to stop the bleeding and...
Jensen's the target, going to try and get peeled away. Good stun there as Pyrian able to land that kill. Mike Young does fall down. The ultimate from Special to try and continue the play, but Jungler dead, so no more engaged.
Well, also at the same time, Impact 30 CS up, shoving the bottom wave. Zig hasn't really gotten to be a part of this. He's 2 levels down. And it's just been rough life for him. Got ganked early. Not able to do much on the bottom side of the map either.
You can see again, C9 trying to bounce that pressure back and forth. Sneaky did move towards the top lane, but I think that's already shoving, so instead C9 going to move back towards mid perhaps.
Yeah. And C9 need to keep the pace of this game up, so having that mid lane tier 1 go down is what they want. They want to be able to get wards around top and mid, and then just keep pressuring. They have the wave clear advantage. You have to put Arrow in one lane. You can't put him across the map. And they'll be able to push down because of the fact that this composition, just from the perspective of pressure, just has more on Cloud9's side early. Later, you'll get the 1-3-1 for Phoenix1. And you can see this punish onto Jensen, but then also Mike Young going down. Just a trade there of 1-for-1, and then everybody resets and just grabs waves. Yeah, you have to keep the pressure up, so we'll see if Contracts goes for something here.
Yeah, really good positioning just in the Raptor camp. As P1 actually peel off together to get some vision down and donate the blue buff to Pyrion.
Oh, they're going down bottom. Cloud9 are going to try to kill Zig here.
Not quite getting cut off here, but the rest of the team's there. Puts the wall down, hops off, and now Zig going to get rooted back in. Knocked the other way as there's the play from Smoothie. Just knocked around all over the place. Zig falls to Jensen.
Yep, and now mid lane, Arrow is shoving it, trying to get that tier 1, but Cloud9 are going to say, all right, we'll trade at tier 1. We'll put pressure on the bottom side of the map and this inhibitor turret. We'll see what happens here, because remember, Arrow is that sole source of wave clear that they really have to worry about, and now here's all this damage on this turret.
Impact can join as well, so C9, huge amount of initiative here in the bottom lane. Going to be able to take down this inhibitor turret. Inhibitor itself will stay unthreatened, but C9 opening up a big hole in the map they can try and exploit.
These trade deals, man. Over and over again. Because of the wave clear being exploited, wherever Arrow is, just go somewhere else, make a play. They were able to exploit Zig there, who's just kind of starved for farm now down 42 CS. You know he wanted to farm that wave. They're preying on that, and immediately just went there and got it. So Cloud9 really just identifying a lot of the issues in P1's macro game when there's pressure on them early.
And I feel like such a big change from the C9 we saw in the last weekend, where even when they had advantages with like Impact's Gnar, they weren't playing to side lanes nearly the same way. So certainly have refined a lot of those things. And I think, yeah, maybe having to relearn some principles here and there, but Pat seems to be helping out for the team, and certainly a lot more together than they were in their 0-2 week.
Exactly, and as a connoisseur of memes, the one about Jensen not spreading his lead around enough is sometimes true, where he gets attention and it doesn't go to other side lanes. Well, when he's playing the Taliyah, it's your job to do that, and he's been able to do that. So I'm loving his wall so far this game, and it's definitely a champion that circumvents that kind of play style that they fall into sometimes when Jensen's the only one who's doing well on the team.
So Sneaky and Arrow having a duel. Arrow losing the early trades. Looks like another Dirk up for Sneaky, so the return of Lethality Jin appears to be in full force from the solo queue. Now into an LCS Siren. I'm hoping that's a Duskblade for Sneaky, and that's my assumption.
Yes, I would assume so as well. The Duskblade, exact same build path as Youmuu's, by the way. It's a Caulfield's Warhammer and a Serrated Dirk.
Daggers everywhere.
Yep, just buy both. They don't know what you're going for, and you eventually just buy both of them anyway. So 8 daggers for your first 2 items. How's that? Sounds like a great build path.
Once upon a time, there was a very well-known top laner that loved to build daggers. He would be proud of the metagame we have now found ourselves in. That was PDD, for anyone playing Trivia at home. Jarvan expert and dagger connoisseur.
Exactly, I remember the Jarvan.
Just every game, man.
It's funny.
So many daggers.
Even like thinking about Ray's old builds, right?
Yeah.
It's like, what are you going for? Oh,
daggers, only daggers. Good cut off there from Jensen, but the ulti from Xpecial might turn it back around. Torn gonna try and land in with a great double stun. The root lands in with the playback from Smoothie as Jensen, barely alive, gets healed out of it. With a massive amount of knockbacks, gonna lock up Contract. Impact still trying to fight it out, but C9 on the retreat. Another good knockback as Pyrian's chasing him down. Impact, he's tying up as many as he can, but the carries are gonna finally get a pick onto Pyrian. Impact going down, finally he gets feasted on by Zig. Huge team fight win for P1.
P1 want this, and right now, Mike Young is kind of getting blown up.
They don't want this though.
Zig has to tank both the Dragon and the shots. Mike Young is going to actually get one back there. Jensen's going to try to flank. He's going to try to kill.
Oh, Mike Young.
Oh, he went to the Dragon.
A few more seconds. Zig now gets chased out. Sneaky. Silence going to land in. Sneaky going to get knocked up, but he dodges the next hit. Movement speed. No, not enough. The autos do take him down. And P1 even going to get the Drake out of the deal.
All right. I said it earlier where Phoenix1 scale and want to have those team fights with the Sivir ulti and the Xpecial Taric ulti. And if you make a mistake as Cloud9, you could lose the game. Right here is a great example. Arrow actually gets over the wall with Blast Cone so you can participate. They all rush in. Impact actually doesn't make contact there, gets rooted before the end of his taunt, and then just the rush down. There was so much threat on that front line, just rushing straight past. Impact nowhere in sight near his back line, so Jensen and Sneaky have to run, and they're already taken low by these tanks. And that's the thing about having multiple tanks on your team and this invulnerability is you get to trade damage for free, take 0 in response, and then you're able to dish out a lot. And that's why we've seen a lot of these tanks come back, is the fact that they can deal a decent amount of damage. When we see like a Gargoyle or Stoneplate come out for Zig, he's going to be nomming people for like 1,700 true damage, and it gets pretty ridiculous. But he's looking at that possibly 3rd item plus here.
Nice windfall though for P1 as they close that gap. C9 still up 3,000 gold, but equalizing those Drakes and getting a team fight win is a step in the right direction for Phoenix 1. C9 still playing very much of these long side lanes as well, with the mid-outer turret still being up for P1. That's kind of the one geographical advantage P1 currently sit with. So now going to, again, use some of that momentum and roam up towards the top side, because Sneaky is looking very vulnerable.
Yep, turret dive. Smoothie's going to try to save him.
And Zig's going to try and deny that impact up as well. Going to try and buy a lot more time. Silence lands in, but Smoothie able to kite them out for a little while longer. Root lands in. There's the Tornadoes. Arrow actually takes that contact on the other side of the map. Rest of P1 up here, though. Whoa.
All that damage onto Arrow now. As soon as it hits, they're going to dive.
Time to dive in. Flash stun for Special finds 2. Impact back in with the root, but Cloud9 still fighting it out. Jensen with a good little bit of root down, but does take down Zig as the ult wears off.
Wants Arrow, he wants Arrow.
Looking for Arrow, does get it, but Jensen now snared up, finds a triple, but is going to fall down. Mike Young able to get that kill on another bloodbath in top lane.
There's a 4 for 3. These team fights, if you keep playing on P1's terms, they got to the point now where they can force. We talked about how Cloud9 early game, Lee Sin can force, Talia can force. Now they have Sivir and Taric freed up. You can constantly go for tower dives. And this is going to get pretty disgusting pretty quick. I hope your play-by-play is ready, Pastry, because this game's about to get explosive, and I feel like a lot of these team fights, easy to execute from Phoenix 1, very difficult to navigate as Cloud9, because you have to also navigate the early part of it, the macro game, because here comes the wall. It's just going to root everybody up. Jensen's going to get hit by it, or sorry, Sneaky's going to get hit by it, and then chain rooted, and they just are able to obliterate people under turret. Contracts got taken out very early there, because we saw him kind of walk by and be like, oh, just, you know, taking a casual stroll by the Sivir, trying to get to the fight.
Pretty ridiculous amount of damage by both sides, though, for C9.
Phoenix 1 scales so well, too.
And again, that gold lead closes. 2,000 gold up now for Cloud9, who are barely 3,000 before that last team fight.
And now you definitely can't stay in the lane that Arrow's in, because we talked about a long time ago how Sivir's just wave clear when we made it so Ricochet crit is disgusting. Now the Static Shiv is in the state that it's in, where it has enormous wave clear and crit and does a lot of damage to minions. Arrow's going to be able to be more than enough wave clear here for the lack of wave clear of Kassadin.
And again, C9 going to just have to go back to kind of that 1-3-1 formation. Impact back down to the bottom side. Ultimate's ready. Jensen going to do the same with his up towards that top lane.
But it makes you so easy to pick off in a side lane. And Phoenix 1, whenever they see Impact on a side lane, you're just going to push your go buttons, try to force him to come to you, because he wants to go for that inhibitor right now, right? He's actually walking past the minions to try and force something. Impact is actually going Rambo.
I mean, has to do something here. I think Cloud9 know that straight-up team fights are not their forte at this stage of the game.
Yep, you got to back, got to deal with this whole somebody there. Pyrion will probably answer because he has teleport.
And looks like he will. Impact unlikely to die, but pretty long lane to go running from. And Impact's like, yeah, I don't want to try.
Yeah, but he has to pull people away. He has to pull people to him, or else he's just casually kind of looking for CS, and then everybody's going to engage, because you have better engage tools, in my opinion, on Phoenix 1s, where the Sivir ultimate plus the Taric ultimate are very good in tandem. It's actually funny. I was talking to Smoothie last night when he was streaming, and I was like, what do you think about Taric? And he's like, I think he's all right. You know, I see him like once every 6 games. We'll see.
Oh my goodness.
Power of Taric makes it in this game.
Young flashes in. The wall's going to move them all back in a huge bouncing castle. Gets one, a sneaky fall. Smoothie going to go down next with Impact. He makes it in time with the ultimate, but I don't think he can save anybody else.
Yep, and now there's a Baron on the table. I don't know if they're going to push for it, though. I feel like you might siege mid. Maybe they're going to look for something here. Pyrion kind of low.
Xenon hoping for a pick off.
Actually, I think you do Baron, because how do you screw it up with Cho'Gath? Exactly.
That's one of those things where you kind of think about all the different things that Cho'Gath can do.
And with 2 tanks, Mike Young should be in a different position here. X-Special's the one zoning, but there's easier access to Arrow.
Yeah, Impact actually moving in. His special does moving. Decent wall there from Jensen trying to trap them in the pit. But Impact, he's straight into the back of it. This Baron should be P1.
Nom it.
But they actually just keep fighting. Does nom it down and goes over to FLICKR and now stunned into the pit. That's Impact falling down to the rest of P1. Whoa. Aggressed on Pyrion.
Deathfire.
Get a kill. DFT's enough. There's a double kill for Kassadin.
And they messed up, and FLICKR now have the lead. It was brutal in the early game for them. Cloud9 were doing so well, and then you drop the ball once, and the team fight just starts snowballing over and over again. This composition from FLICKR is just disgusting if they make it to the mid game. So there's so much pressure on Cloud9 to close the game out early, and then these types of fights will happen. You can see Pyrion jumps onto Jensen, forces him back, so he can't really keep contesting, and that pulled Contracts back as well. Contracts was more concerned with guarding Jensen than stealing the Baron, and it would have been impossible to as well, because Zig actually went for a 900 damage Baron execute there.
I mean, yep, C9, I think the only way we get this Baron is if we kill all of P1, which not really going to happen, but have to try something. And now P1, they find themselves up in gold with the Baron, and now going to take away the Infernal Drake.
And so FLICKR kind of have the S plus and S tier like jungler in terms of like how likely you are to win games, because the enemy team has to play perfect early and mid and late game, or hopefully not have a late game against this team comp, because there's so much engage power. And then they paired it with a Sivir. It's so hard to not start fights. Here comes double Righteous Glories. And they're able to just go in, they're going to camp that, make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah, Impact cancels that TP. Ultimate not up for a little while.
Pyrion's going to split push with Lichbane now, and Zhonya, so he can team fight and split push. Well, the Kassadin, kind of hard to answer now, almost level 16 at that level 16 power spike where his Rift Walk becomes a 1.5-ish second cooldown based on his CDR.
And that turret should fall here. Minion's going to make enough work of it. No, Jensen actually clears him out. Pyrion leaves a little early, but
go for
damage is done, and now the mid tier 2 is threatened.
Yeah, it's right on time for when he wants to leave, because the fact that it allows him to get this mid turret. And now they get to go back and forth, and now FLICKR making it interesting.
Cute play there from Pyrion. Just Rift walks over and gives the turret the final slap it needed. C9, they kind of know they have to force a fight here, because they had the global pressure advantage, it felt like at one point, but with Pyrion being at the power point that he's at right now.
Yeah. So it was like Zig was 2 levels down behind Impact, but now Pyrion is a level up over Jensen, and so he has a large advantage, and now hitting that level 16 and that power spike of the Kassadin, it's a 1.2 second cooldown Rift Walk, so very constant in terms of how much he can do them. Very constant in terms of how constantly he can do it.
Constantly doing it, by the looks of things. Blue buff over to Pyrion as well, going to make that even easier. C9 do Zerg down the mid turret, so finally able to bust open the outer section of the map, but that'll be evened up by P1 as they take this top outer and look to play with the next 35 seconds of their Baron buff.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the CS now. It's like Zig, he's down about 60, but it doesn't matter because he's part of those team fights, right? Gets the Righteous Glory, presses it, silences everybody for 2 seconds because you max the W second. Just the team fight power of FLICKR's comp is pretty unrivaled in this game. It's going to be so hard for C9 to win in terms of a team fight in a 5-on-5, but even split pushing, they don't have as many TPs, and the Kassadin is just really difficult to answer. Here comes the dive.
Another Maokai ulti.
Looking for turret damage more than anything.
Everybody's going down to the way, gets a double root on the back end of it as C9 going to try and find it out.
Derek ulti.
Viking actually, kicked out of it, doesn't get in. Jensen able to pick him off, but Impact already fell. Inhibitor turret falls down, and now the inhib itself threatened by the rest of P1. A hook lands again, though, in onto Zig. Forced to flash out of the way. C9 still do a decent amount of damage as Contracts faints in, baiting out that Tarek stun.
Yeah, Arrow flashed as well. He flashed and healed. Like, he spooked him.
Well, C9 still take a lot of hits there as FLICKR able to knock down the turret in that top lane. Inhibitor will stand, so a bit of breathing room for C9, but a monumental Baron power play to give P1 the lead.
Yeah, and so here comes the Maokai ultimate just being used. Nature's Grasp just to make sure that everybody is zoned away. They'll push Sneaky back, they'll push Contracts back, and then Jensen has the wall to prevent the retreat. Really well played there on the Talia, and then the kick out there to kill Mike Young and make sure he doesn't get the invulnerability. They get the turret, and they don't get much more after that. They get some inhibitor damage. Then this is going to end up forcing the Cho'Gath flash, and it's also going to get the flash out of Arrow. Well, sometimes going for the feint is worth it.
A nice few plays there from C9, but it's only little advantages that they're really building here.
Yeah, and right now it's so hard to go up against this team comp and the items are coming in as well. We have the Gargoyle Stoneplate from Zig.
Oh, it's just slowed for so long. Special going to get kicked back in. Root, no, doesn't land there from Sneaky. He's just going to miss that W.
Yep. Like I was saying, we have these items coming in, like the Gargoyle Stoneplate for Zig, so he has the true damage bite on that scales with bonus HP. Gargoyle Stoneplate counts as doubling your HP, and it's all bonus HP. We'll check in on his stacks. He's at 8 stacks right now. You can actually get another one from minions. Surprised that he hasn't gone for one. The way that the stacks work on Cho'Gath now is it says you can get 6 total stacks from minions or monsters, or non-epic monsters. He's at 5 out of 6. So it'll just say you can get 6 from it. He is at 8 right now. It means you can keep getting more. So he's just missing out a little bit there.
He'll find one. I think he's more concerned with nomming champions as Sneaky does get the red buff miraculously right out from under Phoenix1, who are looking to steal off. But the real prize is this inhibitor in top lane. With Baron spawning back up in a minute, it's a prime bit of real estate. Yeah, the Phoenix1 to demolish.
And we're going to have Cho'Gath push in the mid lane instead of the bottom lane, a much closer lane to rotate to. And so he'll try to get control of the mid section here, the areas in between. And then you can kind of path between the two. And then force. I feel like Phoenix1 right now, you can just say, eh, screw it, hit all your buttons, let's force it. Toledo Wall comes out.
Oh, nice wall, actually going to cut off Purian, but he's the one that gets over it easily. So Rift walk over, Sivir ult popped. Zig taking damage on the front line, but he soaked so much. Hasn't even popped the stone plate yet. Inhibitor does fall down. P1 just brute force their way through there in top lane.
Just forcing it. And they can do that every time they have Sivir ultimate. You just make everybody super fast.
That was also the only ultimate they used.
Yep.
So still plenty of tools left to fight. Cino not quite able to get as many cooldowns as they would have liked, and pings on the Baron already. It's up in 10 seconds as Phoenix1 going to throw the control ward in the pit. They've already swept out the area, and Cloud9 going to have to face check a brutal team fight combo.
Yep. They don't have the Sivir ultimate, but they have one Righteous Glory up right now. Starting it.
Yep.
Oh, all the wards.
I mean, they get a little bit of temporary vision.
They're actually going to continue to give them vision here. Zig is kind of in charge of the smite duties here. Yep. They have Taric ulti.
Gonna try and kill Special, but he's just a little too tanky. Good knockback again. The invulnerability's coming down as Mike Young already taken down Impact. Smoothie bound up by the Nature's Grasp, and Purian dominating takes him down as Jensen followed in from the root. Purian's gonna flash forward and knock them all back. And Purian gonna grab that double. Sneaky, one of the few remaining members now dead as Arrow gets that kill on Contracts, who cut the wave as best again, but P1 going to try and end through top lane.
They don't want that wave. They're going to go through top, exactly like you said, Pastry. Phoenix1 trying to strike back here. This is most likely to end the game here with 30-second death timers.
Respawn's a little too long. TP in from P1. Cho'Gath will return to the scene of the crime. Nexus turret 1 down. Nexus 2 soon to follow, and Zig, a celebratory Righteous Glory romping through the Nexus. Phoenix1 going to tie it all up and force a third game. This series has been so much fun so far. Two very different team comps played to excellence by both sides.
And I feel like if there was a title for this series, it's Welcome to 7.14, because everybody is just playing all these different champions, and we're seeing like the Kayn come out and it's like, well, maybe we can't deal with that. Ban it away. They take the Cho'Gath and Maokai, and people are figuring out now through trial and error what the priority on these champions should be, right? I think that you prioritize the Maokai a little bit higher than the Cho'Gath. We saw Phoenix1 do that with the first pick. And then if the Cho'Gath isn't taken by the other team that early on in their first 2 picks, then you get to take it and you can flex them both. And then you have a better jungle clear, you have great scaling, and then they picked so much in terms of scaling alongside it that it's pretty ridiculous. Like, we saw Cloud9 have an early game advantage, and I said it at the start, you have to play so well all throughout the game, or else you're going to lose it off of a few mistakes.
And they did. It just wasn't throughout the whole game. And as soon as that one team fight happened around Phoenix1's red buff, you could kind of see, oh no, this is why you can't make mistakes. This team punishes so well.
That's how I win games. Is that everybody's feeding, and then the tanks come online, and you're like, hold on, just wait for it, and now you're ready to go.
Well, breaking point certainly hit. We've got our analyst desk standing by to break down that game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Phoenix1 striking back in a pretty dominant fashion again. Once they got control of the game, really closed it out strongly against the C9 squad. Let's talk about these team comps and the adjustments that Phoenix1 made coming into Game 2, because we had a lot of questions around how they would respond to the domination from C9 in Game 1, and they do return to that Cho'Gath pick.
but they support it in a really different fashion.
Right, and I think I'm watching Zig's Cho'Gath the first 2 games that he's been on. It hasn't been super impressive in terms of where he puts his ruptures, how he uses them. But the thing is, if you give him nice, easy setup, it doesn't matter. If you're Maokai W somebody, you put the rupture underneath, great, that person's not moving for a very long time.
Exactly.
And so this team comp becomes a bit of a face roll team comp, one of those death ball ones you used to hear about back in the day when Sivir was a little more popular. You kind of press R, you speed everybody in, they had double Righteous Glory, and you lock down one target and you delete them instantly. And it's especially good against C9's comp where they have double immobile backline threats with the Taliyah and the Jhin. So if you ever get this kind of situation where there's no turret within, 1,000 range of you, they're going to gap close instantly and kill you.
Yeah, triple tank with the utility to get in from the Sivir, as well as another dive threat from the Kassadin as he powers up. On the flip side, again, a very standard team comp. This is something we've seen many teams play, but it does put the onus on C9 to maybe get that Taliyah pick rolling in the mid lane and then extend those advantages using her ult as well as the Shen to maybe get the bot lane moving and then execute from there. But it leaves very little room for error.
All things considered, I think they did execute the early game well enough to have won this game. Zig, like we were saying, struggling a little bit in the matchup, fell behind early on, was forced out of lane very quickly by Impact. And then you see early, Taliyah and Lee Sin visit up there, they get some kills, and then they start forcing around the bot side. Not the cleanest execution, but eventually they took 2 turrets down on the bot lane, and they had snowballed up to about a 3,000 gold lead pre-20 minutes, which should be enough.
Exactly. But again, as we mentioned, it requires very clean execution from the squad. 19 minutes into the game, a 3 for 2 actually ends up being a 4 for 2 with a late sneaky kill after the Dragon as well. But here we go, failed engage from C9, gives Phoenix 1 the opportunity to strike back here on the counter engage.
Yeah, you just see that big pig pile onto the back line there. They kind of put themselves in that position by getting caught out in the choke. Made it a very easy team fight to execute, as well as having a well-timed ultimate out of especially. He had a number of really well-placed Taric ultimates. Can be a difficult ability to use, and once they delete 2 people instantly, the rest of the front line is just too big to die. So even though you do lose Arrow and Kyrian here, Zig and Mike Young are able to stay alive throughout this whole situation, and the 2 carries still alive for C9 can actually punch through their health bar.
Absolutely. Almost going down here. Mike Young, twisted advance, gets a little bit of health back, and the shield. Sneaky will go down here. Jensen will escape. But again, a 4 for 2. Not like the largest gold swing in the world, but it's just enough to put Phoenix 1 over that threshold in terms of the differential between them and C9 to be too tanky to beat from that point onward.
Yeah, because it starts being where now they can just group up mid and start forcing down. They finally got off their back foot, and they were, like you said, still behind, but even enough that at this point you can find a chance to press R all at the same time and run at somebody, and they were able to start doing that. And that's really where things came off the hinges for C9, because as soon as they started, dying, they couldn't stop. It was just this kind of downhill effect where they just keep running at you. They have so many go buttons. Even if the Sivir ult's down, you have 2 Righteous Glories. You have, the flash available. The Kassadin mobility is just so strong.
Strategy talk here for Phoenix 1 as they're moving into Game 3. Got to pick it up in order to take the series, but let's talk about, again, how this comp wants to play. And we had a very perfect example of how this comp wants to play come 24 minutes into the game. Hit that ultimate button on the Sivir, group this 5, pick any target, and just annihilate them.
Yeah, you see that basically Engage started all the way back near their turret. They end up near the mid lane turret of C9. They pick off 2 people instantly, no mobility, no way to really get out of there. A box is not really going to deter that. No flay is enough. And they get the 2 kills instantly. And that's the thing is, while P1's team comp doesn't necessarily have great AoE, and it's not like a giant Orianna ultimate, they're going to instantly single target 1 member down. And as soon as that guy is dead, you're fighting a 4v5.
Right. I love the way that Zyrene encapsulated, saying that we've gotten to that point in the game where for Phoenix 1, it's a no-brainer execution, and it's going to become increasingly more difficult for C9 to navigate these fights. Once again, that one right there definitely turned the game. We even saw C9's Baron contest was pretty much all for naught. That's like rolling the dice there, hoping that you get an insta-kill on a sweet Thresh hook or something of the likes.
That's basically what you have to do, and it's such a hard thing to ask because you do have those big, beefy frontline members. A giant Cho'Gath blocking for that Sivir to actually walk up and hit turrets. A champion that's usually low range can struggle in doing so. A lot easier when you have 3 tanks.
Almost impossible to thread that needle. Player of the game going to X Special. A ton of key ultimates. Again, again, when we talk about C9 are playing that early game correctly, if it weren't for some of the ultimates out of X Special, maybe the gold lead balloons to a point where it isn't redeemable.
Right, in that replay in the first one that we had, you saw how he was able to protect them while they ran forward and actually got the first 2 kills. Also, there's one bot lane play where C9 really over-aggressed during the ultimate of X Special. They used the Talia W as well as Contracts went for a flash kick. They end up doing no damage, and P1's able to turn that, which stemmed the bleeding and just bought more and more time. And that was really impressive out of X Special.
I think this is where we return to that discussion around the assassins and lethality versus the viability of tanks, because again, a very standard team comp out of C9, and there were ways for them to win, but this is terrifying to know that, hey, as soon as I pick a Jhin, the other team has the option to draft 3 tanks and say, come at me, you're not going to kill all 3 of us.
That's the thing, is right now there's so many good tanks down the bot lane. I mean, we talk about Tarek, something that was changed on 7.14. They changed the Q as well as his passive and how he generates his charges for that
We
spell.
already had Braum and Tom Kench.
You already had those
Alistair got his changes.
So you're looking at a lot more supports, you're looking at a lot more junglers, and the fact that top lane has always been at least somewhat representative with tanks in there. So you can end up with these 3 tank team comps very easily, and that is something that shuts down the double lethality, single lethality very easily.
Right. Now, Shen, as a pick, where do you land on that? Because you already mentioned that, hey, level 1, sure, he gets that kind of push advantage, but especially against something like Cho'Gath, I don't see beyond level 3 this being a super impactful pick. And then again, just already in the meta, he wasn't necessarily S tier.
I think it's a little bit surprising to see Zig lose that matchup as hard as he did early on, and it's probably just unfamiliarity because Cho'Gath has been meta for exactly 1 week. How many scrims have you gotten? Have you played this matchup? Most likely not, so I can understand losing it. But then the thing is, if it is going even, you should have your Q and your E to wave clear. Shen needs to get his TM out before he can do that. The one reason this got kind of out of control is, like we were saying, with Maokai versus Lee Sin in the jungle and Talia versus Kassadin, pre-6, you're just going to get shoved in over and over, and that kind of spilled over into the top lane.
Now again, something Phoenix One has to consider here, moving back to red side, is the fact that Maokai, which they're able to secure this time around, Cloud9 played it in game 1, right? So they might be very willing to just take that away, which makes, again, that Cho'Gath pick that much less viable, especially for Zig, who isn't necessarily showing, 100% proficiency on the champion alone.
True, but you can still find other things to set it up. Do you go back to the Sejuani? We saw Mike Young play that last week. It didn't work out for him, but it wasn't like, oh, he was bad. It was just that they tended to lose a lot of skirmishes in their laning phase. So you could potentially see a similar enough team comp. We're talking about the Tarek. Maybe that ends up being banned now that C9 moves back to blue side, but who knows? Maybe they grab the Alistar for more setup.
Right. Another thought, too, especially for the C9 side, is that, okay, knowing that you might play into triple tank again, just finding more consistent DPS. Talia definitely has the ability to pump out damage. Jhin, however, as you mentioned, has trouble getting in, dancing around fights, and of course, when building into tanks, unless you beat that threshold, you're at that threshold, you're like 2K ahead of everyone, and then you're just one-shotting tanks. If you're not there, then Jhin becomes incredibly ineffective against tanks.
It's a race. Are you going to get your double pen before they get their double armor item?
Right.
And in this game, they were ahead of enough, and then they made that one mistake. Your tank completes a gargoyle stone play, and now your Jhin is pew-pewing a 8,000 health Cho'Gath, not quite going to get through that health bar.
Either way, we have ourselves a series. After the break, we'll see if Phoenix One can close out the comeback in Game 3 versus Cloud9. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the North American LCS.
Why is your monitor so weird, Impact?
Because I'm trying this out, I want see mini map more easy.
I'm gonna turn my monitor like this so I can only look at the mini map.
Yeah. Does knock out Impact, but damage still coming out. The silence is good. Jensen taking up a few too many hits.
I can touch. Yeah. I'm cut. I'm not letting. Yo, nice. Yeah. Hey, That's good.
Sneaky! Gonna get knocked up, but he dodges the next hit! Movement speed, no, not enough. The autos do take him down.
Jhin. Thresh. I'm dead, man.
Hey, I'm not telling you.
Hello.
1 second. W.
Good job.
Imperium's gonna fly forward and knock them all back. Imperium gonna grab that double. Sneaky. One of the few remaining members now dead as Arrow gets that kill. Welcome back to the deciding game in this series between FNIX1 and Cloud9. Cloud9 put up a hell of a fight in the early game, but that team comp just took over the mid game for FNIX1.
Yeah, I kind of equate that whole series or that whole like draft to, it's kind of like Lucian top, right? If you have control of the entire early game with your draft, does that make it a bad draft if you mess up once and then the game will snowball back on you? But you had all the options and all the ways to control the early game, right? So does that make it bad or does that make it good because you had the ways of actually winning the game there? I would feel like it's a risky draft, right? And it's one that can have that happen. And against a team that can play defense and has tanks that can scale, I would say it goes a little over the line and it gets into that bad territory.
I think in general we've seen Cloud9 gain a lot of leads recently, but not necessarily convert, and they were struggling to do that last week. I think mostly not identifying how they should be winning the game. This time around, they knew what they needed to, and just didn't execute that well. So we'll see what changes here on the blue side for Cloud9. Let's see what FNIX1 have cooked up over on the red. LeBlanc, the first ban there. There's Tariq, and they instantly joined for C9. Yeah. And that standard Zac ban for FNIX1 to start off their champ select.
I feel like FNIX1, I think you ban Maokai. I feel like the Maokai priority is so high, but then you have to always think about, does that mean they just first pick Cho'Gath? What happens? But I feel like Maokai is just a cut above almost everything else in the game that you can play in these roles, and it's so hard to deal with. And once again, it's blue side Maokai for Cloud9, which means your jungler is going to have a super leash with those saplings on both sides, which Cloud9 had set up last game. So blue side Maokai, I think first pick, a lot of power in that champion.
Does feel like it, but we'll see what Cloud9's final ban is here. Might go for another support. Don't want to pick on X Special, but certainly a lot of discussion happening. Last ban is Thresh, so again, going to pick on X Special, take out the Tariq from game 2.
This means...
Once again, deny the Thresh.
They traded the Tariq ban for the Nidalee ban that they had in game 1. Now, what do you ban? Elise is very common, but I don't think you do it. The Blitzcrank is something they had banned on red side last time, and I think Maokai.
Have to think about Maokai, have to think about Kayn. FNIX1 have a lot to potentially ponder here.
That's true. It's a lot of pressure.
And again, taking all that time. They actually banned Bard, so they're going to pinch the support pool. Kind of match Cloud9 there, but now C9, all right, well, do we just do the obvious thing and take our top laner here? Maokai's been so successful already in the series, it jumps out as the expected first pick, but Cloud9 going to deliberate.
Yeah, and last time Cloud9 was blue side in this series, Caitlyn was up, so they first picked Caitlyn, and then Cho'Gath went over to FNIX1. And I feel like you can't leave Maokai up, or else they just pick Maokai Cho'Gath in their 1-2 spots. So they have to pick it, and I feel like you have to answer with the Cho'Gath here as well.
Well, FNIX1 may maybe think that Cloud9 don't play Cho'Gath. They didn't take it on the red side last game, although they did want to get their nice bottom lane. So hard to exactly say, but Gragas, who's hit a lot of bans this series already, is actually going to be that first pick here for P1.
Yeah, banned in the second series by FNIX1, and now it's kind of been that most played jungler right now across all regions, the one that's left up that people can play. And there they go. You're picking 2 tanks very early on. It's Tank Wars.
Certainly feels
World
that
of
way.
Tanks.
Yeah, something like that. As that Cho'Gath does move in for FNIX1's second pick. Cloud9 considering this next one here. If they want Kayn, they probably have to take him in this phase.
Yeah. Something that happens, though, to the meta, whenever you have big tanks that have things like the Thornmail being rushed and stuff like that, I feel like the AD carry becomes more utility, right? Sivir, Ashe will maybe come back, Jhin will still be there, maybe Varus. But when you have things like Caitlyn or Tristana, it becomes kind of harder to, because like her power spike lines up with tank power spikes. So having early game activity to shut down tanks is kind of what you want more from your AD carry position.
Well, there is the Kayn pick for contract, so clearly feeling a lot of confidence in the pick. And it has got that Maokai Kayn again that they can really jumpstart that early jungle, but Braum also picked up here for C9 with so many supports already banned. They're kind of trying to take the best one left.
Yeah, I just realized like Kayn got locked in the first time, I went crazy. Kayn gets locked in the second time, and I've seen it already. Not as excited anymore. But Contract's playing the Kayn in the game 1, he had so much help. And Braum, I would say, is the best super leasher for the bottom side. And blue side, I feel like Cloud9, right now, these first 3 champions are like some of the best champions for setting up a jungle leash in the entire game, especially on blue side. So Contracts is going to get a lot of help this game.
I mean, did in game 1, it worked out excellently for the team. Well, I imagine that will follow suit here in the third. Corki, though, is the pick for Pyrian in the mid lane, so we'll see if FNIX1 do want to protect this by throwing a couple bans at Jensen's way.
Yeah, I think they'll do that. Maybe the Syndra, and the Kassadin is actually a hard counter to the Corki because Kasten's passive is he takes 15% less magic damage at all times, and because Corki is 80% magic damage on his passive, that means you actually start the game with pre-nerf Ninja Tabi's passive against Corki. So you're taking 12% less auto attack damage from Corki the entire time, so Kasten can't get poked out as easily.
Well, good ban there for P1 as Cloud9 with Zyra once again continuing to pick on X Special here in Champ Selects.
It's interesting. It's a lot of these like team fighters, but that's strange because I didn't really ever consider X Special like a gigantic Zyra player. So interesting that they would try to go for that because he doesn't really play too much for the lane from what we've seen.
I like the Orianna ban though for FLICKR, taking that kind of stable pick away from Jensen.
But there's still Syndra.
There's always still Syndra.
Yeah, and like Corki's okay into Syndra. Most Corkis will take like the exhaust and try to match the exhaust with the ultimate. But I don't think it's like an overwhelmingly strong matchup against the Syndra in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, Corki has almost no overwhelmingly strong matchup. He just wants to
neutral.
Shoot minions out of his little plane and then get 3 items and win. As there's a Rakan ban from Cloud9. So continuing to take supports away from X Special, but if X Special really wants a playmaking support, Alistar is still available. I mean, I'm very impressed already that X Special, a player who's been very narrow in his support selections, all split long, and it's kind of always been that way, is all of a sudden just branching out. He's shown us 2 new support picks already. Now, granted, one of the most Janna that didn't work out too well, but the willingness to play more things than is something we may not have expected from the player as Sivir is locked in here for Arrow once more.
Yeah, I don't like the Sivir so much here. It'll help the Cho'Gath get in, and like that pairing is super potent, but the Braum just blocks the ricochets, blocks the boomerang blades, makes it very ineffective in a team fight, and now you can play pretty much whatever you want in the AD carry position up against it. So you can play something like the Kog'Maw and the Hyperscale. I think that's actually not a bad pick here at all because you have a good front line that can peel for you with the Maokai and the Braum, and then you have mixed source of damage here because you aren't all magic damage here with the Kog'Maw and Maokai. You do have the Kayn.
Well, there is the Kog'Maw for Sneaky, so what's the final pick here for Jensen?
Is it Zed? I'm just saying. I mean, lethality's back, maybe. You never know. I can hope, I can dream, but I'll probably be disappointed, just like always.
Had a lot of surprises already, but looks like it may just be a standby here for Jensen.
Well, if last game you lost because you got outscaled, let's just play some scaling champions into these tanks. Let's not make it so we have to play perfectly the entire 30+ minutes of the game.
Yeah, you want to talk about tank busting capabilities? Cassio and Kog'Maw, 2 pretty good champions at that role. So nice little finish there on the carries for Cloud9. And now just the last pick required here for FLICKR. Looks like X Special actually going to get counter pick on us here for pick number 5, but it's kind of what I expected here. Rakan's gone, that's fine. I'll take Alistar.
Yep, Speedy Cow in the bottom lane. Got the buff to his ultimate that is now 5% higher damage reduction at all ranks. So 55 going all the way up to 75. Makes it so turret diving is easier at the rank 1 ultimate. But right now, I'm looking at these compositions. Cloud9, now they have the composition that scales, I would say, a little bit better here with the Kog'Maw and the Cassiopeia, but then they have the early game jungler who will get a really good leash from his entire team. So FLICKR, you have to watch out for the early unpredictability of Kayn in your jungle, especially when you run a team that has like this Cho'Gath and this Corki, which if they show up to try and reinforce, they don't really add too much to the fact like Kayn can walk through walls and stuff. So I feel like Contracts will try to be a little tricksy in the early game, try to allow his team to scale up and get whatever advantages he can.
Certainly feels like a champion that is very hard to predict where he can go. And I think the other thing for me is that Mike Young played Kha'Zix in game 1, which is a significantly more robust early game jungler. Gragas might find himself insanely far behind depending on how the early pathing goes. So certainly a lot of attention will be paid early on to the jungle routes. Cloud9 had it practiced to perfection in game number 1 and have all the tools to set it up again here. So certainly a lot to look for here. I think FLICKR rightfully picking a lot of fun and strong engage. So the carries may be good for Cloud9, but if they get picked off, you do almost no damage. In fact, you do 0 damage one day. That's why it's the best CC zone.
Exactly. And game 1, I hated the P1 comp because the lack of engage. Now game 2, they went really hard on it. And game 3, they're like, all right, let's do it again. Not as hard, because Maokai got taken away. But we'll see what happens here. This is the final game here to decide who was really second place at Rift Rivals.
That's really what it's all about. Well, we'll see what happens here. Again, C9 kind of fanning out. I wonder if P1 will adjust their game plans here at all. trying to spot out where Contracts are starting and maybe slow some of it down. We did see C9 try and invade towards that Raptor camp before, and looks like Arrow and Special are peeking around the area.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want to get some type of ward or some type of vision as Arrow and Special to like push in and be like, all right, wait for the timer. Is there anybody else here? Just make sure, because they haven't seen where Arrow or where Sneaky is. And if you face check a Braum, it's so difficult because he's just going to allow the Kog'Maw to get stacks on you. So they can't really get a ward in to see if the Maokai's placed any saplings, but Impact's going to walk down. It's going to make it Sapling Town. Throw them down. They last 30 seconds at rank 1, depending on your HP. So he throws one down. It's going to be on that red buff. 32 seconds, so he is running some early HP.
There's that one, and imagine Impact will place 2 more. Even had one to scout earlier, as P1 did not get any vision down. A nice neutral ward placed at the ramp, I think, or just around the river area, but Contract should be off to the races once more. You can see Sneaky and Smoothie already positioned for this leash. This will be this time, Zig should not be surprised.
Exactly. This is the exact same route, but the question is it a Zig gank route? Who knows?
Contract's going to quickly grab that red. Actually just walks over Smiter and leaves instantly.
All right, so he's already like a camp ahead at this point. I would say he's half a camp ahead. He just needs to do his blue buff. Don't think there's a little kitty form in this bush, so.
No, that's true. No extra help from Maokai this time. So, I mean, might be a buff somewhat. You see Maokai a little earlier, although I guess he put them down, so you actually have no idea with maybe looking at mana pools, and we're getting a lot of layers deep here to try and figure out exactly where he's going. But definitely see where Contracts goes. He's going to hit level 3 very speedy once again, 225 pretty much.
Yep. See, Mike Young is actually trying to answer this by a full red side clear with Krugs, which will get him 3. He's going to walk through the wall. Oh, not going to wall walk yet. Wants to save that. It's longer cooldown.
Tracking for the red buff and not going to see it. So Contracts going to maybe dip up towards that top side as Pyrian and Jensen fighting it out again. Mike Young clearing all those Krugs out, and smart pathing this time. Contracts went for the invade instead of the gank, and Contracts had nothing really to take there.
Yeah, Mike Young did a full red side clear into a back, so he'll be able to purchase a machete and then a control ward. Usually, if you do that path on Rek'Sai, it's kind of common, and you back for a long sword and control ward. But Gragas, you want to go tanky now? It's not so much for like Amp Tome or anything. The Runic Echoes, go for Cinderhole.
Contracts instead is going to clear out the rest of that left side of his jungle as Sneaky and Smoothie fighting in. Dude does get the stun down onto Alistar as Special went in for a bit of a trade, but pretty neutral as far as that total exchange goes. Looks like bot lane's sticking even on the farm as well. Arrow going to want to try and push in as often as possible, as fast as possible. And looks like we'll be able to do so here as this wave is about to crash towards the turret.
Yeah, and they know that Kane should be on this side of the map soon because he was top, cleared his full jungle. And it looks like Special roaming towards mid, Pyrian low.
Contracts here as well, though.
But they do see Special wrapping around. They're going to try to collapse on him.
Yep, Contract's in. Good headbutt there from Special. Contract still trying to dash towards him. Does get the slowdown from the W. Smoothie also roaming up here. Does move in. Does land the Q. Pyrian low. Sneaky and Arrow going to try and fight it out, but Kog'Maw a little bit better in the 1v1 right now.
Yeah. Arrow was able to kind of run away with the Warlord's Bloodlust over the fervor of battle. Just kite it out.
Everyone gets away safely. Special also takes a long way back to lane, but no harm there.
I saw that Special was using this skin, and I was like, does he strike you as somebody who would use the cowbell? I feel like Special's like really kind of stoic about those types of things. I don't take him for a troll, you know?
Certainly not Ole.
Yeah, exactly. It's like after he all-in'd there, I would have given him like 3 donks or something, you know? Would have hit that cowbell 3 times.
Not a donker.
Nope.
Well, maybe if he gets first blood.
Maybe.
He'll mix it up there as Jensen exhausts on a period. This could be a solo kill period. Too far forward. Does get the heal down auto. Not enough. Barely gets away there.
All summoner spells used there in that trade. And Storm Raider Surge is such a potent mastery, and we're seeing almost all mid laners take that now that are casters. Like we're seeing Talia, we're seeing Cassiopeia, even Syndra's do it, because the follow-up is all you really need. And once you go for the burst, you get to decide if you're going in or if you're coming out. And Pyrian used his Valkyrie earlier, so at that point you have just a huge movement advantage.
Yeah. Jensen going to get some help here from Contracts to shove that wave out, so Pyrian will lose quite a lot of this wave.
Contracts took a CS. No food for him. Jensen will deny it now.
We'll see what Jensen has to buy. Probably an early tier. There it is. As Pyrion returns with a respectful Magic Mantle. Smoothie backing onto Arrow, though, but Xpecial going to answer back. Stun about to land. Does hit onto Smoothie, but the damage is back in. Xpecial, no ultimate. Forced to burn the heal by Arrow.
Flash.
Good flash from Xpecial.
Yeah, had to flash there before Sneaky flashed or healed to catch up and give another auto attack in. And Xpecial went for the Ignite as well. Instead of having something like the Exhaust for Cassiopeia or Kog'Maw in the mid-late game, it looks like they're just trying to go for some kill pressure here. It's not quite Thunder Cow like old school Mata, where you would just, run Thunder Lords as well.
Yeah, not the same all-out aggression, but...
Yeah, it's actually kind of an awkward choice because you're in this position where you'd want to run Exhaust against their hyper carries, but the Ignite will help you kind of kill like Kayn if he gets ahead, right? Because Kayn went Darken last time and he got to a point where his spell vamp was just so high you need an Executioner's Calling, so the Ignite is kind of a necessity against that.
I think for me, against Braum, you just need some sort of pressure.
Yeah.
If you take Exhaust, you're effectively conceding the lane in every all-in, so Xpecial kind of threatening, I suppose, if nothing else.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? It's just kind of in an awkward place in terms of both of them would be good. It's just, do you want to be good late or do you want to be good early?
Yep.
And of course, most people will elect for the good early option because then you have more pressure on the map at the beginning. And if you transition that into like a good lead for yourself or any type of lead, then it's better than having to rely on your opponents not doing anything. That's why proactivity is so, sought after in League of Legends in the draft.
Certainly better to be the aggressor and asking questions rather than answering them as Impact. Just going to clear out a couple minions here, slapping them under the turret. Everything's going A-OK. CS pretty even across the board. Jensen does have a CS and pressure advantage in his lane, but other than that, it's nice and even. Certainly going to be a very different looking game for Contracts, who going to have to play a much fairer looking Kayn game. P1 have done a really good job kind of responding to a very, very new threat. And MikeYoung even trying to camp out. He's going to get stunned as a result. Looking for the all-in with the flash body slam into the cast. Jensen going to try and get the kill, but the knockoff from Xpecial claims MikeYoung first blood.
Yeah, everybody gets a piece of that one. Pyrion, he was kind of stunned while looking sideways. It still landed, though. It still wasn't enough, but because they had traded so many summoner spells, that just means everybody gets to show up there. MikeYoung blows the flash on the body slam and helps pick up that kill and get some first blood.
And all of a sudden, that pressure that Jensen had kind of dissipates with a nice bit of play from P1.
Right here, goes aggressive. Pyrion's like, all right, no comment. Still, oh, the TP in the back too, so they actually cancel a TP on that. So TP advantage for Zig. So they actually get a lot out of that as Phoenix1.
Man, Smoothie was there, but roamed up a little late.
Yeah, actually that affects pretty much the whole map because that means you have TP advantage top, you have kill advantage in mid, you have more pressure there as well, and then your jungle is actually in a better spot as a tank jungler up against the Kayn because now he has a little bit more gold off that first blood. So overall, that affects your whole top side of the map.
Yeah, and again, kind of interesting to see another kind of fighter assassin versus tank jungler matchup. Game 1, MikeYoung tried to match all that early game aggression with the Kazakhs and did not work out for himself. This time, looking a lot more comfortable on the tanks.
And everybody's playing a little bit safer because the unpredictability of Kayn. It's funny because like there's this Reddit post talking about Schrodinger pressure, and I always used to say it with Evelyn, where it was like, if you don't know where she is, she could be everywhere. So you have to kind of respect that. And in game 1, they weren't really respecting that the Kayn could be top lane that quickly. But once they know about it, all it takes is one time, and then they aren't fooled twice by the fact that he gets those really fast leashes and gets to the top side at 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, Hazek still farming it out, so again, be curious to track how effective he can be in a much closer game. P1 up in gold after that first blood, but not a massive lead by any means, about 600 gold up. And looks like Jensen's still farming it out.
Yeah, that gold lead is mostly MikeYoung, who's up about 300 right now, and then Xpecial, who's up about 200 himself, or 150. So MikeYoung already completing the Cinder Hulk. They're going to start up the Infernal Drake and get that.
Good early force here.
Kane's there, though.
No TP, so tough.
Actually, this is, yeah, you'd have to answer with teleport right now before Impact can interrupt it. Now they're flanked in. This is actually really bad for Phoenix1.
Just actually moving in, trying to seal it perhaps, but there's actually a kill onto MikeYoung, goes down as Sneaky. Able to get the kill now. Sneaky still firing away into Xpecial as the passive who's going to proc from Braum. Concussive blow seals Xpecial's fate, and C9 win the fight and get the Drake.
Just like last game, Phoenix1's early game moves are actually quite bad. The fact that they went for that and Zig didn't put himself in a place to TP, that was actually something that was kind of inexcusable. You should be in a way in like position to TP, and there's more ward control from Cloud9 on the bottom side of the map there.
Jensen chasing in, Q landed, so that's the go button for Cassio. Carrying there with the blue buff, able to wave her out with all his spells, and Hexdrinker will keep him much safer as well. Looks like Sneaky going to continue a run of pressure here on the bot side, but he also picked up a nice chunk of gold himself with a kill and an assist, so carry's starting to pick up steam here for Cloud9.
And I feel like Cloud9 outscale here with their carries. Yeah, like they just have more pressure. Contracts is there. It's a 4-on-4, but Contracts outplays, gets inside of the special, and they dealt so much damage to Mike Young, who was tanking for so long, and they didn't really have too many damage dealers there because Pyrion was locked up in the mid lane. So Cloud9 just with a good collapse and a good team fight on the back of that. It's just the macro game from them. It just seems to be better than Phoenix One's in the early game. They just seem to be off of games 1, 2, and 3, just a little bit of a cut above Phoenix One.
And now C9 actually retake the gold lead. Now the one's up about 600 plus with that Infernal Drake in. C9 have kind of invisible gold as they look to scale up. And like you said, they've got the carries that will benefit from these high damage buffing Drakes. As Zig playing a little safer here on that top side. Impact trying to line up another kill, but tank v tank is about as exciting as you think.
What are you talking about? I love this. I'll play this all day, every day. You get the ease, slow them down, get all the farm.
I mean, when 4 people total come to the lane,
it's a lane swap.
Oh, it's significantly more interesting, but nice ult there from Impact, just kind of buying some time.
Yeah, I mean, hit the minion wave as well. He's trying to thin it out so that they get first turret on bottom side. Trying to just avoid the matchup, I guess. Maybe go for a Rift Herald afterwards, because you can't trade a Rift Herald for a dragon that's not spawned. And that's first turret for Cloud9 off of, honestly, a little bit of a better macro move from them.
Yep. Late-ish swap for P1, but I think doing what they have to here will get the turret.
Yeah, Zig has to back and defend 1v2, possibly 1v3, because they actually don't know if Kayn is there or not. Because Pyrion is still in the mid lane. So Arrow will get solo turret gold here. The Rift Herald is being started up. We'll see if this Rift Herald turns into anything, or what happens with this bottom tier 2 turret, because Zig has to clear these minion waves.
Well, Pyrion also getting pressured here, so Sneaky, again, still firing away. Good stand off the wave there from Sneaky to dodge the AoE that Zig wanted to throw at the wave, and they're going to tank this turret for a little while longer, more than enough to take it down. And P1 are still taking down the Rift Herald. They made this trade last game and did basically no damage to the Rift Herald, so see if they can improve and kind of get the turret they're expected to get.
Exactly. If they get anything and it ends up being a better trade, it would have to be either 2 turrets or the mid turret, because I consider the mid turret just better than a bottom tier 2. Especially when Jensen's in that lane, you can kind of pin him down. And look at this, just the rotation to the other side.
Xenon here first though, good miasma. Zig gonna get slowed up there, the stun lands through. Zig gonna get trespass on, and Jensen able to get the kill. Contracts now trying to get up, but Impact's there to save him. Contracts flashes back towards his team. Mid turret getting low, P1 can't defend, 5v2. As Xpecial gets snared up, has his ulti, but it's just gonna get stunned to death.
Gonna keep going.
Able to get the kill.
And they are just being outplayed in terms of the rotation game here. All 3 games in the early game, C9 are just faster on how they get through and to the other turrets. Like, I feel like P1 take too much time to set up the turret dive and to actually execute on it. And we just are looking at a 4-1 turret lead for Cloud9 at 14 minutes.
5,000 gold up as well as a result. A huge swing in tempo for Cloud9, who retook the gold lead and then just all of a sudden roar ahead in this game. P1 going to be fighting a pretty uphill battle. Given that Cloud9 have had yet another spectacular early game. Of course, we have to raise the question, you know, can they more comfortably close this game? I think compositionally, they'll feel a bit better as Contracts gets the grump and bails out of the way.
Arrow was looking more for damage than to actually steal it there, because he did have an opportunity to do so, but Contracts just smites it, takes it. Now there's all these outer turrets for them to take. And Phoenix One, you'd expect them to be able to push and maybe get the bottom one, but the setup is very important here.
So back in mid lane, Contracts transforming, I think a similar time here. It looks like it will be back into Darkened form there as Rust.
Yeah, he was telling me 11 to 15 minutes is usually when he'll transform. Apparently in the first game, oh, it shivered there. It was very cool. Rift Herald. Anyway, yeah, he was saying that he was hitting a little bit too many of those range champions.
Yep. Got the wrong form.
Oh.
Good special there from Arrow. Impact it. Yeah, I got a flash specials. I'm going to chase you. Stun there after the auto with the trample stacked up and Impact. Maybe too tanky. Xpecial also tanking Far too many turret hits as Contract's going to try and reverse this.
And this is the impact that C9 fans are waiting to return, where he can outplay, set up, and now everybody's collapsing.
Oh no, now
Contract
there's
has
a
the
knock-up. Contract's spinning back in towards it as the rest of Cloud9 joins down here. 3v4 with the turret up because Cloud9 are pushing top lane.
Yeah, it's 5-1 in turrets, and they're about to push for tier 2. All right, Phoenix 1. There's some talking you need to start doing about how these turrets are important. Like this, nobody's backing either right now to get this. Like they are actually just seeding this turret and this pressure for one. They got to get something back.
Well, they got a turret, but they're going to lose another one. And Sapling going to deny it back. Special might even be at threat of dying here.
They have actually just lost all 6 of their outer turrets at 16 minutes and 10 seconds.
Contract's also maybe chasing. It's just going to dash through the wave right now.
And it's not even like they're being destroyed in terms of kills or anything. It's 4-1 in kills. There are more turrets taken than kills in this game. And most of those kills happen because people were defending turrets with numbers disadvantages.
Damn, Contract's not able to get on top of Alistar fast enough. That grace period at the back of recall, able to save Special, but C9 again still finding that pressure and going to move back down towards this Cloud Drake. Pick that one up for themselves.
Yeah, Phoenix 1 don't even get the Cloud Drake either. The Drake is going to go over to Cloud9 here. And now Phoenix 1 get to play on the back foot with all the turrets down, saying it like it's a reward or something for letting their turrets die.
It's certainly a challenge.
Yeah, they get to, you know, get all these minion waves, scale, not outscale, but scale. I feel like Cloud9 with this gold lead as well as the champions that they've selected this game are in an incredibly good spot because of the way that they played the early game. Like, now they just have to worry about how are they going to siege and have enough vision control this early in the game to get those turrets down that are the inhibitor turrets.
Just enough time maybe to check in on just what that gold has turned into. Jensen here going to go grab that blue buff. Contracts has a couple items in his warrior, so not super ahead just yet, but Jensen with the roll, plus almost the Seraphs ready to go, and 2 items done for Sneaky means that Cloud9, they're ready. The team fight is marking back in onto Jensen, who does flash out of the way. Special taking damage in the front side. Humble Trespass going to burn that ulti. Smoothie flash for the knockup. Malkai ulti also going to chase them in as the Glacial Bit is slowing them all down. There's one route, there's the knockup. There's another double route as Sneaky gets that kill. 2 for himself already, as that's another one. Kane able to grab it. That's 4 dead on the side of Phoenix 1. Arrow going to run back to the turret because he's the only one left.
Yep, he's got some wave clear, but for Cloud9, you know, screw warding. Just fight him. You have the Maokai. You can just throw down the ultimate and people are going to get rooted. You even saw Pyrian go for the Valkyrie away, and they're still able to push and force the issue. 18 minutes in, they're going to start getting their 7th turret of the game.
Yep, inhibitor turret going to fall here on this push. Might even push forward if they feel confident, but Expulsion Arrow looking to defend this inhibitor, but C9 do not care.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky still has flash, and they also have ways to just peel back. Feel like you get that inhibitor. And Sneaky now 5-0 and 3, 100% kill participation between him, his support, and the jungler. Everybody has just been grouping up for these team fights. Jensen also outplays here on Mike Young. Gets the flash afterwards, and that was an immediate cask afterwards, but the cast time, Jensen just barely able to get out there. And then Special pops the ultimate a little bit late, but already taking a lot of damage. But then this wall, like, is just the enormous power of the Malkai team. Oh my god, it's slow motion. When the kitten wraps around, that's actually really creepy. That was a really long-necked kitten. I had never looked at that before. And Maokai skin with the ultimate, that was some Dr. Seuss stuff going on there.
Alrighty, well,
all right.
Thankfully, it's a very powerful ultimate. Although now Zyrene will
so we get to see it a lot.
Way. Yeah, especially with this skin. It's adorable.
Like wrapped around him, a root. I was like, what's going on?
Uh-oh, Jensen.
All
right, stand and fight. Oh, maybe not for too much longer. A chain of stuns will land. Good spell shield from Arrow. Pyrian's going to join the party as well, and credit over to the Corki.
Baron up in 10 seconds. That's actually big, because now there's a possibility that they could win a Baron fight or take a Baron fight. So you're going to see the minion waves be shoved in by Cloud9 right now as they try to make sure that isn't something that happens.
Toward the Baron as well. Zeke will need to be around, but he does have teleport. Fierce can obviously help a power play onto the Baron if P1 want to rush it down, but Contract kind of jungling instead, and C9 not going to lose too much there as they take over the correct side of the map.
Yeah, Phoenix 1, control wards all throughout the inventory now. Making sure that they can at least reestablish some vision control. Jensen went down. No Baron was done there. But they do have this Kog'Maw that's 5-0 and 3. Like, Sneaky has a lot of that gold lead. He's 3,000 gold ahead of Arrow. Like, this Kog'Maw has already scaled. We talked about you got to wait 20 minutes. He's already there.
Yep, no waiting necessary.
And even if you catch him, he does have QSS, but Contracts also a large part of their gold lead, up 2 levels.
Just very sticky. Bit of damage there on the ulti. Going to walk back through that wall and just kind of bait them all in. Another good double knockup as he blasts going back over the other side of terrain. Contracts, knowing all the ins and outs, Special is going to be the one left out to dry. Just a lot of stuns. Gonna follow that cow, and Special goes down.
Yep, Zig was pushing bottom during that time, didn't TP in either. They felt like, you know, they could maybe get something there or try to peel back, but no Contracts. I feel like his Kayn is actually quite good. This is by far the best Kayn that I have seen.
Looks very well practiced, and such a sticky champion as well.
And I like that he's messing around with the mobility. He's playing around with it.
All right, everybody down. Mike Young, they're gonna burst him down. Should be able to get him. Arrow though kills Smoothie. Mike Young does fall, but Contract on a rampage to get back on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, Mike Young has saved games before at Baron. Zig, though. Zig flashing.
Zig is still he wants to try and beast it away. Get it, Zig! Just goes in and takes the Baron down. Cloud9 will get the kill. Contract's chasing. Gonna try and take down another, but Perion backs out of the way, and Contracts can't find him.
So the Cho'Gath flashes in, finishes off the Baron with the E, the percent HP damage, but who's gonna live with it?
Oh no. Special frozen in midair with the headbutt as he goes down to Jensen. Arrow's still going to get chased. Contracts.
Yeah, they're going to keep pushing. They still have super minions to clear out here. Corki does great damage to them because they have negative magic resistance. So he's able to clear, but still on the back foot. They got a little bit of gold back, but they lost a lot of members to do so.
And I think that may be something we continue to see as teams adjust to 7-14. Cho'Gath, very good at taking Baron when his ultimate's up.
Yeah, it was like Callista was one of the ones, but that was more Baron securing, and now Callista not so much prioritized in this series, but then Cho'Gath able to steal. We just saw it there.
Yeah, normally when you kill the jungler, that's all systems go for the Baron, but now Super Nunu ready to steal that one away from the top lane as Zig kind of keeps his team afloat here in this game. P1 still 7,000 gold down with that mid inhib, looking to respawn soon, but Cloud9 in position to threaten it. Definitely some momentum halted there, but P1 firmly on the back foot as Cloud9 continue to have full control of this game, or almost full control. I guess Baron was the one slip up.
Yeah, went for the Baron. Zig TP, or walked up actually, didn't even have to TP into that, and then just got it. Kind of slipped through their fingers, but still, looking at a very fed Kog'Maw, 100% KP still for him, and now the only member who has 100% kill participation on his team.
But gold to spend as well as Cloud number 2.
Most gold in the game.
Over to C9, almost 2,000 to go spend, 1850, as he's actually going to keep pushing things out. But watch this one again, C9, they thought they had everything worked out here.
Yeah, impact flash over for the root, trying to kill Mike Young, who body slams. It doesn't really go anywhere, but then Zig kind of hanging around. It's the sneakiest dinosaur. And then he's like, oh, wait, 1,600, 1,400? Let's go. Goes in, hits it.
Perion helps out. Now we're going to fight on the bottom side. Mako ulti already expanded his Contract, dives in, but he's actually have to use the ulti to try and defend himself there. Dashes out of the way, but not quite enough. Huge fire knock up, but Contract is going to fall. Jensen flashes in, though, to try and finish off.
Trying to get Jensen!
Knocks him back into the team. Sneaky still needs to keep moving, but he gets hit by a back by Special. Arrow grab the door. Phoenix quad. A miraculous team fight on the bot side. Almost acing Cloud9. In fact, that is the ace.
I don't even know what just happened there. They threw the cask from Gragas into Jensen. That was great from Mike Young to turn that around, but Contracts and Impact overdove, and we talked about how they're losing in turrets. There's a lot of turrets for them to pick up here. Let's watch that again, because we didn't see the setup for this, because the replay. Maokai ultimate comes through. They soak it. Okay, that lands on the tanks. Then they overdive here. Contracts goes in. They do a lot of damage and force him to use Umbral Trespass on whoever he can, because you have to have dealt damage to the person. So he goes on Mike Young, who pulls him back. Great W there to knock him multiple people, but they kill him. Then Jensen flashes forward with the ultimate to try and kill, and it doesn't do enough there. And then Mike Young with the body slam flash and the cast to get him into the team. As just an obliteration there. Where Arrow, we talked about, you know, how some people are deathless in this game, like Contracts Sticky before that point. Arrow is still deathless. Even though his team was losing and on the back foot and the Kog'Maw was fed, Arrow was able to scale up a bit, get to those crit items, and take over with the Ricochet in that fight.
Well, not too many turrets taken. I believe P1 only got one with a bit of Baron left after pushing out of their base, and finally taking that mid outer. So Cloud9 again still up, but that gold lead got cut almost in half. They're only 4,000 gold up now.
Like, this is going to be one of those games where if FLICKR are able to pull this out, Zig kept them in the game as a 0-3-0 Cho'Gath, but then MikeYoung set up the play, and then Arrow was able to capitalize. And that Baron power play, like you said, able to cut that gold lead in half. And now FLICKR, with their inhibitors up, are in an okay position now to engage. Jensen doesn't have flash for another 3 minutes. So, same with Sneaky. So this is actually something where Alistar is in a great position to dive with a Sivir ultimate.
Cena might be a little too keen on this fight, but MikeYoung stunned up by concussive blows. They're going to dive big. Give me the Makai ult. Wonderful there from Impact. They just had to try and kill Arrow. Impact soaking what he can as Sneaky still free-firing, but a good cast separates the carry there from C9. Might still be too far ahead of Zig's going to get assassinated by Contract's ulti. Up. And there's Alistar going down. Pyrion going to get exhausted. Cloud9 going to force them off these inhibs and retake mid once more.
Yeah, great from C9 for Sneaky and Jensen not to stand next to each other at all. They've made that mistake against a team like Counterlogic Gaming, and they don't stand next to each other. You see, Special really has to choose who his target is. Gets rooted, takes him a lot of time, eventually goes on to Jensen, and Sneaky gets the free fire at that point.
Now back to spend some of their gold. Baron up in under 2 minutes. C9 take 2 pretty good inhibitors when your next objective to threaten is Baron. GA now done for Contract. Sneaky also going to go back to spend a massive pile of gold, and Hintu's Rage Blade is his purchase as a result. So the lead is still there for C9, but this fight could have been a lot closer.
Yep, just hit the go button here. W's in, and then right here, Special really wants to hit both Sneaky and Jensen, who are on each other now, but then he gets rooted by Impact, and then they spread out, because Special's looking for both, goes after Jensen, goes after the big group of people, and then the cast comes out and only is able to separate and not really pick up much more, because Arrow's having to kite back, and that 500 range of the Sivir really comes into play there, where he's not able to get the ricochet bounces he wants.
Well, all that gold spent now for Cloud9, who kind of overstayed pressuring those inhibitors just to try and take them down, but they find the right fight, and now only have top to work on with Baron spawning in a minute. So everything lining up here for C9, even an Infernal Jet coming 30 seconds after that Baron if they need that as well. And P1 gonna have to really manage these waves well, or just find another great engage.
Yeah, I don't know how you get in on this though. You have to kind of wait for your side waves to push. The Static Shiv plus the Sivir crit makes it pretty much impossible. You have to dive, wait for Impact to ulti, but yeah, I feel like you just buy space to get to that Baron.
That does seem to be the plan here for Cloud9.
Yeah, just keep your minion wave shoved up, because your bottom and mid are going to auto-shove, so shove top, stay there. Not really commit for anything, but make sure that they can't push it out before the Baron spawns.
You can see Arrow dealing with the wave at least briefly.
They want no more Cho'Gath shenanigans.
Yeah, they do have to kill 2 different tanks here, which is pretty tall order.
Yeah. Cho'Gath bite does 1,200 damage right now.
Really nice bit of partnering from Contract, but taking maybe too much damage on the other side. Was looking for a very sneaky wall knock up there. P1 able to stick together and stay safe. Impact still threatening. Doesn't have flash. Let's go for the flash W.
FLICKR all split long, especially during the beginning of the split, have always struggled in these situations. They usually go for the team fight. But you can see Zig has to clear out the base or else they'll lose that turret, and they may lose it anyway. Getting it cleared out. So they'll start this up. They know the Cho'Gath isn't even nearby.
A lot of Baron damage. It could be a smite fight. MikeYoung going to make his way in. No. Contract's able to just smite it away. That went instantly down by C9.
Yeah, went down to 400. MikeYoung would have had to just get in there immediately. But now with the Baron buff and kind of remedying the mistakes and being more methodical about it as they go for that Baron, Cloud9 don't want to have another thing kind of slip through their fingers in this game.
You can almost feel them just take a breath in after that Baron, saying, we got the inhibs, we'll slow it down and kind of end the game the way we know how. C9, again, have found so many leads, but haven't closed that many games recently.
Yeah, overdove on the bottom side. Don't want to do that on the top. They're just going to use the Baron. Slow shove in, try to get that third inhib.
Well, inhib is available as the turret goes down. But again, just patience required here for C9. They're going to have Baroned up super minions soon if they want to walk towards mid or bot. It looks like the seed is going to be pretty well sustained here.
Yeah, but there's a big bottom lane wave, and so they'll let that shove in. That bottom tier, tier 4/Nexus turret. The Nexus turret is really low on the bottom side, so these minions will be able to push in and get that. So they're just sticking around. They're much stronger as well anyway.
That's the one kind of far forward, dashes on to Zig. Righteous Corey popped.
Gonna have to go in.
Gonna give him some healing. Contracts gets a good amount of health back all the way in as the inhib goes down. Makai ultimate up to the side, going to find them on the flank angle. Master again knocked up forever. That's Mike doing excuse me as he falls down. Special pumps the ulti back in onto Jensen and Smoothie, but Sneaky and Smoothie, but that's not enough as he grabs the double. But triple kill there for Sneaky. It might be finally here as Kane revives with the GA. Oh, Arrow again moves forward. Sneaky still wicking. There's Arrow coming down. That's going to be the quadrant. No, he needs the damage. Doesn't use it. Sneaky firing away. There's the shutdown of the concrete and the unofficial pentakill goes over to Sneaky. Cloud9 get the ace, grab the Nexus, and win the series.
A little bit too much time between the third and fourth kill. Unlucky, but Cloud9 took no luck for them to win this game. 2-1 over FLICKR. Kind of coming back from that slump that started at Rift Rivals, able to take down the team that was surging, and this is going to make the standings very interesting now because there is a three-way tie for first, and now there are 3 teams that are 4th, 5th, and 6th with 7 wins apiece. They've also put 3 matches between the 6th place and the 7th place teams now. So the standings right now, it's becoming like a top 6 for the playoff teams, and then it's going to be very hard for those teams, those bottom 4, to make a surge. And FLICKR is one of those teams. It's going to be much harder for them to try and make playoffs now.
And it is such a critical moment in the standings for so many teams who are getting, really with 3 weeks left to play, the real business end of the split. But I cannot think of a better way to start this week off on a new patch with 2 teams in very interesting spots for themselves as far as their standings. So Cloud9, yes, they kind of scrape out the win there at 2-1 with 2 impressive wins and 1 decent-looking loss, although P1 have to be credited for their draft and execution in that game. But we asked what 714 was going to bring to us here in the NALCS, and it has delivered everything and more. 2 Kane gains and 2 wins for Contracts. Shogath and tanks everywhere. Dust blades abound.
Yeah.
This patch has got it all, Irene.
I feel like when a patch comes out, you always have to really heavily look at how many games that series went and who was on what side. Because game 1, we saw the Caitlyn priority from C9 and the Cho'Gath priority from FLICKR. And then game 2, it went, oh, Maokai's actually stronger, and FLICKR first picked it. And then it went back where Cloud9, instead of picking like a Caitlyn or leaving a Caitlyn up from FLICKR's side, they allowed them to have the Maokai first pick. And so we're seeing here, what if it was the other way around? What if it had been blue side for FLICKR when the discovery of the Maokai priority had been around? Is that a different pick ban in a series? Because that means actually a whole lot from a coach's perspective of how the series develops, right? Because we saw the priority change because FLICKR had the opportunity to take a Cho'Gath, and they were like, no, Maokai's more important. And then that exact thing happened here as well in game 3.
Yeah, they also got Cho'Gath at the end of it, so I think they weren't too unhappy with the trade. That may be something we have to look forward to C9 play more games, is like, do they just not play the champion? Yeah. Like, every team's going to have a different interpretation of this patch, and that's kind of the fun thing for me.
Exactly. You can kind of see those scrim pods, but I personally feel like Maokai is probably the first pickable champion right now. I would not be surprised at all if he ends up on a red side ban, almost permaban status, because of the fact that he's flexible. But then it always ends up being like, they could just play Cho'Gath instead, and then what's your answer to Cho'Gath if Maokai's not on the table? So the red side, they're going to have their work cut out for them moving forward.
And I think, again, looking at Contracts is kind of our last highlight here. Didn't do too much damage in game 1, did more damage than Jensen in that last game. So Kane maybe a little bit better than we thought.
Yeah, but you do always have, Sneaky sitting there. I think he has 1,000 damage per minute.
Congo, that's true.
1,000 damage per minute this game, over 1,000 damage per minute. So, nod to Sneaky there, who was having a bad week in the last week and Rift Rivals, but it seems to have been stepping it up again.
Looking just fine there. Well, for more on that C9 win, let's send it over to Digon, who's standing by to interview the victorious jungler.
All right, thank you very much, Pastry. I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez, and joining me is the victorious jungler, Contracts now. Contracts, you can't not talk about this interview without telling me about Kane. What's up with Kane? You had it the whole game and dominated with it.
Well, Kane's obviously the new champion that just came out, and when I first saw him, I thought he was super fun. He looks like super mobile and just an assassin that I would love to play. So obviously I started playing him right away, just nonstop spamming him in solo queue. And I had a little bit of success in him early, but I was doing shadow form, and I don't think it's actually too good right now. So once I started using Darkin, I had a lot more success. And overall, I just think he's a pretty good champion into a lot of the tank junglers that are meta right now. He's really good at counter jungling and invading without... He's really safe at invading because he has a lot of mobility to get out of the jungle. So overall, I think he's a pretty good pick right now.
Yeah, and the times that you had him, you guys really did a solid job. But in game 2, something kind of didn't go right. How did you guys transition from that tough game 2 into game 3?
Well, game 2 is a little rough because we had 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead, but we misplayed a lot of team fights, and we realized that Tarek was also a big problem in that game. He had a lot of clutch ultimates that just completely made us lose team fights single-handedly. And going to game 3, wanted to ban Tarek to get it out of the way because we didn't think the tanks were too big of a deal, personally. So, yeah, we just wanted to ban out Tarek, and it went a lot better for us.
Cool. Now let's talk a little bit about the season itself. Last season, you guys had huge success. This season's been a little bit inconsistent. For you as a player, what has this season meant to you? Well,
It's my second split in the LCS, so obviously I just want to improve as much as I can going into playoffs. And, the main goal is obviously Worlds at the end. And I think personally in the beginning of the split, I wasn't doing too hot as a jungler individually. And I think in the past couple weeks in Rift Rivals, I showed that I can compete with the best and I can improve really rapidly. And I think just going into future games, I will do really well for myself.
Awesome. And you do have a matchup against Team Dignitas. Talk to me a little bit about your thoughts taking them on Sunday.
Well, I think Dignitas is a little weird. I haven't really been paying attention to them too much personally, but they've been winning a lot. And they play a lot of Nunu, so I think we have to watch out for that. But I think my Kayn will do quite swell against that.
All right, Kayn, Nunu, you got a lot of picks up against them. Congratulations once again, 2 contracts. For more on the game, we're going to send it over to the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Degon, and welcome officially to the NALCS casting team, our newest addition. You'll be seeing more of him throughout the coming weeks, hopefully. Can't guarantee, right?
Get him out of there.
Anyway, hey, we move into game 3 of the series. C9 picks it up off of making some adjustments. We heard contracts talking about some of those adjustments, so I want to pull up that champ select one more time because it's kind of the theme of the day, is how our team's navigating patch 7.14 with both lethality and tanks kind of rising to the top. We see this time around, C9 identifies that one of their big issues was not being able to eat through those tanks, and in particular, the Tarek from game 2. So Tarek goes to the ban table, and we draft a heck of a lot more DPS.
I think that's the big thing is that backline. So obviously they also have the Alistar this time. So yeah, you get rid of the Tarek, and this is what I was saying is that there's so many options available that you kind of get forced into having to play this kind of tank style. Let's say you take out the Maokai, great. Sejuani, you take out the Gragas, okay, maybe there's another thing you throw in there. Zac snicks through. There's so many different champs.
Exactly.
That you're going to end up with a lot of tanks on this patch. And you see, once again, both teams end up with that. The big X factor was the Kayn for the second game time. This on blue, and I gotta say, I really like what I see out of the Kayn. Contracts was able to use it pretty well again to help his team get some advantages. And once you have that lead and you have these 2 kind of team comps that play the same way and have a ton of beef and engage, games can get out of hand.
And that's the big difference between games 2 and 3, right? Because in game 2, C9 had a similar gold advantage at a similar point in the game. However, the way that their team comp in game 2 stacked up against Phoenix 1 meant that after that 25, 30-minute mark, it was going to become infinitely more difficult for them to win team fights. This time around, they draft essentially identical comps in terms of the way they want to play.
Yep.
And then it's just about, well, if we get ahead, we're snowballing to victory. You're an item and a half behind in all categories.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about tanks is that they bring so much engage and they kind of nullify turrets a little bit with the extra health that you have that you can really snowball those games as long as you keep up the aggression. And C9 was able to, off the back of some nice skirmishes that we were highlighting the Kayn, especially the Dragon fight at 10 minutes, like you get to see why this champion is so impactful sometimes, because especially when people aren't used to playing it, you see they try and target him down really early on. He's actually able to use his ultimate to dodge out on some more damage, survive that engage, and then he life steals back up and can continue fighting. And that skirmish was a huge factor in why this game started going in C9's favor, because not only do you stop P1 dragon attempt on an Infernal Dragon of all things, you get it for yourself and 2 kills. So that was a huge play, once again started by contracts.
Fast forward 18 minutes into the game, we get a 4-0 in the mid lane for C9 as well. Once again, showing their ability to navigate these team fights. The teleport comes in from the Maokai, and that's going to be what they need in order to make this fight happen. The ultimate, as well as the twisted advances onto these means no one from Phoenix 1 is going to get out of here.
This is what we're saying, the snowball starts to kick in because you have so many engaged tools. Maokai drops that ultimate, they have to run all the way up the lane to try and get away. A couple of those connect, and then the rest of the team has these speed up to get in range. They're able to finish off multiple members of P1 there, and then the game, I think they took an inhibitor off that push just 18 minutes in.
Exactly. Now, and then one thing I'll say I noticed following that series is that C9 didn't look particularly ecstatic about the victory, right? And I think in part that is mostly because they didn't, even in their victories, we still saw stumbles. And in particular here in game 3, 23-30 into the game, we see them hand a pretty large advantage back to Phoenix 1 in the bot lane, 5-for-2, going in favor of the Phoenix 1 squad.
Here you see Impact trying to do the kind of zoning Maokai ultimate to push them off the turret, and the backline members continue to melt that down, but Contracts kind of goes in a little bit too far here, has to use his ultimate to stay alive.
Yeah, watch Sneaky and Jensen, and look how much damage they put out. Neither of them have hit an enemy champion yet. They just did for the first time.
And they do it right as Contracts die. So Jensen flashes forward, which is nice, but you no longer have a front line. Impact was at around 20% health. Contracts dead. He gets focused down. A really nice follow-up there by Special, able to headbutt Sneaky back into the team. And then once your backliners are dead, that team fight is completely over. And you get to see a little bit of that miscoordination there that bit them in the butt in Game 2 as well. The difference was, like you said, their team comp much better this time around,
right,
as well as already having a larger gold lead, so they're able to sustain it. But that big dip that you see on the gold graph there, not a good sign if you're C9.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that dip is essentially a failure of execution, but because, as we mentioned, these two team comps are so similar, still maintaining that gold lead off the back end of that fight means that as long as they approach the next fight correctly, they should still win out.
And that's what happened. They slow the game down a little bit. They end up forcing around Baron again, and then they can close the game out very cleanly.
We got to give credit to Zig for the heads-up play around the first Baron where he gets the steal. You know, tracking that health, a lot of times the Baron health gets lost in the skirmishes. He makes it into the pit. That elongated the game even as far as it did.
I think that's one of those situations where it's just a little bit of unfamiliarity again with the champion because you're used to playing against, oh, we killed their jungler because you saw C9 turn off and kill Mike Young right away. They're like, great, now we get the free Baron. And you forget.
Nope.
Never mind, there's a Cho'Gath in the game. I haven't played against this in a little while. So nice steal by Zig, well-timed, and well-coordinated on P1 because you saw Ryu throwing damage in as well.
But continued struggles for Phoenix 1 here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Remember, they're not picking up. They pick up a game victory, but not a match victory, and that's what you need in terms of pushing towards that playoff position. At this point, the gap is almost insurmountable for them in terms of making it into the postseason. Sneaky, this time around, picking up player of the game. Again, we want to give a nod to Contracts for the work that he did on the Kane in terms of getting people rolling and really showing incredible prowess on this new pick, but the late game damage coming in from the Kog'Maw, and Sneaky actually had a pretty solid series all around.
I think that's the big thing is that one death that he had this game, I'm pretty sure was that headbutt in by Special, who after his team had already kind of gone too deep, you kind of get chased down by all those engaged, so there's not much you can do as a Kog'Maw at that point, so that was a little bit of an unfortunate death, but he played super well positioned, never got caught out, and had a good laning phase pretty much every time.
All right, well, that's going to do it for Series 1. Now, don't feed to the rules and hit the ground running. Up next, Team Liquid take to the Rift versus Team Envy. We'll see you soon.
Body slam into the cart. Jensen going to try and get the kill, but the knockoff from Special claims Mike Young. First blood. It's actually moving in, trying to seal it perhaps, but there's actually a kill onto Mike Young. Goes down as Sneaky, able to get the kill.
I'm looking for Alistar. He's flashed down. I checked him. He's done. Push forward. And we keep pressure. I'm on cookie.
I'm on Gragas.
I can't take cookie. I'm not cookie. I'm on Brom. Cookie. Oh, I'm not Brom. Take cookie. Nice.
Knocks him back into the team. Sneaky still needs to keep moving, but he gets hit by a back by Special arrow. Grab the ball, Phoenix Squad. A miraculous team fight in the bot side. Special bumps the ulti back in onto Jensen and Smoothie, but Sneaky and Smoothie, but that's not enough as he grabs the double. A triple kill there for Sneaky. Cloud9 get the ace, grab the Nexus, and win the series.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Rivington Business III, and casting alongside me is part-time color caster and freelance crime fighter Joshua Jat Leesman.
I love fighting crime, apparently.
There you go. Canada's first son right here. We're sweeping the rubble off Summoner's Rift for our next series of the day as Team Liquid takes on Team Envy. And last week, Team Envy made an impressive push forward in moving up to 4th place.
Yeah, Envy surprised a lot of people with that 2-0 last week, but it was super key as they're now 3 wins ahead of 7th place with only 6 matches left. And FLICKR also dropped a game today. So a win here, while it won't technically clinch playoffs for them, puts them in an extremely strong position to make playoffs. And while the test versus top teams is kind of yet to come for Envy, a lot of their wins have come against the bottom of the table. Taking care of business today even more solidifies their spot in the standings.
We'll have to see how they do. If you are Team Liquid in this situation, however, you just want to end the split better than you did in the spring at this point. Get some wins under your belt. You don't have much time here.
Yeah, it's been a pretty sad story for Team Liquid. Last split, they went in the promotion tournament after a 5-13 9th place finish. And they've made a lot of roster changes. So far, the changes haven't looked that convincing, and time is running out to kind of find what has worked. Their starters today is the same as what they started at the start of the split, so that's Rainover in the jungle, Golden Glue mid with Piglet and Matt in the bot lane.
And let's see what the starting lineups are around the board. On the blue side, it will be Team Liquid. That means it is Lorlo coming out of the top lane, Rainover back in the jungle, Golden Glue flexing in mid, Piglet at bot lane with support Matt, and Coach Kane for picks and bans.
I'm hoping to find some synergy with that lineup, but on the red side, it is Team Envy who found it. Recently, we got Seraph in the top lane, Lyra in the jungle, Niski, now their Soul starting mid laner, Apollo in the bot lane with Hakuo, and their coach Violet.
And Niski himself, great CS per minute, damage per minute. This guy is really kind of just fitting into his own spot. He had no real hindrance in the beginning. We weren't like, oh, this guy kind of needs to find it. He's always been increasing.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that Niski did come in when Pyrion was having a good start to the split, so it was kind of hard to find time. But every time he's been in there, he's performed pretty well. And now with Pyrion being traded to FLICKR, there's no longer that guy looking over your shoulder, so to speak, and he can hopefully allow that to let him play better.
Right, we talk about the teams that they have to face. They still have CLG, TSM, Immortals, C9 to end this split out, so they are gunning for a win. That's going to be tough for Liquid because they need it even more.
Yeah, and even though they haven't found much success, Team Liquid is, as far as a game score perspective this split, 4-13 with this roster, which is better than with all their other iterations. If you combine the other rosters they've played, it's 2-11, and they've played 5 different combinations of players overall because they have 3 positions which they've actively subbed out. Rainover for Inori, Golden Glue for Slushie, and also their support position.
And the idea is now that they have found it, now they can build on these strengths. And hopefully this is that roster. You see the bans, Zach and Caitlyn. Most of the usual, possibly that Olaf as well towards Rainover now that he's back in. We'll have to see if he doesn't get it in this first round. The Thresh for Hakuo, and 1 final ban for Envy on the red side.
Yeah, and even though Caitlyn did receive some nerfs on patch 7.14, the laning strength early on is still mostly the same, and that seems to be the thing that most of these guys are guarding against. If we are to take last series as any indication, there are still a bunch of power picks that are left on the board in patch 7.14. Maokai is something that was willing to be first picked. Team Liquid hovers over it. We'll see what they go for.
Get the Cho'Gath, the Maokai, quite a bit. Maybe a little bit of Kane. Gragas picked up, as that could go either or to start things off. We'll see how Envy answers without much information.
Yeah, would you like some tankiness to go with your tanks? Is a question in some of this. Gragas, I'm surprised actually that they didn't lock in Maokai. Last week when Team Liquid played with Inori pretty much exclusively played the Maokai and the Sejuani, so I thought that may have been a Rainover champion pool thing, and they were giving them some time to roll up for those picks. And with Rainover in there and then not early picking the Cho'Gath or the Maokai, who I think are probably the 2 strongest flexible tanks on this patch, probably even above Gragas, maybe shows Rainover doesn't have the level of comfort on those picks as Envy immediately locked in the Cho'Gath and Callista.
They also see teams kind of trending towards a bit more scaling, because if you don't get that early game lead, the tanks that are now in the game are kind of going to walk all over you. Liquid now 14 seconds left. The Callista picked up there to end things out with the Cho'Gath for Team Envy. And what will Rainover start things here with their 2nd and a 3rd pick? Looks like they get Tristana, so a little scaling on the side of Team Liquid now as well.
Pretty safe here. Tristana is a good pick into Callista. even if Kalista has been the second highest priority AD carry on this patch to Caitlyn. Trist will be good in lane against it, and it's something Piglet has been very good on in the past. This is where Team Liquid will have to start showing their hand a little bit. Meaning Gragas jungle.
Yep.
And also meaning no Maokai unless they throw him down to support in some way.
Lorlo trending back towards that Gnar quite a few times. This will be pick number 5 for him.
Yeah, and the immediate lock-in of Jace as well for Envy has been a Seraph special in the past, even though it is a pick this team seems to like more than most other teams in the LCS. They play it mid or top lane. That was more back in the Ninja days.
Yeah.
And this could tell us that Lyra has been prepping the Cho'Gath. That is where Cho'Gath's, at least solo queue win rate is highest, is in the jungle, and it's actually where I think he is best, even if we've been seeing a lot more of him top lane.
It's a nice comfort pick for them as well. Jace is one of the most banned against Envy due to Seraph's kind of prowess on that. Rakan Cassidy down there. Almost couldn't tell who he was jumping out of the screen, phase 2 ban. So support and a mid taken away from Golden Glue. Also his Galio instantly taken away that he's been doing quite well on.
Yeah, so making sure the Team Liquid doesn't get Galio in the mid lane for Golden Glue, as that has been one of his most successful champions. A little surprised the Team Liquid wouldn't have picked that earlier, but Gnar as well is a power pick, was a power pick on patch 7.13. So you can see why they'd want to lock that in early. Mismatched roles, maybe, depending if they want to flex that Jace, so it makes bans a little trickier.
No blitz plays. No, he knows he plays it. Obviously, we've seen Hakuo play that blitz, but no plays this season. Still gets the ban out. Talia's the pick here for Niski. Pretty formidable pickup for that mid lane.
Yeah. Locking in the fact that Jace is top lane.
Yeah.
Leaving the support pick to last. I think the Blitzcrank ban would have just been because of the inherent synergy it has with Kalista. Kalista Thresh, Kalista Blitz, both very good combos.
Very true.
Still got plenty of stuff you can go, though. Braum jumps to mind as a good synergy with Kalista. Alistair as well.
Golden Glue gets the Orianna. Plays to be made here with a few ball delivery aspects. You have Gragas, you have Gnar. What do they finalize with? Will Rain over get once he's back? Or actually, he has the Gragas. So we're looking for that support.
Yeah, he could go Bard if he wanted to throw back and play make, but this is a pick specifically dedicated around wanting Piglet to carry. They technically get a counter pick onto Kalista. They have double shielding now from the Orianna and the Lulu. And they're hoping Piglet can carry with this. It's not something that he's necessarily done that much of this split. And I don't even think the Lulu's a big support, but this one is what I'd be excited to see.
That is going to be a Kenning.
That's going to be a Kenning support. We've seen a little bit of
I was like, wait, there is a top, there is a mid.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Kennen support over in the LCK. It's starting to get some steam, and it's very good with Kalista, because you can either throw the Kennen in to get the stun, or the Kennen can proc the stun, and then instead of dying as a normal support Kennen would, pull him right back, you Fate's Call out of it. So, actually really like this draft from Envy, throwing a few curveballs there, really early Jace lock-in, getting the Cho, as it's been recently buffed on this patch, throwing it into what I think is his best role, and then also pulling out that surprise Kennen pick after a bunch of supports have been banned out.
There's so many things that creates chaos in this team fight as well. You have Talia, the Unraveled Earth, Kennen with that slicing Maelstrom, Cho'Gath silencing. Silence becomes a really big thing when you don't play against it very often. Yeah, it's been in the scrims, but it can throw off so much in a fight. Liquid has the work cut out for them, but they are also fielding a great composition coming into this matchup. We'll have to see if they can protect Piglet. We've heard how vocal he is about when the Ashe was just about the only thing he was picking. This is what he wanted back. This is what Piglet wanted. And now he's back on the Tristana. He gets the help from his teams. Hashtag TL win, hashtag Envy win. Can TL start putting those wins under their belt here towards the end of the split?
Yeah, and not only do we have the Cho'Gath coming out on this patch, but also the random variants of the Kennen making his support Kennen NALCS debut this split, when we have seen it over in the LCK. Gorilla has played it for Longzhu, and then Snowflower also played it against SKT in a victory for Janair.
Well, definitely
fairly aggressive lane.
Put it past Hakuo bringing it out here. Remember, this guy used to play a lot of Trundle when it was kind of in and out of the meta, always flexing a bit to his champion pool's delight for whatever helped the team when they needed it. He plays Ignite as well as Matt, so there is going to be kill pressure quite a bit in those bot lanes.
Yeah, Matt going Thunderlords on the Lulu instead of Wind Speakers, so that's going for more lane aggression.
It feels really nice because you can apply it with the passive real quick.
You proc the Thunderlords very well, and it is good for the lane, but Wind Speaker's much better for the late game if they are trying to do a scaling strategy with Piglet.
Win lane, win game, Jat. Isn't that the way it is?
That is how some people think it goes.
Should be a pretty good matchup. Orianna versus Talia mid. Golden Glue on the Ori. Got pushed off Kassadin, pushed off his Galio. He still knows he has quite good ball placement here as Lyra jams out before we get the game started.
Lyra with his DJ mechanics. You can see his head is bobbing to the music as well. This guy.
I like it. You got to get fully into it. And that is also my favorite Cho'Gath game, because you can do that.
Yeah, it's amazing when you have 10 or 11 feast stacks and you're level 16.
It should get louder.
You take up the whole lane and just play music.
It should get much louder.
A late invade here. Just to scout. I don't think they'd want to fight, but they're getting some harassing.
This might have been the hey, are you doing Raptors fast red? Either way, like you said, the harass is down. And they proceed to lane. Doesn't look like anybody's going to miss CS on this one. All three for both sides on those melees.
Yeah, so not a great pull because Reignover doesn't get to start Raptors, which is the most efficient route to level 4, but still a much better pull than Lyra got because Lyra got no pull at all based on where Apollo and Hakuho and Niski started.
Seraph taking quite a bit of minion damage. Lorlo didn't stay to fight as long as he wanted, and it begins. The harassment from the Kennen in lane becomes so dominant. It's all energy use. This guy doesn't run out, and they're going to start dealing with that. So he pushed already off one wave. They're going to have to wait for that turret crash.
Yeah, I mean, Kennen's a bully in the top lane. Kennen's also a bully down in the bottom lane in a lot of these situations, even though there's a little bit more range discrepancy that goes on there. And look at the scouting from Envy's jungle early. So they do the invade bottom, which gives them the early level 2 because they're first to lane. And then they also know where Reignover starts. So Niski goes and wards the blue buff. So this tells Seraph that the Gragas could be on the way. He's got to be very careful not to push up too much. He will see him right after the blast go and has to run now.
Gate out, slow down. He can get the E to Reignover to stop it. Actually doesn't go, goes for the flash, then the E. It's going to be enough damage from Lorlo. The last hit comes in for first blood. Persistence pays off.
Yeah, and Envy had all the wards in the world. The only thing that could have been warded better is if Seraph would have warded the blast cone instead of the brush, which I do see somewhat commonly. But if he doesn't flash the boomerang blade from Lorlo's Mininar, then the slow is going to allow them to chain flashes. He either has to flash the boomerang blade or he has to flash Reignover's body slam. He does neither because getting tipped off, he starts running immediately, goes for the acceleration gate. He's slowed now, so as soon as Reignover starts his body slam, you'd want to go flash.
Yeah.
But Reignover was essentially in body slam range regardless, and maybe Seraph thought he would follow him with the flash anyway, so not a good start for Seraph, especially considering all the scouting they had given him with wards to still give up first blood.
TP up for Lorlo. They can push Seraph out of lane again. This is going to get tough. But he starts to go hard. Knows with those amount of abilities between level 1 and 3, you still have an upper hand. And you can try to use that in lane to get an advantage. Lorlo's going to back. We'll see what he comes back to lane with. Quick play from Lyra, making sure bot, or I should say that top side is clear, as bot is going at it once again.
Yeah, so bottom lane is going very well for Envy. Hakuo and Apollo clearly have this 2v2 advantage, even though the Thunderlords is there. And here is a gank from Cho'Gath trying to help out. They know Lorlo burned Flash. They were hoping he was going to burn Leaf as well there, so Lyra would be able to guarantee his rupture. It's very unlikely that Lorlo will use it in a laning pattern. He can just hop away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Lyra pretty much had to go right away, but after the delay, that gank wasn't going to get much.
Quick push to the turret here. Make sure they may draw pressure or at least give Seraph a little breathing room. Hakuo trying to play quick and up towards the turret. Slowly feeding in those Thundering Shurikens. 40 to 29 as we keep an eye on that bot lane as pressure continues to go topside. Seraph's one death.
Yeah, and other than that, Lyra would just want to keep farming up. Cho'Gath does want to hit level 6 as quickly as possible. Gets so much max health from that ultimate, but the main reason he's entered the meta isn't because of his ultimate, it's because of his Vorpal Spikes change, where it's now an auto attack reset and also slows the opponent and does max health damage.
And also slows the opponent. Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, because what we see Cho'Gath doing is they'll get a Righteous Glory as soon as possible, zoom up next to the guy, slow him with that, keep the slows on with E, makes the Rupture easier, and then you still have the Gargoyle Stoneplate Feast combination, which can give you an upwards of 1,000 damage, true damage ultimate, which was true before, it's just you didn't have a bridge to get there. Now you do.
Also being able to combo things like that now with Kalista, objectives are yours. Yeah. You're not going to be missing much. About 2,000 damage of objective.
Yeah, and we're going to see, as teams continue to prioritize Cho'Gath, the situations in which he is and is not effective. It's still not going to be that effective if you don't have any setup for the Rupture. But Kalista Kennen does have setup for the Rupture, so I think it's quite a nice team comp.
Yeah, very nice pile on this team can create. Top lane seems to be the focus here for Liquid as they see the pressure bot lane overcoming Piglet and Matt. Haven't done too much damage to the turret yet. Just continue to trade back and forth. Looks like Reignover backs off. Looking for kills, looking to get that flash down still for Seraph as they work around the table on what's left. Good wards placed in by Reignover though. They'll be able to keep vision of Lyra anytime on that top side, or kind of vice versa, know that he's on the bot side if he's not there.
Yep, still good wards in the jungle. Lorlo keeps that pressure up. Got to credit Niski actually for saving Seraph there. Seraph would have probably lost his turret if Niski didn't roam top as Talia to threaten them off. Lyra is level 6.
Who's he going to take a bite out of this time?
Turret dives are rather ambitious. If Apollo could hit level 6, then they would dive. But before that, it's going to be very risky. They know Lorlo's teleport is down, and if Pyrion could join, it would be a very strong gank. He's looking for it now. If they go now, especially if Reignover shows, this would be a kill bot, but they'd also be exposing Seraph. Here comes the action.
Niski 7. Hakuo and Apollo are just about 90% from hitting that 6. Piglet very low. Matt on the front line almost got a kill onto Hakuo. That would have been the second one, but they do go back and forth. Seraph going to be going down here. Cannot find a kill for himself. As the Chomp comes down, that's going to be going on to Piglet. Envy comes up with a few kills, but 2 for 2 overall.
Yeah, so Hakuo falls to the turret. Seraph dies up top lane. And that's one of those situations where Seraph probably needs to play more back, as was the case early on in the game as well. He knows he's getting camped. He knows everyone on his team is committing to a dive bottom lane. It's not his turn to be pushed up. It's his turn to defend the turret. It's still a pretty good dive.
Continuous rinse and repeat on his flash being down. It kind of just ticks up during that death timer. He gets to walk back to lane now, farming at second turret. It's all right, but let's see this back and forth fight all the way across the map.
Yeah, so the wall doesn't quite cut off Piglet. He'll be able to flash out anyway. And then Hakuo just takes a bit too much turret damage, and Matt finishes him off with an Ignite. But then convenient that Lyra is able to feast a champion for his first stack. That'll help him go beyond 6 stacks. But then on the other side, you can see Seraph trying to shove in his lane. May have even been solo killed by Lorlo if Reignover wasn't here.
No.
Reignover actually expends his flash. Probably didn't have the exact timer on Seraph's flash. I think that was quite unnecessary to flash on Gragas, but they're just trying to make sure that Lorlo stays alive.
Back to lane 83 to 53 in this lane. It's usually you say it's okay for Tristana to be down a few CS. The passive makes you miss a few, but that starts to become troublesome when the power trough of Tristana continues kind of past the mid game because you don't have your items yet. Piglet's going to need a lot of protection past this point.
Having a lot of trouble in that lane, and it's not going to get much better, considering now they have the Fate's Call and Cannon Ultimate combo. So they built up the advantage before they even had the best synergy of the two champions. Quite worrisome for Piglet and Matt.
Long swords. Everything pointing to the right for Seraph. 2 Dorans, 3 long swords, and a Vision Ward. Hopefully keeping him alive for the next engagements. And still damage from Piglet if he can get all the bursts on that explosive shot. You see how much damage it does to Apollo.
This is big though. You can see Reignover showing in the control ward. But Lyra has made it.
Who's got the better bait?
Oh, they're pushing up too. This could be bad.
Bait? Oh, hits him right out of the rocket jump. Slicing Maelstrom, silence, chomped right up, and the damage from Hakuo to finish him off. Piglet didn't even get a chance to really hit the ground there.
So that got a lot worse for Team Liquid when Reignover didn't see the control ward in the brush. So he didn't know he was spotted, which made Piglet and Matt fairly confident to push up the lane. just a good path and good wards down bottom by Envy.
Well, Seraph's got to be feeling pretty good about this if the rest of the map is kind of picking up the slack he wasn't able to do since of his focus in the top lane.
He
we'll
should have seen the ward with his Q, I believe. But either way, Piglet then pushes up and then also times his rocket jump poorly, so it gets interrupted by the Fate's Call. Oh. Seraph wants out.
He's out.
There's 3 people. Can he make it out? Hey!
Good to go.
Great for Envy.
He is absorbing quite a bit of pressure. 2 deaths, but I think they're starting to get a little return on investment on the aggression towards Seraph here.
I always wonder the term to use when a top laner is getting ganked a lot, because to me, I feel like if you're not dying, you're absorbing the pressure.
Right.
But at a certain point, if you are dying, that one he absorbed for sure because of the teleport. Previously, he was crumbling under the pressure. Here we go. Slowing him with that E.
Nice dodge. A few more hits. Bustered back. And they are out of that one. Rift Herald grabbed up by TL. Well, I know there's been some fantastic nomenclature that our community has created for those situations. I don't know if any of you are ready for cast, though.
Maybe not.
Whoa, there's a shockwave on Niski. Actually, only half healthing him there would definitely require a lot more. Let's see what Golden Glue's sitting on. 1,200, so a lot of power actually in his pocket, but ready to be spent. And Niski may be able to hold this off. Boom. Not from Shelly, though.
Oh, he should let it kill the turret, in my opinion. Because then no local gold would have been given over to Team Liquid. But at the same time, you're denying the gold right now, and you get to keep your turret a little longer.
He feels like he saved the day.
God!
Whoa. I feel like Golden Glue kind of knew, but he's like, can I tempt this situation? And he did. Quite a bit of damage with the shove over the Unraveled Earth. And things start to slow down a little bit with that. Lyra's going to head back to the jungle to pick up a few camps. And they don't really need to pressure too much right now. It's going to be Liquid maybe looking to go for that mid turret, and Envy can react on that. There are the pings.
Yeah, I mean, Lyra and Niski could be making it down for another dive on this bottom side. Rainover's been completely committed to helping Lorlo get ahead, which is a little counterintuitive when you think their team composition is built around allowing Piglet to hypercarry.
Yeah.
Obviously don't want to be too telegraphed with your ganks, though.
Very nice vision ward put in by Envy. Eve on that red side for TL. Actually gets walked right by. They see the entirety of Rainover coming in. I believe Golden Glue might bounce
Lorlo wants the turret. See? That local gold, man.
Hero play.
Could have prevented it. Now Lorlo's more fed.
We're going to call back to that when this game swings.
Yeah. When he completes an item that he wouldn't have been able to complete. Nah, it's fairly inconsequential in the grand scheme of the game.
Seems like they're pretty excited about what's happening here down towards the red side. I think Envy's just really liking their vision. And TL doesn't know it's all there, so they want to try to play around that advantage for now. Apollo's alone as Hakuo starts to rotate around, but there's still 40 CS lead in that lane, and that kind of gives Hakuo that advantage to be roaming, placing a lot more of these wards, and slowing down any comeback here that Team Liquid could try. Can't really reach the turret, though. Piglet's clear is a little too hard. They're going to have to bring more down.
Yeah, I mean, I think Team Liquid's okay stalling out a little bit to late game and allowing Lorlo to try and get the side lane advantages. But they are fairly vulnerable to Leo plays at this point. And Cho'Gath does have pretty good scaling into the mid-lane game.
So much poke from Apollo and Hakuo. Piglet having a hard time farming. You see just why. Seraph able to steal the blue. A little bit of loss of map control here by Liquid.
Yeah.
Reaction is a little slow.
Very strange to lose your blue buff to a solo invade when you've camped the top laner and taken his turret.
Basically all game long. 15 minutes in though, is this the bottom turret dropping? Liquid's looking, Envy is looking to start opening up the map. They've been able to push their wards forward, and usually you see that with the turrets down. So they're kind of working from behind here in what they want to do. This is the only thing really slowing them down at this point is the turrets.
Yeah, Apollo's going to be able to go back. He's got 2,200 gold now. That'll be at least a Blade of the Ruined King, and since he is up against a double frontline in Gnar and Gragas, probably a Hurricane next, so he gets those bolts onto multiple people.
Few buys. Hakuo just going for more sight, some cooldowns, make some more plays for himself. Continue these stuns for the team. Out of laning phase here, Hakuo, Apollo might try to make some plays around the map. This also just plays around the team in general, seeing that they're bringing in these meta champs like this Cho'Gath. For a 4th place team, I should say tied for 4th, that's exactly what they're going to have to do towards the end of this split here. Losing bot side. Looks like Apollo's going to be able to stop this one. Such a scatter in these skirmishes. Nobody's really going down, but it doesn't seem like there's any one goal for each thing that's happening. They're just trying to adapt to the situation as it goes. Adaptation here is flashes forward from Team Liquid, and still no real catch on Niski. Everybody fizzles that one out.
Yeah, the explosive cast knocks him into the wall instead of backwards that he was hoping for. He actually gets out of there with almost all of his health, so he doesn't even have to go back to base. Nice turret pickup in the meanwhile, though, by Piglet in the bottom side. Just both these teams playing a very extended laning phase.
Now they're starting to fall. Let's get these fights in here.
Yeah.
Not very many kills for the amount of fights we've seen. Flash is blown here in safe play, like you said, for that extended laning phase. And now we'll see what happens when they start to gather mid, looking for TL's mid turret. Looks like Envy's already starting to take control of that jungle.
Yeah, take control of jungle, go for Drake. You have Kalista and Cho'Gath. In an ideal world, you Kalista rend it below 1,000 and then allow Cho'Gath to feast it, because Cho'Gath can only get a bonus stack off of a minion or monster 6 times, but his Drake and Champion feasts are unlimited. So the more he gets the Drakes and the Champion kills early, the higher his stack can be at the end. So currently, Lyra's at 4 stacks, but only 2 of them have been on minions or monsters, so he's still got 4 of those left. Meaning it's very easy for him to get to 8 this game, even if he never killed another Champion or objective with feast.
Be a very big boy. You can see him already stacking health as well. Kindle Gem, 2 more rubies. Just wants to be even bigger. Golden Glue having a decent lane and farm, was able to stave off a bit of pressure. Niski did find an assist around the map. It's just been the rotation game now at 3-3. 2 items finished for these mid laners. TL actually looking to put something on the board here, giving pressure for Piglet as he goes towards the bot side. Seems like they're just warding each other's side, but not being able to use the wards they're placing due to the safety of their play.
Yeah, very deep wards trying to play around this Trist. Envy would have to pull the trigger eventually. Like, yes, they're scaling up with Cho'Gath, and they're hoping that split push lethality Jace can start doing some work later, but you really have to worry about a late game Tristana with an Orianna Lulu if they don't make any big plays.
On Baron, bot controls still, even though this dragon just went down, I think the teams are looking, like I said before, work the vision they already placed, say, hey, we can start pushing TLL up here, maybe get the fight that gets us the win. They want to go through brute force. They're not saying we want this mid turret off just minions. Envy is not really respecting the jungle pressure here of a Team Liquid, and they continue to pressure that red side.
I do have to credit Lyra as well for
map pressure, rather.
Yeah, map pressure. And I do have to credit Lyra just for his discipline with his feast, actually. I know that I am a Cho'Gath who is a victim of this, and I just want to feast as much as possible because I want to get huge fast, so I'll just like walk in the lane and feast a cannon or something just because you want to stack up really quickly. But Lyra's gotten something done with almost every single one of his feasts. His first feast was a champion kill. He feasted a Drake, and then his feast was off cooldown for about 15 seconds, and they immediately orchestrate an invade where, even though, yes, it's just one of the 6 minions or monsters he can feast when he goes for the red buff, but he stole the red buff with it, and it was just contested red that Reignover would have been able to smite away otherwise. So Lyra getting a lot of value out of his feast so far.
Those advantages he's always looking for, whether they be falling into his lap or not, he's been in the position to get them. See this happen a lot mechanically with his play.
As I say that, he walks into mid and feasts a random minion.
Grab one. We were about to put him right on the top of the pedestal there.
It's gotten... So at least he hit level 11, and he's got a lot of CDR now, so it's only a 58-second cooldown. And there's no objectives that are to come, so... Not bad.
So looking at what happened in Champion Select today, I was stressing, you say this about it, I actually like the situation you put it in. He said, looking at TL's composition, what they kind of put in Champion Select, have they gotten out of it what they were looking for?
I would say kind of, because they do not want their Tristana to be behind. If their Tristana is ahead, they can actually control the game right now. And their Gnar, who they ganked for, isn't generating any pressure against the Jace. So the win conditions of their team composition would be a split-pushing Gnar while your Trist wins. So you want kind of 2 winning lanes. They have 1, and then they're a danger. Actually, they don't have any, because Gnar won the lane but is not pushing Jace around. And now Envy's going to go for a play.
Pulling out the ults, causes the Flash's Shock Blast onto Piglet. That's exactly what they don't want. A great hit from Seraph turns the fight around. And that was the Flash we saw from Golden Glue getting out of that situation. So it'll be a lot faster for Fate's Call to come up every time if the Flashes are going to be blown like that.
Yeah, and they really got very little out of that engage. You would wonder if they would start looking towards Baron to force a play there, but they're running dangerously close to Trist turning on. Even though a lot of times Tristana, you really think comes in with the second Zeal item after Infinity Edge, when you have the Lulu and the Orianna supporting you, I would argue that it's faster. So as soon as Piglet gets Infinity Edge, Team Liquid might start winning fights.
And you can see how much they're prioritizing that. Almost up towards the river, he gets a few more members of the team. And that's always the good rule of thumb. Don't cross that alone. So he starts to back up here, knowing Hakuo and the rest are close. But where's the next wave? Does he share mid? They clear it fast, so there can't be any pressure. And he looks to just clear whatever camps could be possible.
Yeah, Lyra completes Warmogs, already has 4,000 health.
Oh boy.
That's a little bit of health.
I'd agree.
For a 22-minute Drogat. The nice thing about Warmogs as well is it gives so much out of combat healing. It's 1,000 health every 5 seconds if he hasn't taken damage within 6 seconds. So you better kill him or he's coming back with a lot of health.
He's going to bite you in the butt for real this time. Lorlo, he's slowly walking around. I don't think he likes the situation. He's being very timid at the moment. He's going to find Seraph quite a bit of damage to start things off. That Dust Blade just absolutely knocking his health bar down.
Yeah, Lolo trying to get armor. If he's able to build up armor, then the Valid Jace won't do much.
Bring the party to the teleport. No chance for him to go down the minion wave. Nicely getting pushed up here. They're going to be able to cut Team Liquid off, but what does that mean for the mid lane of Envy?
Yeah, well, Niski's going to try and wave clear as much as possible because Infernal Drake is up and Envy have the 5v4. So if TL over pushes, then Envy's going to fight them.
Ward right on the bot. Rainover gets hit with 1 Javelin. Piglet's the focus, but he has a side shot. Flash in from Hakuo. They're actually going for the middle. Airborne on the Golden Glue. The Orianna gets taken out. No shockwave in this fight. Matt's pushed off by Hakuo. Piglet couldn't get in as Hakuo instantly flashed away from him, kind of denying any entry for Team Liquid's damage.
Even without the Gargoyle Stoneplate, Lyra's Feast doing 700 true damage to Golden Glue at this point in the game. Yikes. That's a nice fight by Envy in the mid lane there.
So fast, too. I feel like if Lyra were in a situation where Golden Glue, he sees it, he's thinking about a shockwave, that Feast is basically going to fizzle out the ball before it can wind up and go out.
Yeah.
It's almost...
I mean,
that's tough.
Golden Glue got chain CC'd right there, so Hakuho just flashed in, stunned him with the ultimate. Lyra comes in with the silence. He couldn't really cast many spells, so the Banshee's Veil also gets broken early on. We get the stun. Airborne as well from the Taliyah. Just no time to react once that Taliyah wall cut him off, and Team Liquid shouldn't have been there with Lorlo being dead.
Yep.
They were trying to scare Envy off the Drake by getting mid lane priority, but they are against a Taliyah and a Kennen. So sure, Fate's Call was burned for Lorlo, but that's not enough to justify sticking around in that position where you're going to be able to get flanked.
Seems like Fate's Call on cooldown. Hakuo is the Ash Arrow this game. They're going to keep throwing him in as soon as possible. 2-0-3 arrows. They get Apollo some kills. Niski's been holding on to the assists in mid, and Lyra on his Cho'Gath play for the summer split is 2-0-1. Very big boy right now as he starts building up that Gargoyle Stone play, it seems.
9 feast stacks already.
Jeez.
Although, that is with him being maxed on monsters and minions, so the rest of his stacks have to come from champion or objective kills, which would be Baron or Drake. Still, 9 at 25 minutes is very good.
Just that Shockwave, or I'm sorry, that Banshee's Veil being down. Very scary for Golden Glue. Oh, Shockwave on one person. That's going to really relieve the pressure on this turret here. The wall stops Matt from getting in, but he can still shield and give assistance from the backside. Turret goes down, and it's just a whittle down war here as Envy can stand in front of the turret no matter what.
And watch Lyra's health. It's coming back pretty soon because of that Warmogs.
I believe it.
Just don't get poked. He doesn't care. He should have regen to full because then they could threaten Baron right away. But him basically taking the turret damage there, and an Ignite from Matt for some reason is useless as the Warmogs takes him to full. And they can pressure around Baron now. Here it goes. Feast up, Kalista up. They have Ren stacks. Lolo show bottom. At the least, they get to teleport.
Where does it go down from? Niski as well, hanging off on the backside so he can route around the team. He'll have Golden Glue side. Lorlo tries to come to the top right over. Smites it away above all. And the 2 objective takers. Hakuo trying to get some kills down the side. Lyra is able to get that kill down on the Rainover. But it is Liquid now closing down this fight. Choking out Envy. An unbelievable smite as Rainover comes in on the Gragas. And will they be able to do this as he is down? Shockwave just missing. Apollo able to flash out of the situation. Hakuo and Apollo split. Worst decision of this game for them. And they go down one by one. Hakuo making out alive. TL back in it.
Rip, just like that, Team Liquid gets control of the game. Unbelievable smite from Rainover. And yes, you can call out Envy for saying, what are you doing? You have 3,000 damage of spike that you can do. But all Rainover did is he waited for the rend and he smoked. Because he knew that Envy was trying to feast it after rend. He just guessed that was the order that Envy was trying to do. So at that point, it's either Rainover smite or Lyra's feast, because it's coming after the rend and they're not going to time this perfectly. So watch this one more time as TL teleports in to go for this steal. Lyra smites. So at this point, Rainover knows, all right, it's Ren smite. Ren goes off, goes to 800, smite kills it. Feast would have done 1,000, but the Ren took it too low. So that is Envy not spiking at the right amount, but it's also just great presence from Rainover to smite at that right time. And then the gold is still pretty close. He's like, how did this happen? They have Rend Cho'Gath. I should never get this.
He was instantly stunned as well, so the barrel he had slightly charging, he couldn't pop for his extra damage. That was instantly threaded as soon as he could get that smite off. Not suppressed, so the stun didn't matter. 7-6, Liquid's trying to make quick work of this Baron. They know they have to use every second of it, especially with a Tristana able to crush down these turrets demolition style, and they try to get Piglet and the rest of the team up to that position.
Oh, man. Ardent Sensor completed on Lulu as well. Knight's Vow onto Rainover. They have everything they need now to protect Piglet to the best of their ability. And this smite, especially if Team Liquid wins, is all anyone's going to be talking about. So Envy lost that because they were greedy. They wanted the feast stack onto Cho'Gath because all they have to do is say 2,800 health, press all of the buttons, smite, feast, and rend. And then if everyone hits at the same time, Rainover can't trigger off a rend for a smite because Envy is the ones that know when they're going to do that. But instead they space it and try and do the feast post rend, and that's why Rainover was able to get the smite steal and regain control of the game for Team Liquid.
Well, he's got to be feeling pretty good. A bit of that extra cash from the push, a little bit extra cash from the fight gets him a Knight's Vow, which he puts onto Piglet. Even more strength. Flash forward. They can still pull him out. There's the Fate's Call to save Hakuo. Both still in the fight, and they did save the turret. That's what they're looking for. Bot's very close to going down. Lorlo's going to finish it off as he does not have to come over all the way. And now Lyra cannot get in as close as he needs to for these engages. Could be a tough time now for Envy to hold off these turrets from going down.
Yeah, he has his Gargoyle Stoneplate for the Feast combo if he wants. Basically, that would mean that Lyra's Feast is doing around 1,100 true damage. So if he gets a chance to flash and do that to someone, he's going to try. But there's a lot of shields on Team Liquid that can prevent that from executing.
I wonder if Liquid get themselves into a bad spot. 4 seconds on Baron. They might feel a bit stronger than they actually are here. We'll see if Envy realizes that, but they go in as soon as it wears off. Trying to get in the head of Envy. If they thought it, DL was going to react faster.
Rib, there's no initiation ults up for Envy right now, so they're kind of victim to the Tristan the Gnar poke right now.
They're also skating on thin ice with the mana bars they're dealing with here. Envy able to go back to base. We're over 20 minutes, so you get the home guards. It's 6.7 thousand gold Baron play, and it's not stopping for Liquid as they take down another inhibitor turret 30 minutes in.
Megadar!
They were backs against the wall the entire time, and now push Envy onto their base. I don't know if they have enough time for the Nexus turrets, but they will stay for the inhibitor.
Yeah, Baron is down, but it's going to be a 3v5 if they try and push their luck right here. They still have Piglet low on mana, but this is worth the gamble. They're going to go for it.
They have the hits, they have Piglet, they have the Tristana, the protection, the extended laning phase, the smite from Reignover, Fates calls back up, slicing Maelstrom is in, the Stunbot Hawkwool tries to lock up the team, but they focus, TL adapts and they find the kill. Apollo's next, the hop out from Lorlo and the rest of the team, they get their kills, and they limp away the victor of these last 3 to 4 fights.
And Piglet is also now really fed. The CS and turret he got there is 3,300 gold he gets to shop with, and oh my goodness. Team Liquid did not have control for 24 minutes of this game, but the gold was staying pretty close, and we knew they were trying to scale for late game, and this is what they became. No initiation ults for them. Lorlo actually Mega Gnar's Lyra, but then gets the shockwave when he crunches in as a ball delivery system. Lulu ults, Orianna ult after he jumps in. So just a beautiful reinitiation by Team Liquid, and it didn't look like they really had a plan or knew how they were going to get to this point, but when they did get to this point, they knew what to do with it.
It's that choose your own adventure. They went from chapter 20 or page 20 to page 70.
It's like, surprise, we're here now.
This is the good story. 12-7 at 32 minutes in. Starting to lose a bit of their jungle. Envy backs to recoup one last time. More armor for Lyra. He just tries to become a brick wall here. And Seraph is on complete damage duty. The last cannon chase will explode in these fights, and now Lorlo and Reignover get to find that. The bushwhack, though, from Envy as they wait.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually maybe in trouble if they...
Never mind.
Yeah, it is no longer a bushwhack. They have a giant Gragas. And we have no last whispers.
Oh man, the turret. It's only Piglet focused on it. Still getting shields, heals left and right. Not heals, but shields. Healing himself a little bit with that Warlords. They move in on the last inhibitor turret. The minion waves are almost in a perfect spot, and they'll be crashing in quite soon too with the super minions. And TL look with the finishing touches on the base.
Yeah, 3 super minion waves pushing in. Piglet with just a massive build. Emmy's a last-ditch effort.
One last time, the Fates call if they need it. Pulling Haku out, could throw him back in. Look at the focus on Piglet from Lyra. He's trying to do a fight by himself on the outside of the ring, but everybody's in the middle. Battle Royale here for Liquid, and Envy is just getting thrown straight out. What a game one from Liquid to hold off in the extended laning phase. Coming in at 33 minutes, it's the best of 3, but game one goes to Liquid over Envy.
Oh man, so they go back to the roster they started the split with, and it pays off in the late game this time. They get the Baron steal from Reignover, and that was absolutely the turning point of this one because Envy was in total control of that game. They had the Ken and Kalista creating kills in the bottom lane. They had the Cho'Gath feasting up to become a monster.
Yeah.
But then they didn't use Kalista Cho'Gath to get Baron. They didn't spike it properly. Reignover gets it. Trist gets a bunch of kills. They get a 7,000 gold Baron power play. And then at that point, they're this death ball, and Seraph has got nothing but lethality against a Randwin's Gnar, and they ran out of time. TL scaled up.
That's absolutely holding on. And TL wasn't pressuring themselves into bad moves. They weren't saying, we have to do this, we have to take this. Maybe Lorlo did go a little overboard to get mid-turret with one last hit.
He got it. That was totally
that's the game, right?
on board.
No, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to the analysts to see what they make of that comeback win for Team Liquid.
Thank you very much, Rip. Disaster for Team Envy around the Baron there. Reignover coming up with a huge steal to propel Team Liquid to their first victory in this series. Before we get to those mid-game team fights and ultimately that Baron steal, let's take a look at the comps one more time because as we're in 7-14, teams taking very different approaches to how they want to attack this meta. Again, we do see the Cho'Gath and even that Jace that you mentioned at the top of the day coming in. this crazy Kennen support pick. But then over here, this is what meta. This is 2-pack.
Yeah, this is
7-12.
great 7-13 draft out of Team Liquid here. No, the problem is they take Gragas first pick and they give away Cho'Gath and Kalista. Even on 7-13, Kalista was arguably the highest priority AD carry
outside of Caitlyn.
Behind Caitlyn, exactly. So this was a very strange draft overall for Team Liquid that they played, a very standard comp that was great maybe patch or two ago. Team Envy have a very cohesive draft on their side in terms of what they're trying to do. You have the Taliyah to try and snowball the topside Jace, who should win the matchup versus Gnar. He snowballs very hard. He hopefully gets a split push going. Meanwhile, on the bot side with Kalista Kennen, you have something that kind of wins the lane on its own. You can, of course, go down there as well. So 2 side lanes with a Taliyah to pick where she wants to snowball.
Yeah, of course, that's not how the game worked out, right? We saw Seraph get destroyed in the top lane. Reignover correctly identifying that that's probably where they would try and build some of their advantages. Makes a number of visitations up there to help turn the tides and propel Lorlo to a very impressive scoreline on that Gnar.
Yeah, but the sad thing was it was like predicted by Envy at the same time. They had a lot of really deep wards onto Reignover's jungle. They saw him on the blue. They have the ward for the gank to come in, and it's
the first blood still comes through.
Yeah, it still comes through. Seraph dies. They teleport back. They try and maybe get some pressure up there, but there's still some miscoordination. They never really get any kind of control onto Lorlo, and then he eventually gets to the point where he's already starting to hit his big items as Seraph is just starting to grab his Duskblade.
But even with him going down in that 1v1 matchup in the top lane against Gnar, we still saw Envy having control of the game for a large part of it, and that brings us to that Baron steal. We're going to replay this. We're going to break this down a little bit. To me, it feels like, funnily enough, they were baited by the fact that they had multiple secure spells on their team and then therefore didn't stack them correctly, as opposed to just waiting till it was in Ren range and only using that spell.
It's a situation where you saw the smite come in at around 3,500 health. They don't think there's any way that they lose it. You didn't even see the ultimate from Cho'Gath be used trying to get that. They just left it up to Apollo. Right. And he rendered it at around 1,900 health, a little bit too high. It's the kind of thing where nothing's going to do more than 1,000 damage to it, so you just rend anywhere closer to 1,000.
That's the key, right? In my head, the conversation was, well, I'll use my Feast, and you use Ren at like 2,200. That should kill the Baron, and it would, in all reality. However, you could also just wait till the Baron's at 1,200 health and only rend it, because you will definitely secure it then, and as you mentioned, Smite won't do that much damage, and so again, a small misplay by Envy, which turns the entire game around.
Right, you see that gold graph instantly jump flying up into TL's favor, and then as much as we were kind of poo-pooing this draft a little bit by TL, it is a very strong standard draft with a hyperscaling Tristana, so if you give them this breathing room with an Orianna, a Gragas, a Lulu, a Tristan, a Gnar, they will start just beating Envy's comp in straight team fights, and once they get that gold lead, they basically never have to look back. They win everything after that.
Yeah, a feel-good win, rather, for Team Liquid here, who you see on your screens. Again, it's all about crafting that second victory so you can come away with the match win. But there will still be elements of that game that they want to shore up, right? The fact that they were in a deficit is that you don't want to rely on Reignover having to come up with the smite in order to get the victory.
This is one of those games that just feels bad for both teams largely. Envy had a good game plan. I'd say overall a decent draft, failed to execute on it, and then even though they still had the lead, despite the early game failings, they even fail in the late game, whereas Team Liquid, on the other hand, there's all
kind of a wonky draft.
Yeah, kind of a wonky draft. Things not really going that well for them. They did survive the early game, but still behind, and then they only seem to come back into it because of a big mistake around Baron.
But they did play the late game after the Baron steal well, right? So again, if we're talking about the pros and cons for both teams here coming out of game one, Team Liquid will be happy that once they did manage to get that lead, it did not take them long at all to close this game out. Again, just don't find yourself in that position where you have to come up with the hero play out of Reignover and even to have the opportunity of winning the game. Of course, with that said, Reignover does pick up player of the game for being a hero.
And the big thing we said was that the early game didn't go too bad for Team Liquid. Sure, they still fell behind largely off of CS deficits, but for how bad that could have gone, if Lyra was able to find some openings, if Seraph was just given room to snowball, this could have been a game that got out of hand very quickly for Team Liquid, and Reignover did a really good job stemming that potential problem.
Now, I know you're not clairvoyant, but let me ask you a question about this Team Liquid team comp. Do you think that it's more a result of this just being a team that's slow to adapt to patches and therefore is going to rely more on what they have more practice on currently than what is necessarily strong in the meta?
I would have to agree, just because we talked about Reignover being sometimes an unbelievably good jungler when you see him on things like the Rek'Sai and the Gragas and the Olaf, but then he has struggled very heavily to get involved on other champions, and it's a situation right now where do we expect him to play Cho'Gath necessarily or Zac, right? Are these the kind of things that he's going to be playing a ton of? It's probably not the case. And at the same time, Piglet has been relatively stubborn in terms of playing some new champions. I mean, obviously, Kalista is one that he can play, but it's still a situation where is he going to go back to lethality? Do you expect Golden Glue to start picking up a Jace mid lane or things like that? They could be a little bit behind with this patch change.
All right, we'll see if Team Envy can even up the score, and we come back for Game 2 versus Team Liquid. Don't touch that browser.
Paid by Steve. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, say thank you, Steve, guys.
Thank you, Steve.
Even Kane.
Not thankful.
Oh, maybe Steve is so sad. He's crying now.
Actually doesn't go, goes for the flash, then the E. It's going to be enough damage from Lorlo. The last hit comes in for first blood. He'll have Golden Glue side. Lorlo tries to come to the top, right over. Smites it away above all. And the two objective takers. But it is Liquid now closing down this fight, choking out Envy. An unbelievable smite as Rainover comes in on the Gragas. They take down another inhibitor turret 30 minutes in. They were backs against the wall the entire time. And now push Envy onto their base. He's trying to do a fight by himself on the outside of the ring, but everybody's in the middle. Battle Royale here for Liquid, and Envy is just getting thrown straight out.
다른 선수들한테 피드백을 받는데 LCK 선수들한테 너무 레이노브 선수를 경계한다는 것 같이 느껴진다고 하더라고요. 저도 다시 생각해 보면 레이노보 선수를 경기하면서 어떻게든 이겨 먹으려고 오히려 제가 스스로 말리는데 천천히 하면 이길 것 같아요. 그래서 팀 리퀴드는 팀 믿고 저는 천천히.
Interesting insight. Take it slow, but don't find out a way to beat Reignover. Basically the way to do it, and that's exactly what they did. Welcome back as you're joining us for Team Envy versus Team Liquid. So we head into game 2, and we hear Lyra there kind of back and forth. It's interesting to hear that because usually you just think of as Nidalee and diving under every turret, maybe even level 3.
Exactly. You also have to think of Reignover in the past being such a widely respected jungler. He was the best jungler in the LCS for a year because he was crushing everyone. And the reputation, I think, does influence the way you play against him. And I think it's a good observation to realize that you shouldn't play differently against a player, even if he does have that great reputation. And another thing with Envy is they have to do a lot of this stuff on their own, right? We got to see that AMA from the Envy owner the other week saying that Violet, their coach, is generally more about lifestyle. They trust the players to have a lot of their own knowledge about the game and make those things. We've heard Apollo talk about how Lyra really is much like a coach for that team. So they have to do a lot of this stuff. And you have to, in a sense, give the players a ton of credit here because it's a 7-win team and they're doing all that work. So I'm really impressed with Lyra specifically for that.
And a few of the ones they just came up with, beating Dignitas, who had actually beat them previously, able to kind of overcome these bigger wins that they needed towards the end of the season and come together with changes. We haven't seen changes working for a lot of teams. Putting Niski in the mid lane now, he's been actually performing quite well, and the rest of the team is starting to gel, which always helps.
Yeah, we say all that, but they lost first game to Liquid, who only has 2 match wins this split. Because Baron exists, and they had a Callista with the Cho'Gath, and then Reignover walked up and smote it away, just like that. And then they lost complete control of the game. And you do have to couch that win a little bit for Team Liquid, right? Because they were losing for a lot of it, and they should have lost Baron right there. But they still had a very good scaling team composition, and once they got the lead, they knew what to do with it. There's plenty of games where Baron gets stolen, and it doesn't matter. That doesn't turn the game around.
Absolutely.
But this is something where Envy has to recover because for 90% of that game, they were the better team. They just didn't take care of business at Baron.
Honestly, repeat laning phase with, Seraph not getting ganked as much. That was the only problem, and he even absorbed that well. So it wasn't even that big of a detriment to Envy. We'll see if Liquid can again finagle their way out of an early game or kind of come back through with a robust pick and ban. Both teams did come through last time with pretty good squads.
Yeah, new bans this game for Envy. Getting rid of the Gnar. Also getting rid of the Callista, which is something they played last game to a fairly high level of effectiveness, but Piglet has been a very good Callista player himself, and it doesn't seem like something they would want to first pick.
Usually we're always seeing it picked in some capacity, right? Obviously at bot lane, but the bans have not been that much for the Callista. However, the Thresh still gets locked in, and that was on the ban list last time towards Envy. That was the 3rd ban coming in from Team Liquid first phase. High priority there.
Yeah, Hakuo, great playmaker with the Thresh. Not as good without the Callista, but still a very strong setup man for ganks.
Scaling. Tristana once again.
Gonna give him the Trist. Caitlyn's off the table. Pretty simple. And it's looking the same for Team Liquid. They can't go Gnar in the top lane, but they can still go Grox jungle, Lulu support, Trist AD, Orianna mid, all those things if they want to. It's a very generic composition.
I still have the Cho'Gath. Why not? It worked out really well, actually.
Yeah. It was a really strong early game from Lyra. It sets up even better with the Thresh, actually, because you can you can move that Cho right next to someone in the mid lane if you just lantern him in. They wouldn't blind a mid laner like that.
Maybe
would
possibly.
They?
5 seconds left. 80 carry being hovered here as Niski goes ahead and locks in Jhin for Paulo. A little more long-range hit for this game. If some hooks hit, 80s can stay safe.
Very interesting. Earlier today, we got to see Jhin against a bunch of tanks, and the Duskblade didn't really do anything there. If you're playing a bunch of squishies, the Duskblade Lethality Jhin build is super effective. However, I feel like when you're putting Jhin in your team comp this early, and the enemy team has yet to pick their top laner, if Team Liquid just go, I'm surprised they actually picked Alistar there instead of Maokai, and just put Maokai in the top lane, then they could have just tank armor stacked and essentially have invalidated the Jhin in team fights. So I think that's a very risky Jhin pick there by Envy, but we'll see if Team Liquid is able to punish it.
Niski hits for the second phase. So expect to see the same thing for Golden Glue, possibly the Galio, the Orianna. Galio probably for sure. Get another tank off the board for these guys. Niski, like you said, already going to have a bit of trouble. Penetrating the hide. There's the Galio.
Yeah, maybe just trying to make sure that they don't pull together too many tanks, but they have the first pick afterwards, and they still have both of their soul laners to decide. Galio at least can't go in the mid lane.
Definitely using all their time. Huh. All right.
Yeah, so
another Lucian for Niski.
That's because Team Liquid would probably be okay picking the Orianna right away after the phase here, and you don't want an Orianna against a Lucian mid lane. Based on the Orianna, based on the Syndra and Lucian bans, I would think they'd just give Golden Glue Orianna here and then wait for their Maokai pick or whatever top lane pick they want.
Right.
And let Lorlo.
Yeah.
Shall see though.
Lorlo's actually decent strength in his laning phases, and they may actually leave it for Golden Glue. Now,
there we go.
Switching back and forth as they hover. 3 seconds left. The Orianna does get locked in. Final 2 picks here from Envy. What do we need? Get that top laner and Niski in the mid lane. We'll find out both here.
Yeah, both soul laners up for grabs. What you going to play against Orianna when they ban out the mid laners that are good against it? You choose. Niski's had a pretty few good Cassiopeia games if he wanted to do some late game damage. Taliyah wasn't bad last game. He's going to play that matchup one more time.
Next ride in the wall. Just skate along the map. See if he can be in conjunction with Bakuo here on some roams in the early game. Him and Lyra making their way to get some dives in. That's kind of what they were doing last game. With Niski on the backside of those roams. Going to be the Jarvan on the side of Envy as Seraph picks that one up for the top lane. Shown by Liquid.
Yep.
See what their mind games were.
His most picked generic top laner of the split has been Jarvan or Renekton, and this will be the test now. What does Lorlo want to do against the Jarvan? Do they go for the mega tank line and lock in Maokai top lane, or do they just match it up with a Renekton and then just hope to play a generically good game? That's what they're going for, just standard picks across the board.
We'll have to see if Envy can pick themselves up, brush off that dirt from last game. A little dusty from that trail. The Baron going in favor of Team Liquid really swung things around. But it's not really yet you have to change much. And that's what you remember. Don't get it in your head that things went too awry. There was one bad thing that made the game change, and you can obviously make that not happen.
Yeah, don't change everything you're doing.
Easily identifiable.
Team Liquid changing a little bit of what they're doing. No Lulu to help out Piglet in the late game.
That's true.
Envy just has a ton of CC in the team composition, so if they're willing to go around the map and make plays, there shouldn't be anyone on Team Liquid who becomes unkillable. Renekton doesn't become a super tank. Jungle Gragas become very tanky, but not the same level as like a Maokai or a Cho'Gath will in the late game, so the Jhin I think is okay. Team Liquid almost opted not to try and stack tanks against it.
Yeah. Hashtag TON, hashtag Envy win. Team Liquid pulling out a much needed victory in the series, but can they get the entirety of it here coming in? They do go on to face P1, Immortals, C9, FlyQuest, and Dignitas. So definitely not the easiest games after this to come. They need these wins here. We'll see if they can get it as we head on to the Rift.
That is a tough schedule coming up.
Lyra back, bumping the fat beats.
Everyone getting the groove.
I like it. Let's go.
Liquid, of course, though, trying to take a win in the series. They're just at 2 wins on the split so far. Increase that winning percentage. 1 game away. They got 2 shots at it. They got a pretty similar team composition to last game. 3 of the same champions. Switched out the Gnar for Renekton and the Lulu for a Alistar.
Still got a top laner that goes big.
Mm-hmm.
30 seconds until
More control over it.
Yep, more. Yeah, it's true. He gets it. I miss the back and forth top laners used to do, as they autoed each other like 5 times, just for no reason.
No.
Heal up anyways before you even get back to lane.
Few too many people ended up bringing friends.
It's the gentleman's agreement.
That has ended. Not to mention, a lot of times top laners are even helping pull for the junglers now. So you just don't have that type of freedom anymore.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
have spawned.
Ring start.
Oh, man.
Well.
These guys have come prepared. You got the Cowbell Alistar on one side and the Beatbox Cho on the other. If anyone's going to meet, those two should meet early on in the game.
We just need more Cowbell.
Have a DJ face-off.
All right. A good remix. Starting off on blues. And the ADs will head bot. Doran's Shield versus Dora's Ring. In the bot lane.
Yeah, the Doran's Ring Jhin made its debut about a week ago over in the LCK. The logic behind it is Jhin does have some mana constraints in lane. There is an AP ratio on Dancing Grenade, the Jhin Q. So you do just as much damage with the Doran's Ring as you would a Doran's Blade early on in the lane. And then also, as they go into level 1 trade, Jhin is much more mage-like than all the other marksmen. So
that's a good point.
You don't really need this. You don't need to have the same mindset when you're building him. You're just trying to think, what items can optimize my spell damage as much as possible? If you think of him like a spell weaver rather than an auto attacker, the Doran's Ring ends up making a lot more sense because he will be able to Q more. That will allow him to push the wave better, and it, in a lot of ways, does give you a stronger laning phase. So a lot of Jins have actually switched over to the Doran's Ring after thinking about it a little bit, realizing the AP ratio is there, and just understanding what type of champion he really is.
I like to get that damage, too, off of killed bouncing grenades, so you can look to get a bit of steroid. Helps nicely.
Apollo's taking it one step further, though. He gets 30 AP at level 1, so he has AP blues in his kit as well. So really trying to cheese with that Dancing Grenade early on.
There you go. I like it. Especially kind of works against Matt. You're not taking, obviously not Nami hits, but you're not getting APs, so you don't need to run that flat magic resistance early. You can throw in a bit more damage. I like it. Love aggression. Sometimes what you need to do to get ahead. Lorlo knows he's got some friends down just below him, but Reignover is able to handle that one as a bit of the roam in the jungle. They have an idea of Reignover's red. We'll see if they come back for it.
That Dancing Grenade damage. About 110 damage there on a mat for one bounce.
Nice Q dissonance, but more mana on the
they
side
both
of
have Smite.
Blue.
This is no Baron, but it's still a Smite fight. Who's gonna get? Oh, Lyra gets it.
That's it. Calibrated the Smite. Should be working next time.
Yes.
Oh, that bounce almost gets over to him. A hook for a headbutt. Looking to stack up his bells, but not enough. I love the long ones that just hover in the air.
Yeah, I've seen some Jhin bouncing grenades that go really far as someone chases a lantern or something.
Yep.
It'll get you. Nice little invade by Lyra on the other side, though.
Just feel weird to go in and see your auto attack almost do nothing. Yeah. Unless it's your fourth shot.
You can basically see the Jhin working a little bit, though. He's pretty much full mana, even though he's been hitting that spell on cooldown.
Oh, right for the deadly flourish. What an aim. What a prediction there of where the end of the death sentence would work. First blood. Envy synergizing beautifully there to orchestrate a kill. Maybe another hook if that cooldown's there, but they leave it be and farm the lane.
Golden Blue under the turret.
Uh-oh. Oh, shoved back. This is not what he wanted. Flash is there. Should live. Should live. Winions, not enough.
Not close. Only 40 health on both mid laners after that one.
Good thing he's got Reignover below him.
Boots. Yeah, Reignover helped out from the Raptor Pit. Made it so Lyra did not want to chase through. Oh, Golden Glue. He's confident he can clear this wave without much issue.
I know where everyone is on the map, and it makes me scared for him to be there. Let's see this again.
Nice hook right onto him. They chain him with a deadly flourish, play him back in. Matt tries to peel with a stun and ignite, but since Hakuo kept going, Alistar couldn't stop both of them. They follow through for a little bit of damage, and the ignite kicks him out. Just, you know, the Doran's Ring, the ability power blues from Apollo, getting the early laning phase of the Jhin empowered enough to get that 2v2 kill.
Kerblam.
And now Rome.
What is the support doing top? That's what Lorlo's saying right now. He's got a flash out of this situation, but Envy working very quick off some aggression in the bot lane. They roam, but TL is trying to adapt as well here.
Yeah, I mean, Seraph got camped without very much help last game. This game, Lyra goes up early, tries to pressure Lola for an early gank, ends up invading for red buff. They're putting a lot more time into trying to help him out this game.
I'm ready for it.
Yeah, Golden Glue
Flash
should
hook.
be cheating towards the bottom side, but you never know.
Oh! Wait a minute.
He's got no flash.
He's going down. It's all right.
So
return on investment.
Yeah, Golden Glue had no summoners, so really all they needed to do was have Seraph jump over the wall, but Hakuho decided to join in on the fun as well. Technically, he helped.
These are the plays I'd love to see, except that there's actually quite a bit of cost using all those flashes. If Team Liquid can react faster with waves in a better position, that means they get turrets, they get those flashes. It can always turn very quick, as we have seen. Yeah. But they're going to go back to lane here, have a bit of a lead, and we'll see how they push this one.
Yeah, sign of things to come, I think, as well for the game. Envy trying to be more aggressive this game than they were even last game.
Right.
They realized they gave too much time for Team Liquid, gave them a window back into the game, didn't snowball fast enough, essentially. And in this game, they brought even more CC, and they're on just as much of a timer because they have the Jhin this game, who doesn't have tremendous late game against tanky men.
They get a little aggro here. They see Reignover clearing a vision ward down towards blue. Looks like there's too many minions for Piglet and Matt to hide behind for the time being. Cleared up. CS among each of the lanes actually quite even. Reignover's just made sure to kind of stay in that jungle with continuing his Raptors. It looks like he has a pretty good lead, but they're just about even on that jungle path. Just a level ahead for Reignover. Niski skiing back down. Let's see where they can find their next actual advantage here, because it looks like Team Liquid has the upper hand on that vision.
Yeah, but also with Golden Glue being down flash in the mid lane, it does technically give Niski the ability to play a little bit more aggressive, and then he would use that into roaming. Reignover clearing the control ward in the side, though, does help out Golden Glue a fair bit, and Ghost coming off cooldown helps a bit more.
Definitely a different game for Lyra as well. Had some stacks by this point. Much more aggressive with the rest of the team. Looks like he's actually going to do just that now towards the top side. Flag and drag. You can see.
Yeah, no flash on Lorlo. Doesn't have Slice and Dice either.
Dominus down. I was wondering when Lorlo was going to use it. Waits for the last moment. Looks to get the call. Heal back down just above top. And he can get another call. And he gets actually a lot of heal out of this one on Lyra.
Slice and Dice in 2 seconds.
Watch out for the chomp. Gets a hit from the Vorpal spikes and goes down. Teleports are down for those top laners, so Lyra's going to get a quick clear down. What happens across the map because of this, though?
That's still totally worth it for Lorlo, getting a kill in a 2v1. Most of the skill shots missed there from Envy. So if any one of those Ruptures would have landed from Lyra, Lorlo would not have been able to finish off Seraph.
BSR bot for Piglet. Call 57 from being stacked up for him. Seraph picks up a few more damaging items for himself as Lorlo kind of left picking up pieces, if you will, still recipeing towards a final item. Golden Glue backs. Actually goes for his Sork Boots first. Keep that movement up and keep himself off the Unraveled Earth. Let's see this again.
Yeah, watch this one more time. So the EQ doesn't connect, but Lorlo does use a Slice and Dice, and they think they're just going to be able to get it here. But notice how in the Cataclysm, Lyra can't get in to hit him. So Lorlo's just buying time there. Spends his Rage on the W onto Seraph, which is a whole bunch of damage. And then Lyra is able to chase him down because it is a 2v1, but still a nice outplay there by Lorlo. No flash, getting ganked, still getting a kill.
Roam down from Lorlo. He gets seen by a ward, but it looks like he's going to try to at least hit Scrying Orb and Blasting Cone here. Gets one ward down. Yeah, he's Blasting Cone back over.
That's done.
I love the Kyle Bell. Matt. Tearing off the roof. They could actually just pull out of this one. A lot more activity as well from Team Liquid in this one, though. Piglet was in lane just about the entire time, especially with a Cole as well. He is roaming around. Yeah. They're trying to secure some more kills than they had last game to keep themselves at pace.
Yeah, trying to get involved any way he can because they're losing the laning phase pretty badly. So trying to get control wards in there, knowing Lyra has the feast secure, you would think, on the Drake if they go for it.
Hold you to that.
Yeah. Just don't count on him for Baron. Count on him for the Drake. So Apollo really just bullying this lane. Very close to being able to get his Dust Blade.
Oh. Position,
Matt goes
zoning. Yep, they take it. They didn't have the vision going on the other side. 2 teleports coming in as well. And these will finish. Reignover's just a little bit closer, however. How's this one going to play out? Lorlo goes in. Reignover in. Apollo instantly shredded down. Hakuo is able to get just past that Cataclysm to keep himself safe as well. And Seraph helps to get the team out. Piglet not picking up any kills there. And just that kill onto Apollo.
Ooh, Lorlo getting in just when he needs to. And credit to Matt for escaping with his life right there because it looked rather suicidal running in there as Alistar as Lyra had arrived in the lane. Nothing will reduce the true damage from the Feast, so even if he has his ultimate, he would still be a victor, but he knows the hook misses, so he says, hey, it's a good time to go. Courage of Colossus procs. Matt does get hit by the Rupture, but doesn't get hit by any edges of the box. So the Feast is used on him, but then when Lorlo comes in, he has a larger impact than Seraph because he is winning that lane, and that's really what turned the tide of the team.
Golden Glue, Niski actually not able to make it to that last fight. Continue to go back and forth in the mid lane without being able to solo kill each other. Kind of hard, I guess, in that aspect. You really have to go all in. One's going to do about half your health, and you got to do it again. So these guys playing safe. They actually have both summoners up as well. If they do get a little pressure, we see that coming from Hakuo ever so slowly as they start to regain vision control on the red side of the map.
Yeah, still a pretty close game as well, 1,000.
Oh boy.
And as you mentioned, the call on Piglet, if he gets that going, he's still going to be able to scale into the late game just fine.
No repeat of the over-the-wall train we saw from Seraph and Hakuo earlier. It's like teams only have one of those in a game, like, and go button. It's like, that worked, but we can't do it again because our flashes are down. And things get a little too scary as everybody gets more items. So the temper starts, but here's a hook. They may be able to lock this one down. With that will going down, Matt obviously taking 0 damage. And this could be a turnaround coming in on Niski. He's gonna have to be very careful. Ghosting and surfing against the wall. Tries to get himself in a good spot.
It's a safe spot.
It's basically a bait. He's able to get himself now over the wall as he weaves one to safety. Piglet in a bad spot, jumps to the other side. There is so much jumping back and forth between both teams here. I don't think either one knows what they fully want to commit on.
Yeah, and it's gonna keep going. Piglet sticks around for control, and here comes Hakuo near it.
Rocket jump is down. He's gonna get hit up. He has to proc that. He might have it back. Just in time, Apollo gets the kill down for himself with the 2 assists going to Lyra and Hakuo.
And look at this, Seraph the whole time smacking away at that turret. In a losing lane, he gets first turret of the game on Jarvan, so the indecision.
Yeah.
And then the control ward greed by Piglet cost Team Liquid big time. They were just coming back in this game, but then lose an extended 5v4, give up first Drake and first turret all in one go.
Let's see what the buys are. See this fight one more time again. Quite a bit of money in the pockets of everybody on the Rift as the fight went down.
I mean, Piglet's coming up from the bottom. TL says they want to cut people off. Niski flashes right there. The Rupture delays everyone else, and then no one is able to knock him off his wall until he is to safety. Lyra then actually ends up flashing right into Piglet, turns him onto the run, and Piglet uses his rocket jump and his flash. So he doesn't have those things. And then goes to kill the control ward with no vision of the opponent. Hakuo says, okay, we will kill you now. Force shot from Apollo comes through. Ooh, he
just got jumped back. Good close down by Envy there. All for the vision ward. Sometimes it's worth. When it's yours. When it's yours. That 1,000 gold lead is what TL's working with right now. Lorlo's still able to push Seraph around on the top side, so it's going to feel pretty good when cross-map fights happen. Here's one. An airborne Niski from a shockwave gets thrown around and put into the void. Golden Glue coming up with a kill and the help from Reignover as Team Liquid seems to be sorted around the map a little bit better for these skirmishes.
Yeah, nice combo there by Rainover and Golden Glue. Lyra and Niski really not packing that much damage this early on into the game. The burst from Oriana comes in pretty easily to finish off Niski. Now with the Rift Herald, Team Liquid would have a chance to pull this gold back around. The question is, will we use it here? Because I see a lot of times teams using Rift Herald on turrets that they're going to kill anyway, rather than using it to secure a turret. So now that Seraph has come to defend the turret, I wouldn't mind Rainover just dropping it in the lane and letting it take the turret, because it's going to charge up and that would kill it. Instead, he decides to use the Empowered Recall, though. We'll see where he ends up dropping it.
One big fight bot, a map opener up mid. Who knows?
So many choices.
What is the choose your own adventure this time?
Yeah. The problem with Rift Herald from behind is oftentimes you can never even get it to the turret. So the opportunities are so few and far between to actually get a good spot, which is why I think Rainover should have used it right there in the top lane as soon as Seraph arrived in lane. Walk into a brush in the middle of the wave, drop it, and then recall, because Seraph ain't stopping it. As one man up in that top lane, they would have had it in range of the turret, and if the turret was low enough, the first charge would have killed it. Come back to that, see if they get better use.
Yeah, it's like it's going to be the mid pressure that's going to have to be used on, I should say. They're getting pushed in.
Golden Glue will be very careful. Oh, Lordless says hello.
Good find. Actually trying to rinse and repeat. I said they're not going to come over the wall again. Seraph was going to. Going for the fight, but where's the Rift Herald? It probably got a good amount of time left on it, so they're not going to throw it out just yet, but it is going to be a bit of pressure towards that bottom side. Shuffling towards mid.
Yeah, you get 4 minutes to get a good use of it, and mid turret is often where everyone wants to use it, because that's the most important turret to open up from just playing the map perspective. That's where Rainover wants to do it, but if Envy has all the pressure there, it's really hard to get down. Oh, maybe now? Here we go. Now we see.
All right, Shelly, what can you do? Bot lane is just the bot laners fighting it out, and like you said, it's going to be stopped pretty short here with a wave of minions taken down to half HP and almost lower. Yeah, he's actually still going to have to fight. Not even any damage on the turret. If that would have worked as well, leaving the side lanes up for Piglet, still a good thing for Triss to farm, but Envy's kind of one step ahead here.
Yeah. That was a really bad Rift Herald. Really, really bad. They had no way of clearing the wave. If you're going to put it there, it's not going to charge until the minions are gone. Oh well. Lost opportunity for Team Liquid, turning the Rift Herald into 25 gold for the opponent.
Nice, guys. So where do they go from here? Liquid now kind of stop short. Seraph with the Tiamat on the top side. Doesn't allow Lorlo to even push those waves in. It stops at the 75% mark. Liquid trying to push into Talia in mid. Not really what's going to happen. Oh, hello. Piglet, however, taking things into his own hands here in a fight. Dodging out the deadly flourish. Boost. Buster shot. Almost gets the kill. Matt's going to be able to stand in front of this one. Cataclysm right down on the fight. But it's not going to be enough. Niski's just short as well. Just trying to get the finalizing damage on the rocket. And flash coming out from Piglet. Matt waltzes out of this one like a mad cow. And Envy's going to have to stay for something.
Everyone's appeared in the bottom lane, though. They're going to be able to get a lot of pressure on this turret and take it. Piglet loved the attempt, in a sense, thinking he'd be able to get Apollo, but the collapse by Envy was much cleaner, and at the end of the day, he gets no kills. They lose all their summoners, and they trade turrets.
I said this turret would stand for a while. It falls.
Orlo gets it anyway.
Yeah, Seraph with the play down bot side. Somewhat paying off as the team grab a turret, but no kill coming up, so quite a bit of resources used here. If they can get down TL's mid, be very, very helpful quick and start to finish off some of these items. Not much gold, except for Lorlo, 1,600.
Yeah, Lorlo again, the person with 2 kills from the laning phase. What can he do with it? As far as creating split push pressure, Piglet behind laning phase, but he did proc his call, so only 500 gold down on Apollo. Colorful Drakes falling to Envy. Rainover wants to take it though.
Gets in close, but back. Right over to Seraph. Whoa, Seraph right through to Matt with the rest of the team. Beautifully done. They take him down. Now the hook onto Lorlo. His Dominus is running, but these guys are getting shredded. The damage coming through now from Apollo to drop one.
Oh,
the curtains are closing for Team Liquid. A shockwave now onto Rainover, and one by one they begin to fall, or continue, I should say, limping away as Golden Glue with no summoners up, and Envy now get to look at where they want to go.
Matt still had no ultimate from the last time, so he evaporates at the start of that fight. And now Envy, still with 4 people alive, can take down yet another turret if they keep this push up. They're actually going to clear waves. We'll see if they can get both.
Lyra looks like a Rift Herald. Huge. Getting some of those stacks as well, just where he needs one. That one chopped down onto Matt, so he feels pretty good about that.
Yeah, he has consumed 1 Drake and 1 champion. Doesn't feast here. Actually smites early, but then saves his feast for the fight because it was imminent. Watch Matt, no ultimate. Good night. Lyra feasts him up. That gives him 7 Shogat stacks already. A really nice rupture on Golden Glue and Rainover as well, which sets up the continuation of the fight where they picked up another kill.
All right, Envy coming out of base with a plethora of vision wards. Dark seals stacking up as well for Niski just a little bit so he can find some extra power. And vision wards more so for Matt than the rest of the team here, as TL is still kind of roaming around, clearing wards, making sure there's their place. So objective now for Envy, push this vision up, get it used. We can see already towards the bottom right side of the map, there's quite a bit. Even with Baron up, they're hovering their vision towards that right side.
Yeah, and this is also the Jhin that everyone was scared about with the lethality patch, because he has the Duskblade, which just does a whole bunch of burst damage when he's been out of sight. An extra 252 bonus physical damage and the 99% slow, which can then line up the Deadly Flourish at any point. And this hasn't necessarily taken over the meta because Cinderhulk tanks are good, and there's a few armor stacking tanks you can play in the top lane, but even though Apollo locked in that Jhin early, there's not armor stacking on the side of Team Liquid, so he is that threatening Jhin that people want to be able to play him for.
Think twice now about going in again, seeing that damage. I thought Lorlo was easily going to get over that wall, make it out of the fight. With 500 plus damage crits coming out already. Hakuo with Redemption coming in for one of his first items to keep that heal going. A jump down onto Lorlo. Just went down in the fight, came back up, if you remember, and they find him down towards the bot side. Envy is now pulling the trigger every time they see a chance, and they start to head towards mid, causing Team Liquid to have to route top side.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Glue's trying to push out that top wave, which gives mid lane priority over to Envy if they want it. Instead, they're going to opt for some Baron vision. Second time's a charm for Cho'Gath's Feast on major objectives, you would think.
Is that the quote?
Yeah. That's the idiom. Second time's a charm.
My Runeterra idioms aren't up to par.
And he's maxed out his minion or monster feasts. 1 Drake, 1 champion, so that puts it at 8. For big ol' Lyra.
Titanic Hydra finished up now for Seraph. Ooh. Megatron Cloak as well, so he can weather the storm on some of this ability power. Not have to worry about Golden Glue's ultimates.
Yeah, it's funny how Lyra, they're both building towards Gargoyle Stoneplate.
Right.
But Lyra said, I think armor is the best. And Sarah says, I think magic resist is the best. It is a switcheroo what they're building first. Seraph did have Ninja Tabi, whereas Lyra had cooldown boots, so that could be the reason for it.
Their own paths. Swifties coming in for Apollo along with his BF sword. Now pickaxe. He was able to just throw that in, so actually big spike of damage. It was just that pickaxe before. So we'll see what else he can throw down on the table. Clearing mid, he'll join the team towards top side. Hopefully Envy doesn't get in a fight too soon with 2 of their members spread out across them.
Well, if they can get any pick, they're very willing to pull the trigger. Jhin can always join with Curtain Call, even though a lot of this Jhin is not about Curtain Call. It's about getting the Duskblade hit into the Deadly Flourish. And then that's allowing you to get all 4 of your shots off, and then maybe you'd open up your ultimate if they continue to retreat.
I can remember seeing that earlier in the day. Jhin was kind of just tickling people with the ultimate. And like, all right.
Hey.
There's a factor of this you have to play around. Right now, Team Liquid trying to play around all this catch potential, the ruptures, silences, hooks from Envy. They really can't be standing in one spot for too long, but they all don't want to group up either. So it's a very big dance for Liquid around these turrets as the siege potential for Envy is big. They split off. The 1-3-1 begins here for Envy as they try to spread Liquid thin.
Yeah, and this would be on Liquid to say, hey, they're 1-3-1-ing, we should fight.
Pull that trigger even quicker.
But hard to engage onto a Thresh. And now the minions are stacked for Envy. They can reconverge on the mid lane as now Liquid has to send defenders to the sides.
Wonder at what point, maybe this point they're able to get Baron. That's a lockup, but he doesn't come any closer from over the wall. Gets hit up on the terrain, that stops the fight, and now Team Liquid has another chance. Seraph thinking about that Cataclysm, but it was 2 tanks, so he backs right away.
Yeah, and this is a tricky point in the game for Envy because they had a similarly sized lead in game 1, not quite this large, I believe, but they threw that game away. And even though it hasn't been as much of a problem this split, that was the story for Envy last split, is that they would get 4,000 or 5,000 gold leads and they wouldn't know how to close games. We talk about Liquid struggles this split and how Envy is tied for 4th place. When this game happened last split, it was 9th versus 10th. So there is a history between these teams trying to fight at the bottom of the standings. In this split, it has been Envy who have done it successfully, but losing that first game to Team Liquid by not closing properly brings back some of those memories, and they need to continue to play clean, not overstep their lead, and close it out the right way.
Guys were one of the best early game teams, right? They were able to have so much gold in these early games, and it almost feels like they're okay with that, right? And usually you are, but being too okay with it gives the other team an advantage. It allows a Tristana to farm up. And can't say it allows a Baron to be taken. That just kind of happens. That's something. That's a drop in the bucket sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, how can you honestly secure Baron with Cho'Gath, Kalista, Smite?
We could go on.
This time, though, they have Lyra and no Rens to mess up his timing. He gets to prep it for himself with Smite Feast. His Feast base on Baron will do 1,305 damage at this point in the game.
Nice.
The Smite will do 760, so if he does the math himself, he just says, okay. 1,950, and I can press both buttons at the same time and get it.
That's the idea.
Yeah. I was going to say 2,000, but that's how you mess yourself over, because you do 1,906 damage and pull out the Comer 2K.
Oh, interesting. Piglet actually lands on the drop zone for Seraph. The fight is going to continue. Lyra gets hit out, Matt very low, and that could be a chomp down for Lyra if he gets in range. That's the flash chomp coming out as well. The cow is dead. Rainover waits to get back home as well. They're just trying to find their way back as Envy is going to drop a turret. Moving slowly, but now need to start moving a little bit quicker.
Now, wasn't even the stone plate chomp needed. Up to 10 stacks. That is a big Cho'Gath.
Baron?
They can go for Baron.
They do have Rainover up still.
They have to get Rainover out of there. Burns Rupture. I mean, they can get a few people in with Thresh if they want to. They're just burning out the blue trinkets from Team Liquid. So Team Liquid has 3 blue trinkets. They're now out of them. Barrel not revealing because they're gone.
It's like, how are they fitting in there?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Why did the barrel not see them?
So tiny. Right back over. Scryer's Bloom, super helpful in that situation. And now they're going to be able to just kind of cordon off these lanes back in, possibly get one of these hooks in favor of Hakuo. We got flashes pretty much up for both sides. Piglets is down, but he's got the rocket jump. So everybody's going to be able to basically go to the max on this fight. Rainover with the check, but he didn't realize that bush still occupied by 2 members of Envy. Very slowly coming out of base. Envy is actually playing a really good bluff game right here.
Yeah, that was actually really interesting. They said they're going to stick around with 2 people while everyone else bases. Because if Team Liquid had sent a full 5-man squad, they would, Lyra and Hakuo would have died. But with that, they burn Rainover's flash, which now makes this check even more difficult. See that improvement this team has had with a lead at 30 minutes. Have been able to close out games, albeit slowly a lot of the time. They're still doing it. You do not get extra points for winning in 30 rather than 40.
It's true. Rush. The only rush is, I guess, at that point, you kind of start to beat yourself at the game if you're not ending it. and then the opponent wins. This is not what you want. Envy looking to prevent that, and really looking good to get to a game 3 on this one. As we just get over that 30-minute mark, Lyra again quite big on this Cho'Gath, as well as the rest of the team getting their fill of kills to complete their items. Now they get to move forward. It looks almost unkillable now, as Piglet has to face these tanks this time around.
Yeah, and does not have the Lulu Ardent sensor.
Right.
Help him out more so. Very dangerous road.
Matt's been a pretty big initiation factor for these guys, down to half HP before he's been throwing the ultimate down, and that gives Envy the surefire go. They say, yeah, we can burn him down still. Get away with another kill. They have the true damage from Lyra. That ult doesn't matter.
Yeah, didn't even need it there either, so Matt was completely caught with this team. Now they've saved it for the Baron. Remember, just under 2,000 health is what Lyra can burst from.
Wall him off, rain over. Still big guy, slide right over the wall, but they may try to get around. Rylai's slowing the team as they get through. 52, they turn off immediately onto Lorlo. He's blasted down, a pair of shoes for somebody. And now Piglet looking to get himself out of this situation. Flash is just coming back up, actually a while, I should say, from coming back up. And so is he. The last few hits going down, coming in from Niski as they turn from this Baron. No chance for Liquid to steal.
Yeah, don't need to play that game if you can just win the fight. Team Liquid forced to fighting because the Baron Secure is so reliable. So they end up going in a 5v4. Lyra, you can stay there all day, man. I'm willing to say he could take about 50 of those shots.
I don't know. We have to count it against the Hanser Nautilus from the early part of the season. There's like 24 or 25 shots. Looking at Matt as he's saying, walk this way. You don't want to go inside the base, but Envy aren't having any of it. They want that game 3, and they're going to start the finishing touches here. 32.5 minutes in. Rainover trying to stop the minions from getting in so they can armor up the turrets just a little bit more.
Yeah, well, they have actually, because they have people respawning, so Envy's going to have to pull off that Baron play once again. One more of those, and the game is pretty much over. They're sitting on about 7,000 gold between everyone right now, so you'd expect them to go back for a recall. But if they keep getting kills, why not get the kills?
You would expect them to go back. Oh, they look for Rainover on this fight. Piglet over the wall. He's got Seraph in his eyes if he can connect enough shots, but he can't get a range to get the explosive shot down, and he starts to get taken down himself. Envy deliver the medicine once again to the entirety of TL and Matt. Not long for this world. Great shockwave, though, as Golden Glue staves off a bit more of that pressure and does keep Matt alive. Nexus turrets in the eyes of Envy.
Monstrosity of a Cho'Gath right now. Not even levels 50. He gets bigger if he levels up, by the way. It's because he has 12 stacks right now.
I was going to say, at some point, I can't even tell if we're zoomed in or not. He's so big as Lyra makes his way to the front of the line with the rest of the team. That's the finish line this time around. In Game 2, they fell just short in Game 1. And as they pat the KDAs, looking for a bit more, some sirloins to head out with. One for the road. They're going to go ahead and take down the Nexus. We're going to Game 3. Envy takes it over Liquid.
Some nice smiles coming out of Apollo. The Doran's Ring Jhin gives him an early lead in the lane, but that game was much nicer than Game 1 for Envy. And I liked what Mark C said on the desk after Game 1, how neither team would be happy with the result there. The team that lost or Team Liquid for winning, because when Liquid won Game 1, they did not do anything reliable. And coming into Game 2, it didn't seem like they made tweaks to try and make it more reliable, because aside from the Baron steal, Team Liquid lost Game 1. They didn't make many changes. Envy made a few tweaks, creating more CC with Jhin and more pick potential, and then they just won again. So this was very close to being a 2-0, and I think unless Liquid switches up something in a big way for Game 3, you can expect it to be an Envy win, because they were dominant in this game and for most of the first.
Right. I said in the beginning, I was like, I love to see scaling in these compositions because there's so many tanks. But you can fall into that position of, we are looking to scale, so we're not doing anything just yet. And it seems to be what Liquid is kind of falling into, having the pressure towards the top side to keep knocking down Seraph. They don't really want to bring it down to say, hey, Piglet's not going to have much damage. We'll keep it mid. We'll keep it top. We'll keep it mid and top. And Piglet's been falling behind a little bit, but to still some extent helping to carry.
Yeah, exactly. Envy's been winning that bottom lane by double-digit CS both games and pressuring the turret down very early. So it's hard for Team Liquid to play around that lane. Lyra has had 2 very strong Cho'Gath games. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that on the ban list for the next one because he's been pretty dominant.
It has. We have seen the Callista taken out as well. It's kind of a mixed match. Which ones do or don't they want? We'll have to figure it out. To hear more about how Envy brought us to Game 3, let's send it over to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is more like it out of Envy, right? Establishing a lead, this time sticking with it and playing it out correctly. We didn't have the Baron blunder this time around, playing a little bit more smartly around those global objectives.
And this time, they do bring the Talia back, but it's not quite as snowball-focused of a team comp overall. You do not have the Callista, you don't have the Jace, you have Jarvan and Jhin respectively. Both can play a little bit more in a controlled style, so it makes sense. And then, once again, the Cho'Gath for Lyra got off the ground a little bit better this time. Got pretty massive by the end of the game, taking 3 shots from the fountain, didn't actually go down at all. So
I mean, absolutely absurd where that champion can scale to. The other important thing to note is the Thresh. It was banned in Game 1 by Team Liquid. It was first picked here for Hakuho. So again, showing immense priority to that champion specifically and the playmaking potential of Hakuho as a player.
Absolutely. And on Team Liquid side, they're mostly going back to the same idea. You run the Orianna to Tristana again. You're going for some kind of hyper-scaling team. You hope that you get into the mid to late game relatively even, and then you'll start outperforming them. I don't mind the idea. You and I were talking off camera a little bit about it. Just like, do you want to go more all in on the early game if you're Team Liquid? But we've seen them get monster leads before and fail to close out. So I think they're most likely to win if they can win a team fight and then transition that to objectives versus get a lead and then use objectives.
Exactly. Don't dislike this draft. The problem is that when you're 10K down, you know, there's no way to win it. And so again, they're just trying to push the game to a scaling point. It doesn't get there. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of Envy's early kills. Again, it's all about Hakuho and Lyra, playmakers for this team. The 2v2 down here.
Woo! Yeah, nice hook into the Flay, has the Lantern as well, so even though Matt did his best to disengage onto Apollo, he's still able to get the follow-up. Piglet not flashing right away. Maybe could have lived if he could have flashed and avoided some of the Jhin damage, but the flash likely would have followed. Then you go take that transition, bring it to mid lane. Seraph also getting involved with that one. And
finally, that's Hakuho flashed, missed the hook, and throws the Lantern. That's the I'm helping moment. I'm helping!
Give me that assist. I threw a Lantern.
Funny, that takes more gold away from one of the 2 carries, actually, because you're splitting the assist gold.
Hey, it looks better on the scoreboard. He's on the map. He's in the right place. He's helping make the play.
Exactly.
All right, even if it doesn't actually help.
I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, 13:40 into the game. Envy around the Dragon. It's a 1-0 here. Let's take a look at this one.
And this is one of those situations where Team Liquid are starting to do the right things. They have a knockback on the Niski. They're going to chase him out of this, kind of invasion that didn't work out for Envy. And then they get the summoner, but then they start playing things a little weird. Matt doesn't actually go and headbutt Niski because I don't think he wants to proc the minefield that the Talia just put down. So he gets out. Piglet's on the wrong side here, and instead of jumping into the pit to join up with the rest of his team, he jumps directly straight line out. It's still in a bit of a not great position, has to flash, and then gets very overconfident.
The play I have ever seen.
Maybe not ever.
It's close, man.
It's close.
That's for a pink ward. There was literally no reason for you to even be contesting that control ward. Absolutely zero, and you give up a death for it, and then concede control of the Dragon there. Overall, though, that fight in general, to me, as you said, started correctly for Team Liquid, and I think they identified that it was a winnable fight, which is why they pushed for it. And then again, the execution isn't there. Had they come away with 2 kills there, again, the game might swing entirely in their favor.
Yeah, who knows how it works? Maybe you just grab the Ocean Dragon and it helps stabilize your laning phase. There's a lot of ways that what they were doing was the right idea, but they just always seem to fail the execution at a lot of these points. And this is another game where a couple things went wrong for them, and then the snowball's in full effect because we talk about the power of tanks, and you have the giant Cho'Gath along with Jarvan getting pretty big as well.
Right, and again, this is that we talk about the mindset all the time with Team Liquid, is that they play not to lose as opposed to playing to win. And we did have that one example where Piglet jumps all in onto Apollo on the Jhin, right? It ends up not being a fantastic play for them. We were discussing off camera, though, that we kind of like the intention there because, once again, yeah, sure, maybe it turns out poorly and you just go further into a deficit, but at least you have a player on your team who's making stabs at gaining advantages back.
Obviously not the most calculated aggression, but still aggression, which is something Team Liquid's lacking straight up sometimes, and it did net them an advantage in some way. They lost more summoners for the play, but they did get the teleport out, which gives you a global advantage, and then you should be able to transition that into a dive, some pressure, stalling out Envy's, team fight prowess, but they never were able to do that.
And this actually just occurred to me, and we probably should have pulled this up in all honesty, but the Rift Herald usage from Team Liquid was honestly...
I had suppressed the memory. That's why we didn't call for it.
It was a little abysmal. But let's talk about this real quick, because I do think we've seen many teams, as Jad said, we've seen many teams that use it when they're already going to take a turret. But then we also see teams not use it in situations where it does make the most sense to use it.
That's because Team Liquid heard Jet say that, and they're like, we're going to show you why teams do that. And here's why. Because if you don't use it then, sometimes you overestimate your ability to find another opportunity. That was just really greedy out of Team Liquid because they did not have pressure in the bot and mid lane. They're saying, we're going to get this top turret anyways. Lorlo is winning up there.
Right.
But then they just drop it mid lane, and if you don't have a wave to walk up with or anything like that, the enemy team just uses their wave to tank the Rift Herald so it doesn't do the charge at the turret, and then they kill it for free.
And then you don't get that global gold to help you close that gold gap. Now I want to jump forward to 20 minutes in. Envy picking up a 3-for-1 team fight around the Dragon here.
And this is what we're talking about, that global advantage. Lorlo has the teleport. Envy wants to force the Dragon down his 5 before he builds a wave up to the top side, but they're a little late getting in with that teleport, and then they have a hard time focusing down a single member. Matt did not have his ultimate from that force that Team Liquid just had from Piglet's aggression, so he gets dropped extremely early, and now Piglet's on the wrong side of the fight. Lorlo gets taken out and focused down relatively early, and then this is just shows that it was still kind of close, and if you had a little bit more gold and played that situation a little bit better, maybe you're able to start getting some resets for Piglet. He can actually start winning that fight. You see the gold lead at that point was probably only around 2,000 or 3,000. If you have an extra turret down in the top lane and you had more pressure from having that Rift Herald take it earlier, maybe you can get more done in that Dragon fight.
And I think that's where I kind of land on this idea that, to me, in this game, it was showcased that Envy's the better team, right? If we recall back to game 1, Envy had priority there in the game as well. It was just the unfortunate, misplays around the Baron that even gave Team Liquid the opportunity to stab back into it.
And this time picking, like we said, a team comp that scales a little bit better, whereas last time they were clearly outscaled by Team Liquid here. While maybe, hypothetically, Team Liquid still has the better late game with their 2 carries, at the very least, Envy on your screen can still win and compete in late game team fights. You don't need to all in on some snowball comp with a Jace and a Kennen support, though it was heavily banned.
Right.
You don't need to go for a snowball team comp. Take something a little bit more standard and show that you're the better team over Team Liquid.
That said, as we look towards game 3, once again, the idea that the Thresh was banned out in phase 1 of game 1 and then followed that with 2 more support bans in phase 2, they did show a lot of focus onto all 3 playmaking supports that Hakuo has. Of course, you still got to consider Tom Kench, Braum, Alistair, the likes. These are plenty of playmaking supports left that he could maybe jump to and still get work done. In the meantime, Lyra picking up player of the game. Again, the early ganks on the Cho'Gath, this time not throwing away the Baron, but ultimately this team a lot of times lives or dies by him.
Yep, and Lyra had a great early game, was able to kind of get onto the map. It was initially Hakuho got the first couple kills going, but then Cho'Gath it is a little difficult to execute on in the first couple games. And then once you start hitting 6, you start getting those stacks and you start finding kills on champions, you get completely out of control, and he became a massive wall for Team Liquid to have to try and get through.
Well, Envy managed to tie up the series, so let's see if they can close it out versus Team Liquid in game 3. Meet us back here after the break.
What an aim, what a prediction there of where the end of the death sentence would work. First blood! Oh! Wait a minute.
He's got no flash.
He's going down. Looks to get the call, heal back down just above top, and he can get another call, and he gets actually a lot of heal out of this one on Lyra. How's this one going to play out? Orlo goes in, rain over in Apollo. Instantly shredded down.
Okay, nice. Coming. Alistair, no ulti. Watch your Nectin. Renekton, slowly.
Lyra gets hit out, Matt very low, and that could be a chomp down for Lyra if he gets in range. That's the flash chomp. Piglet over the wall. He's got Seraph in his eyes if he can connect enough shots, but he can't get in range to get the explosive shot down, and he starts to get taken down himself. We are back and heading into Game 3 of Team Envy versus Team Liquid. And two very back and forth games, a little bit more so back and forth than the second one. The first one was back, forth, kind of like that.
Yeah, and the second one was pretty dominant by Envy. And we said before the series that Envy, as a team that is tied for fourth, needs to take care of business against a 10th place team, Liquid team. And in the first game, they didn't do that. They honestly got a little greedy for feast stacks, it felt like, on Lyra, not securing the Baron. And then in the second game, they were very deliberate about getting a lot of CC in their team composition and then executed the picks from there on out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can put something together that will allow them to get a much more early game lead where Envy starts to kind of gain control of the game, allow Lyra to do much more. We've seen Reignover not held back a little bit, but not able to help the lanes as much with the kills. I've been surprised Golden Glue and Niski are almost kind of untouched within these games, except for the crazy instance we saw Game 2 with the flashes over the wall.
Yeah, unless Golden Glue uses both of his summoner spells in a 1v1, generally they're leaving them be.
Yeah.
I want to see something else out of Liquid this game. I want to see what they're capable of. Reignover has been okay on Gragas, but I feel like this patch is all about Cho'Gath and Maokai. So will they give Lyra Cho'Gath again? And will they switch it up at all themselves?
Also continue to stay with the same crew for Liquid all the way through this series. We do see that this lineup has been something that they like to see on the Rift. That Cho'Gath gets banned out. Second one coming through for Liquid. They do not want to deal with it, but also says Reignover is like, I don't want to play it either.
Yeah, Reignover doesn't want to first pick it because that is always an option that Team Liquid would have. Thresh was first picked last game by Envy. There is also a Kalista that has gone unbanned and was early picked in the first game. Ooh. There it is. Boom, boom. Hakuo's Thresh made a ton of plays. Matt, a very experienced Thresh player himself.
I miss his Bard, not gonna lie. I always enjoyed him. Bard,
too. Bard's really good right now, too.
Yeah.
Just never really found his groove with it on the pro scene.
So now it is that Thresh, though, sitting at the top. It will be separated from the Kalista as Apollo locks that one in. I actually thought that might have been Piglet's play. But they, like you said, changing up a little bit. They'll focus the Thresh. What is second pick here for Envy?
Yeah.
Get that jungler.
I mean, they did support Kennen with the Kalista and honestly dominated the lane. It just fell apart a little bit in the late game. Kalista Rakan is another big time combo you can do. So a little bit more conventional for Envy, but still very strong.
A lot of battle dancing. I like it. This was second banned out, second phase ban previously in, I believe, game 1. And that was from Team Liquid. So Envy gets that in their hands this time, deciding, does Reignover bring the Kayn pain? It's going to be Tristana probably locked in for now. Piglet still gets that AD carry. So we're looking for possible shield assists from the rest of the map. What does Golden Glue pick up for the team here?
Trist 3 games in a row, and you don't need to build around Trist to have Trist be an effective pick. A lot of times you'll pick Trist because it can exist against Kalista and can still have a strong laning phase. It just hasn't had those things for Piglet and Matt. Finally, we get to see the Maokai come out. I've been waiting for it, Riv. And they can also move this to the top lane or the jungle, which gives them that type of flexibility.
I like it. Gragas is just floating around this game after seeing quite a bit of play. Want to see him coming in a little bit later. Does Seraph take in the Rumble? It is up there on his playlist. Actually, he's going to lock it in. All right.
Good amount of damage. A blind pick top laner, but they are confident in the matchups. Remember, Gnar still up. Could ban it away if they want to. Gnar pretty good at poking out the Rumble in mini Gnar form and then all ending in mega Gnar form. So I kind of expect that to be an Envy ban here now that they've shown the Rumble.
Yep. Gnar ban. Answer with something in the mid lane, hit Niski once, and then possibly hit up what they have in the jungle once more.
Yeah, Sydra's already banned away. Lucian was a ban last game, just so Team Liquid could unlock that Orianna. But in order for that to be bans again, you would have to think that that worked for Team Liquid or was super advantageous. But the Taliyah versus Orianna matchup felt fine for Niski. So I don't see them really worrying about that, even if Team Liquid want to ban out the Although they already banned out all three of the mid laners, so LeBlanc, Syndra, and Lucian.
So Golden Glue can actually get his Galio this game as well.
Oh, that would be something that Envy could pick away here, actually. Galio works very well with Rakan and could still be a good blind pick mid laner. Niski's put the time in on it.
All right, Seraph's Jace. What is the pick here for Apollo? The team is looking for Liquid to grab that mid laner, grab a jungler. And Envy on their side basically need the same.
Yeah, if they don't do Galio here, I feel like Golden Glue probably goes Galio.
Cool.
Classic Graves jungle for Lyra. Kind of a spring split throwback, but it does leave that mid lane undecided. Just waiting for the counter pick.
Very squishy team from Envy so far.
Yeah.
Sustained about one go through of these fights. If TL puts together a bigger squad, there's Jarvan, there's Gragas that can be picked up.
I mean, they can put together a pretty lethal team composition here. They'd go J4 Galio with the Maokai.
Oh boy.
And that is a tremendous diving force. It's a split of their damage because Maokai and Galio would bring magic. The only danger is that they'd be blind picking a Galio into whatever Niski wants to throw at it, but I think it's worth it.
The takeaway.
Yeah. All right.
Still picking, 4 seconds left. They say Galio. Golden Glue confirms. The team locks it in for Talia.
Just double checking Galio wasn't banned, so they stopped against it.
And Galio make over to Envy.
Yeah, or just go completely unpicked at this point. He's been nerfed enough times.
Yeah.
Bound to happen.
I figured it would be something else, and it is going to be Niski's Cassiopeia, kind of going back between the Syndra, the Cass, the Talia, and these three have been his wheelhouse. We'll see how he can fare up against now Golden Glue's Talia as we head into the match. Much different team coming in from Envy. We have hardly any tanks over here. They're going to have to make things happen quick.
Yeah, and they have to be clean with their initiations, because if they get a little bit messy, you know, with Thresh hooks any of those people, they can die. If Piglet starts getting going against a bunch of squishy champions, it's reset city. And Envy doesn't even have that much CC setup this game. When you compare it to last game, everyone on the team able to bring CC or initiate a fight. Seraph, Lyra, low CC. Cassiopeia has the ult and the grounding, but just not the same level of control as game 2.
Liquid needing these wins. I mean, you can say it all the time, but at the end of the split here, looking to pull themselves out of that 10th spot, climb up the ladder here. And Envy tied for 4th. Both teams actually have a very hard schedule to end this season out with. Hashtag TL win, hashtag Envy win. Do they start that climb now? We'll see who it is in our game 3.
Yeah. Definitely for Envy, having TSM, CLG, and Immortals and C9 all left to play.
Yeah.
So they are tied for 4th, but a lot of those wins have come against teams below them. The vast majority of the wins. More the reason that they need to win this game 3 against Liquid.
All right, we are on the Rift. We'll see how the starts begin. Nothing crazy. Coins actually coming in a little bit more. So Rakan get in there. A little harder to get those relic stacks in as Matt does on Thresh. But also see some Thresh running coins as well to forego the damage you might take in lane. You won't really get that from a Rakan.
Yeah, I think that unless you are a melee tank support, or a Brand or a Zyra, those are the two that I would still go Spell Thieves on. I think all other supports should be starting Ancient Coin right now.
Yeah.
The gold generation that it has far outpaces a lot of the other support items. And not to mention it has a cheaper upgrade cost to its Sightstone counterpart. So it's a 1900 gold complete for the Eye of the Oasis item, whereas the other two are 22 and 2300 gold when you complete them. Either way, the one thing that Relic Shield has would be the extra healing it can have to Piglet.
Yeah.
But I would still like to see coin from a Thresh.
Gives you a lot more. You don't have to change your position as much in lane to just get that CS. You can really stay in the brush, be where you want to be, do the plays you want to do.
Yeah. It's hard for Thresh to proc the Relic Shield, too, because he's not a melee, so he doesn't get the same bonus.
As a Thresh main, deal with that all the time.
Oh, Rain over the poor sapling stack. Throws a sapling outside the brush. This is this is not a good start for Reignover in the jungle as Maokai, actually. So Maokai should be able to stack 3 saplings throughout the blue buff and kind of insta-kill the blue without having to use Smite. Not only does he take 10 seconds to kill it, he also uses Smite. So that was a bad start for Maokai jungle.
See if it slows him down. He used to reign over on some pretty fast junglers on that Olaf pace or his Elise. Let's see what he can provide for the team. Matt heals off the lane to make sure they're not getting level 2'd fast towards his bottom side. It'll be interesting, but take a little damage towards Piglet side. A good trade back to Hakuo as things start lighting up in the laning phase. This is where we need to see Liquid become a little, or come out a little bit stronger. Envy's had the early game every time. And only due to a Baron are we really into game 3 here.
Lyra is going to come out empty-handed, though. He did a level 3 rush and was hoping to counter jungle Maokai. A lot of Maokai start Raptors or on red side and then move over to blue. So at least because of that,
yeah,
Reignover kind of gets away with it, so to speak. More experience from camps by Reignover than Lyra this early in the game. There it is.
There's a lot of sounds. Not sure which one is which. But no one's a cat. All right, Lyra over to his blue now. They're pacing to their objective buffs pretty evenly on that sense. Good push in here from Piglet, as you would expect from the lane. And not really too much of a CS advantage given from it. Let's see if Matt actually starts to get a little more brush control here. It's such a hard lane to actually get an engage on, because either way, you kind of have a hook thrown and down, or Hakuo misses, and the pressure's relieved so much you can engage.
Yeah, I mean, at least the early laning phase for Matt and Piglet is much better than it has been in previous games.
Yeah.
Piglet got the shove very early on, and then Matt was able to get a good trade with his Flay, so much better early laning phase. If they can keep it shoved in like this, it's all they need. They just need to not fall behind by double-digit CS.
I like the plan. Just put it into action. So far up, just about 5 to clear, so he keeps up in 1. And now the roam from Matt. They've had push now to the turret twice. Matt's going to use this time to get around, but he was just seen by a dying ward. I think he also caught a clip of it there.
Got to see the ward debris. I remember when ward debris didn't exist. It's a pretty nice change as far as just information shared between people. I think it ends up creating a lot more action.
Absolutely. Definitely for support. It's flash blown and a repeat. This is kind of textbook of what Liquid has been doing. Continually go for Seraph. We definitely expect to see them back from Reignover in a few minutes.
Yeah, if they'd had vision on Lyra, I think Reignover could have flashed for that, because the setup for Maokai Jarvan is really strong. If Maokai flashes for the root, then Jarvan guarantees his EQ, whereas doing it the other way around, not having the EQ damage on a gank can make a turnaround fairly likely. So now that Flash is down, can expect a return gank from Reignover most likely.
Storm Raider surge hype in the mid lane. You can see Niski with his ghost on as well, going hard as him and Golden Glue. Actually, Golden had to blow his heal there. So they go toe-to-toe, actually, for the first time in the 3 games. They were very timid with each other's play, but this pulls Reignover over. He has that flash. Bramble smash as well, puts him right back into the range of Golden Glue. The teleports are not going to stop here. Finish from 1, Lyra just behind as well. But with Lorlo matching, they cannot follow that kill.
Also got to call out the mobility boots from the Maokai.
Oh yeah, he was cruising.
So fast, doesn't go for the Bomby Cinder. Fight breaks out though. What was Seraph up there for?
Holding on a little too long to that positioning, I believe. Felt he was safe enough with Lyra behind him. They do have a lot of damage, but 3v2, they still both get taken out. That is absurd.
Oh, Envy with the disaster in the mid lane early on in this game. Niski, okay, he does an early trade with Golden Glue and Reignover burns his flash for the kill. You're going to give that first blood over, but those last 2 kills, inexcusable by Lyra and Seraph. It was a 2 versus 3 without flash on the Rumble. Lyra also dying with his flash up, so just a series of errors by Envy give Liquid 3 early kills.
We said how tough this would be without tanks if TL gets a lead early. We'll see how this kind of transpired.
Right, Golden Glue's a little low on mana, but it's still a Jarvan Maokai that are going to be able to win that 2v2. Golden Glue then levels up, gets his mana back. Lyra maybe just thought he wasn't going to die because he could have flashed back.
Interesting. That was a quick spike of damage at the end. But Liquid now moving quickly around the map. More so Golden Glue as he surfs himself back to mid. Rain over at the bottom side. If Piglet and Matt even need help, they've been able to hang out this time as the rest of the team is making quick work of Seraph, Lyra, and Niski. All three kills are just down the top side of that map. And that's going to mean the solo lanes of Liquid can definitely take off this game.
Yeah, and we've seen plenty of games before where Team Liquid has jumped out to early leads and not been able to close out to victory. This time, though, they have a lot of CC and a strong front line with the Maokai and the Jarvan. Then they still have Piglet, who's bottom lane, winning this lane that Piglet and Matt have lost in games 1 and 2. So this is a very promising start for Team Liquid.
The BF sword actually matches up to the Zerker boots, or Greaves, I should say. It's quite nice. Once they start getting damage down in those fights, it will be the upper hand to Matt and Piglet. Ward Wars in the mid lane on Pixel Brush. Hakuo, victory number 1. Scryer's Bloom goes up towards the top. We see work ground there from Golden Glue, so he's not too far away.
Now Matt hoping to make a play as the supports try and match roams with each other. Big first buy coming in for the marksman down in the bottom lane. BF Sword versus just a bunch of components as Apollo works up towards Blade of the Rune King. No surprises there.
Focusing quite a bit around this dragon, though. Not the biggest objective to grab for the moment. Making sure they can keep eyes on Rainover. Lyra here with the team. Fate's call to start things off. They got him on the jump. He's going to have to flash out if he's got it. And it is not up. Piglet could go down here. The last few shots go in. A hook onto Hakuo, and he can't battle dance yet. Just yet. There it is. Oh, Niski now in the mid lane getting hit up pretty hard. Deja vu for him as he goes down. Summoner's Ghost has been used.
Yeah, nice gank there by both teams using level 6 Callista versus also a roaming Jarvan. Gotta ask, though, with Piglet, what keeps happening with that rocket jump? Because we've seen a lot of other Trists buffer that rocket jump so it does not get interrupted, but Piglet is jumping a little too early. The way the interaction works is if he saves the quarter-second cast time of the jump for when the Fate's call hits him, the jump will complete. But he is completing the quarter-second cast time, entering the movement, then getting hit by the knockup, and that's happened time and time again in this series. Then there's no summoners on that mid laner, and Jarvan just roamed down through control ward. So not much Niski's going to do about that one without Seraph either matching or calling MIA.
Team Liquid capitalizing on this early game now.
Not the Callista record you want.
No.
If you're Apollo. Could speak to why they banned it in game 2. Not wanting to have to play against it. But at the same time, Piglet seems pretty comfortable playing Trist into anything. So Envy wanting to find success with this pick that has been prioritized worldwide on this patch.
Especially with the first pick Thresh, they say, well, let's actually take that Callista away from the Thresh. So they put that right into Apollo's hands almost on their own accord. TL with a nice pick ban phase to start off. Haunted Guys finished up for Seraph, slowly getting to those items that allow him to make an impact at these objectives. We've already had those guys teleporting around for one fight. It's already pretty early in the game. 4-1 as Liquid's getting these kills on the members. They really need it. We haven't even seen Lorlo come back from that 2-kill fight, really. Just an assist last time.
Yeah, he's going to be a very threatening Jarvan. And the thing about Jarvan against Rumble is when you get ahead, there's not much Rumble can do to run away.
Yeah.
So that 900 gold advantage on Seraph is huge for Team Liquid if they can successfully play around it.
Oh boy. An adventure.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to actually pull away from that one without seeing anything in the mid lane and it being pushed. This is just kind of a roam when they have the time as the lane reset.
Operation Try and Tilt Piglet in full effect.
Oh, no, he's going to jump this time. He's going to be able to get out. Very nice Buster shot back. Does hit the rocket jump, able to turn around, but he still steps forward to the fight. The ping pong with Piglet is just too much this game.
He lanterns into the Fate's call. Was trying to get out before it. It interrupts him, still tries to jump away. There was no escape from that 4-man gang.
That is tough. He's trying to keep himself alive, but Envy has other thoughts in mind, and they're able to get that first objective as they move around the map. Repeat ganks to the bottom. Successful now for Envy.
Yeah, he's got no flash. Matt's waiting. He knows something's suspicious. Oh, man. The lantern's so fast, too. He didn't want to get super locked up and not be able to take the lantern, so he took it early. Just not his day. Not his day. Unless his team steals Baron, then it's his day. But when he's getting ganked, not his day.
So the rest of the team holding off, praising the bot lane of Team Liquid this time for going even. But I think going even drew a lot more attention from the side of Envy. Huge fast ganks. Every time Fate's Call is up, we've seen it use this game as an Ash arrow with the support, and that's continuously what they will do on the bot side. Blade of the Rune King almost finished up with the last few fights as Hakuo gets himself in trouble here, leaving his bot laner alone. Gets the safety. TL looking for small skirmishes around the map here. They know they have the picks, they know they have the tanks, and they can get Envy. These guys kind of just dissipate off the map immediately. A very squishy team.
Yeah, it's still a very close game.
Yeah.
Even with the disaster that happened in the mid lane early for Envy, losing 3 Niski, Lyra, and Seraph. The kills they've created in the bottom side, pull them back in it. Niski and Seraph are keeping their farm up. Lyra farming very well on Graves, going for that lethality build there.
Huh.
Staying in it.
Interesting, Seraph not completing the boots, actually going right for that Seeker's arm guard, saying, yeah, I want a little bit more armor for what Lorlo's going to be doing to this lane. He pushes that minion wave up to the turret and starts to roam down the river ever so slowly. Pings on him as Seraph knows where he's going.
Yeah, where the Jarvan roam's going to go and what ganks are Reignover going to find. The boots of mobility definitely speaking to a slightly different Maokai. You can either go kind of the hard farm Maokai where you go combat boots like Ninja Tabi or Merc Treads and just rely on that late game scaling, but Reignover with boots of mobility wasn't even actually going a farming style, instead trying to go a gank heavy style. Worked out decently because he did get that first blood and win the skirmish afterwards. Still behind Lyra in gold, however.
I'm waiting for this ultimate to lock down Envy. Let's see how they organize it. If you get Nature's Grasp coming at you, you can throw down a huge equalizer towards the other side of the fight. Is the scuttle worth it? Oh, baby! The twisted advance going from coast to coast for Seraph. Can't get out of that one once he's locked on. Seeking
memories
Reignover.
of playing against Maokai.
Double rainbow as he gets the twisted advance onto Lyra. Nature's Grasp is a quick hug there. Oh, but now Reignover's in a sore spot. 3v1. And they cut the tree down real quick.
Yeah, Golden Glue had to bail because of Niski's aggressive angle that he took on that one. Lorlo caught just pushing up the top lane so they could not match the 3v3. Envy, even though it's Seraph who gets caught in the first place, kind of get the last laugh there. They get the kill return and regain control of their own jungle.
Whoa.
Hey, Rocket jumps away.
Got him.
We did it. Wasn't to dodge a Fate's Call, just managed to do it. But watching this one more time, Golden Glue doesn't even come close on his seismic shove, but the flash route from Reignover gets it in time for Seraph. Doesn't get that much damage down with Equalizer either. It's a good gank there by Golden Glue and Reignover.
Nice focus on vision. They can just get themselves back. This turret's not taking too much damage here on the bot side, which again, favoring Team Liquid a little bit to get Piglet all charged up. Is he actually about 700 gold in his pocket, so he left with a little to really solidify this next item as they try to get him through this phase. Rest of the map, things have slowed down for Lorlo as he has kind of been left alone against Seraph. Tabi's finished up for him with that armor since he's making sure he can keep himself alive. Actually make it to these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Lorlo's early game has been on point.
Yeah.
He's been 2-0 to start all 3 of these games. It's been what he does after the fact where he hasn't been as effective. He hasn't been able to utilize those leads. He's got to make that change this game if they want to win the match.
Nice cutoff. Hakuo can get an easy battle dance back if he just wants to toy with these guys, but it is the turret going down. Equalizer coming in from Seraph on the slow chase out. It looks like they may just try to run him around here. It might mean a turret or something as TL backs, but Envy's trying to grab some map ground here.
Envy was really hoping to fight off that one, but Team Liquid killed the turret much faster than they expected. The Demacian standard from Jarvan for the attack speed, as well as the explosive charge from Trist, really burns down turrets quickly. And Envy couldn't make the rotation from the bottom lane up top fast enough. And end up burning an equalizer and kind of wasting their time.
Sticking together too. They were like, can we maybe get one pick, maybe one hit, knowing that everybody's running around. It's just wards for them. And the vision is, Apollo is also on the bot lane trying to farm out. So he is for 20-15 CS up, 15 or 20. He can put that in the right order. Have a pretty good lead for himself here, but like we said, Piglet still charging up. He can be very, very big this game.
Yeah, and the time would be now for Apollo and Hakuo to try and take a 2v2. They got Blade of the Ruin King. Piglet doesn't have any items completed, so you'd want actually them to send a few people down there to try and make something happen, but they have to respect the Jarvan's teleport.
Maybe a Fate's Call?
Keeping them in base. Fate's Call? Interrupt that rocket jump.
Maybe. I heard there's a pretty good chance it can happen. 8,500 left on the Rift Herald as they burn it straight down. Shelly will leave us one more game. And we'll see how Envy puts this one to use.
Yeah, could just gank the top side and then go for the Rift Herald that is best used after a kill. Lorlo, though, should have control over that top side. Started with 2 kills, rushed to Black Cleaver. Duskblade for Lyra early on.
Of course. If you expect anything different. He's going to try to hide, but also be able to hide with that passive of Blackout, giving him 8 seconds of vision clearance, if you will. We'll see where he takes it. Right now, he's actually playing the, I'm going to slowly go bot here and figure out what actually is going on in the game before I move.
Yeah. I have the Rift Herald. I have a Duskblade.
Yeah.
I will fight.
It's like, I can't be seen back here. This is how it works, right? I am invisible to them.
Maybe hoping that Hakuo baits, but Rainover just started up the Drake.
Yeah, he knows he's been seen. Blackout from his Duskblade, and now he's just going to go ahead and throw it. They're going to try to control the path down to the bot. They say, if you guys want to go for Drake mid, we have Rift Herald.
So Lorlo and Golden Glue are trying to get a pick, but Envy's actually pathing around a safe way.
Hold it still.
Control granted. They're just going to start this.
Interesting dance.
Yeah.
All right. Rift Herald picked up. Envy moves across the map. Are able to also grab that Drake. First one. Now they actually kind of just fizzled out the play, waiting to see where Rift Herald will be best used.
Yeah, I mean, it can still be used bottom lane if they want to here, as long as they send people down there. Lorlo's up top, finishing off that turret. Lyra could try and use it, but wants to make sure they have a numbers advantage first. He sees a Maokai, decides against it.
Oh, man. Almost going to be all 3 turrets to none here if Envy cannot drop one.
Yeah, they're down 2,000 gold just now because of the pressure that just jumped over, and Rainover is kind of keeping this Envy bottom lane at bay.
He's cruising ever so slowly behind this so he doesn't get seen. The Moby Boots moving almost the same time as they see the Ghost get taken out. Apollo and Hakuo do pull off. Damage to Lorlo on the top side. Lyra roaming back towards the jungle. If mid backs here, they might be able to get a push on. Get some use out of that.
I mean, the turret's just starting to fall right here. Envy not making any proactive plays, and
this
all
could,
of their
this could easily go down.
Is with Callista. So you'd want the Callista to throw in right now, but they just don't have the backup. I have to wonder how they've lost all this pressure in their other lanes. Pings across the board. Lyra's going to want to try and catch a fight down here, or at the very least, pop the Rift Herald down.
I'm actually
a minute left.
Trying to put a few steps to that. The loss of these lanes. Where did it go? Lyra found himself kills on the bot side, but nothing came of that. Here's finally the Rift Herald. Maybe they add a little bit of that pressure, but there's a big roam coming down right behind
Get the turret at least.
They're going to have to fight this one out as well. Dancing over to Matt, try to slow him down. Rainover's going to be right on top of the teleport that's coming in from Seraph. They have to get a great equalizer here to turn this one around, and it's going to be burning up Piglet, Lorlo, and Matt as he gives him a welcome mat. Hakuo's out as he gives himself a quick dash, and it looks like Envy with the turret may be able to squeak out of this one, but the close play from Lorlo here, no threats. Cataclysm's there, but it's not going to hit, and they make it to the turret ever so slightly.
Whew, what a weird fight that was.
Lack of fight.
Yeah, everyone just kind of passes through each other and finds their way out. Apollo and Lyra both flashed Lorlo's EQ, but then Lorlo, who has ultimate, doesn't follow up with ultimate. I have to see why. So Bomibu cuts off Niski. That stuffs the enemy initiation, and that's when it looks like it's going to turn. And watch this, EQ, and then he's grounded, but he has no R. He doesn't chase through for an R, and that would have secured the kill. What you want to do is you want to burn your flash with the EQ, and then you want to jump on him. But doesn't complete the last step.
I love seeing absolute prioritization right there. Lorlo and Niski literally walk by each other for a second. It's like, I don't need to deal with you right now. There's bigger issues going on. These fights are just a little weird right now. 5-3, 23 minutes in. Let's see who starts up the next one and who can actually close it out. There's only been nicks, cuts, and scratches happening. Nobody's really been able to throw down an ace and clear their way through the map. Right now, Envy is hoping for that because a lot of gold sits in these outer turrets. Apollo starts to drop when the team is now towards the top side.
Yeah, Envy swinging that gold back. Made it to the top lane, take down 2 of the 3 turrets that Team Liquid has. And so many flashes were burning that last fight. You'd think we get another one pretty soon as everybody bails over the blast code.
Envy had eyes, or sorry, Seraph had eyes on Lorlo. So no further initiation coming from that. And now Envy has kind of that true objective to go for. Something in the middle, that turret is there. How do they work around it though? And then continue on. Team Liquid now with the outer 3 turrets of Envy down, kind of weathering the storm here. Until Envy make their move.
Yeah, I mean, they have the scaling of the Cassiopeia as well, so it's not the same type of on a timer need for Envy to do stuff in this game. But they still have a lot of playmaking with the Callista and Rakan, which they would like to get value out of, even if it has a team comp with Cassiopeia for late game.
So Righteous Glory, Moby boots Maokai. Let's go. Gotta go fast.
Yeah, gotta go fast, but we'll melt to the Cassiopeia when he's in there, as well as the Rumble. So really needs to get magic resist soon.
Clear on vision. Hakuo creeping up on the left side, trying to get a bit of vision in there. I call those breadcrumb wards, something around Baron. If you leave or get chased into it, you're already going to have vision there that you left. And they're just creating that environment of safety if anything does happen.
And for a brief moment, everyone on Team Liquid had 4 items. I have almost never seen that in a game. They all went back to buy now and are filling it up with control wards and other components, but I was just really distracted by that for a second. I was thinking, why do their inventories look so empty? Because everyone had completed items up to a point, and they'd use all their control wards and they had nothing extra. Anyway, now they at least have control word spots for everyone.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I like it. As we hit 25 minutes, see where they put that vision. It has to be controlled, or not controlled, but protected at this point, or it's just a waste of money. The initiation can come from quite far here from Apollo and Hakuo. We've seen the Fates call be what takes down Piglet time and time again. So I don't expect them to hold it back the next time they can use it.
Yeah, Drake coming up. Envy has dominated Drakes this series. And would Team Liquid try and sneak a Baron? That would be just the thing to potentially get them this match win. Envy's not going to have any of it, though. They know it's a chance. They see Rainover. He goes for the fight.
Oh, Rainover gets the entirety. Nature's Grasp goes down. It's going to hit 4 members. Ceres on the other side. Flame Splitter inside of his Zanyas, which is good. He breaks the wall. It's only slows for the rest of the team as he takes the full amount of damage. Lyra pulling back, and again, both teams size each other up before anything too catastrophic happens.
And I think Rainover overcommits there.
Oh, agreed.
You're a Righteous Glory Flash, man. You can get there, but what about your team? They do not have Righteous Glory and Flash at the same time as you. So sure, he got the initiation for himself, but then immediately had to retreat.
And the thing is they're supposed to have Righteous Glory. They just weren't in that distance. It's like, that's not going to help me. 43.6 to 42.4. We'll see if they can get on that next time. Won't have flash up, so they probably will. There they are. Goes in, doesn't even have to use the Righteous Glory this time. No Zanyas for Seraph. All those activatable items, you have to remember, they're down as well as the Summoners, and it makes the fight much different the second time around.
Team Liquid playing around the Baron control. That was much nicer than the first time. They have a lot of Baron's threat, but they're hoping to get picks with Thresh. Lorlo with no TP trying to push up the side lane does diminish their Baron threat a fair bit.
Quicksilver staff
Maybe a
for
flank
Apollo.
fight. It's a 4v5. Lorlo can get his ult on someone.
Gonna be the only one to walk down there, Lyra? I didn't think so. He quickly turns around. He says, Wolf Camp? I don't think that's worth. Plus, there's a Baron on the map right now. We need to control some of this vision towards topside. That's big. They see the ward placed down. They say, we have a moment. We have a Niski. Apollo now getting his Quicksilver stash on. A little bit of help here from Hakuo as they battle dance together and get to safety. But those are Summoners down. And Team Liquid is slowly whittling down what Envy can use to win these fights.
And Envy just can't seem to get control of this Baron area. And they are getting picked off by the Maokai, Jarvan, and Thresh. The more they are denied this vision. So unless they get all 5 people up at the same time, TL is going to continue to go for these. Who's next? There's Leowall.
Golden Glue, put it down.
One is next.
Yeah, we cut him off.
Yeah, Righteous Glory down, Flash down. All their initiations are less powerful. Time to reset. So Envy gets out of that starve situation. Now everyone has control wards. They know Team Liquid is going to be in recall patterns, and they can get control back.
Seraph's Embrace clicking in for Niski. A little more survivability in these fights for himself. It's going to be power and numbers now, really, just across the map for teams. Apollo is going to always have Hakuo by him. You might see that Seraph and Lyra team working together if he ever has to come in. Right now, working the split push, trying to draw pressure from Lorlo as that teleports down. Seraph's going to look to try and keep that lane nice and pushed.
Yeah, as long as they have the wave shoving and they have vision over the Baron area, they are free to go where they please. So they opt for a much different strategy than Team Liquid. It's partially because they don't have as many tools to get picks. So sometimes the game can go in cycles around Baron Pit, where one team has vision control, go for picks, they have to recall. The other team takes vision control, and then the same cycle happens on the other side. Here, though, all Envy does is they place wards to go take an objective because they want in-vision fights as much as possible. That's why they're trying to keep the game around the mid lane.
Seems like a bit of hesitation. Righteous Glory goes down. They say, actually, we like this play. We've separated it completely from one side, and this is that Baron jockey. They know where all of the members of Envy are right now, and this is the possibility for that catch potential. Seraph will be seen on the bot side with teleport.
Yeah, Reignover's flash will be back up in a few seconds. They see Seraph in the bottom lane, so they're just going to keep running this play. They need to find a break open moment. So they either need to rush Baron, or they need to get multiple people with a kill, or with their pick, rather.
Who can even afford to ward that brush? Getting over the wall, you get Twisted Advance. Scryer's Bloom, just missing.
Yeah, their Baron isn't that fast with Tristalia Jarvan, but it is pretty quick still. So Envy does often feel compelled to go check. Team Liquid tries to get mid-priority to get rid of that Sentinel, and they need to go. The problem is, they haven't been pressuring Envy that much, so Envy has 2 blue trinkets that they can expend before face-checking if they want to.
Yeah. But it also didn't stack up, so it's going to be pushing away right now.
Baron start, though. Where are the blue trinkets? You have them. You got to use them. That one got used. They're spotted. Now Envy's going in.
They're just on the edge, watching Lyra to go over the wall. That's Lyra stealing the Baron. He gets it back. A little bit of redemption for Envy, but can they take the fight? Hakuo goes down immediately, and I feel like they call back and they say, work the waves. We've got what we need for now.
Oh, man. Lyra makes it in with the quick draw over the wall for a steal. Reignover gets a steal. Lyra's going to get one back. TL had no tools to super secure this one, though. And since the Farsight Totem did give Envy vision, they knew they could pile in. Lyra still a very impressive steal on Graves, and they keep this game in a winnable state.
Adaptive's Helm starting to come through for Reignover, denying a bit of Niski's damage. We'll see this one more time As Lyra...
Yeah, he was blind.
904.
He blindly went in there. It was an auto attack and a smite to get that.
Yep, because he's at 850 right now, so he needed to hit it.
Wow. Couple of unlikely Baron steals today, but
absolutely.
Everything evens out in the end. Justice is restored to the universe of Baron steals.
There's more game, chat.
Yeah.
Can't seal the deal on that one just yet. Envy gaining that top control. Have a little bit of time here. It'll be crazy if they can work the 6.7 thousand Baron buff that TL did. It seems like Envy is going to work what they can, and that might just mean this mid turret as well as advancing the waves. But that's almost equal to the amount of money that Liquid got in advantage right now.
Yeah.
Envy was backs against the wall, and this is great.
Yeah, right back in the game. Team Liquid could still look to try and get a fight with Righteous Glory and a Maokai initiation, but they got to be a little bit careful against Cassiopeia. If they don't catch that, if they don't catch Graves, who's building up a bunch of lethality, and there's really not that much armor on Reignover or Lorlo, so the lethality build is still pretty effective for Lyra. He's sitting at 52 armor penetration at this stage in the game. Piglet only sitting on 71 armor, so if Lyra gets to him, it will be a swift death.
Especially if he's close up with all the buckshot. Take each one of those to the face. We will see mid lane pressure here. Envy's just setting up to clear the wave. They're not saying we're going to use this too extravagantly. So this actually feels pretty good, so we can get some breathing room and reset everything we need to on the map. Still very big pick potential here coming from Team Liquid. Baron's not like it used to be. Doesn't make you big and strong. We will see the wave clear isn't the greatest here on the side of TL if Piglet's not there. So if they can get a push in with 1 minute, they may be able to do some work.
Yeah, and we kind of mentioned it in Champion Select, how Envy doesn't have that many tools for initiation, and we're kind of seeing that here. Only 3 kills in the 34-minute game. All of it does cycle around Apollo and Hakuho, and Hakuho goes down. He's real squishy.
I think this is how they do it, right? They fight over wards. Yeah. They find that one position where they might be able to battle dance somebody in or get an entrance.
That's how they hope to do it for sure. Chance we're in for a long one here if Envy has kept the goal close and Team Liquid not as decisive as they would want to be around Baron with their pick team.
Top's gonna need a bit of love soon. Seraph actually already backed. See that on the mini map. And once they see Seraph, there may be an activation here from Team Liquid. Make sure their wards are around Envy for the placement of Seraph to come back. See how they work this.
Yeah, might be able to get a flank, but they don't have Seraph with them, so they can't actually be that aggressive with their engage. They're basically just trying to stop Liquid from clearing the mid-turret.
That's great. Nice little yo-yo, back and forth. We want to fight you, we don't want to fight you. But Seraph is also not still pushing the top here, so it looks like they may want to try to activate. Seraph says, I have golden glue. Is there a pinch we can make?
And Elder Dragon is up. It's 35 minutes in. It's pretty much the earliest possible spawn for the Elder Dragon. Much more value for Envy to take this. They might try and force a Team Liquid initiation, but they have to make sure they can't get cut off by the Taliyah ultimate. Seraph's got to get close fast.
Very smart play. Pixel Brush without the distance of another opponent will draw Dragon up. They figured out Lorlo's in there, and now they are positioned. Left, right of the Dragon Pit. Wall goes down. That still means Lyra can get over for the smite, but he's without a team. If he does so, they back off at 5,500.
Yeah, I mean, Apollo lost his Ren Spear, so they do not have a reliable secure for this Drake as of now. Healed a little bit. It reset about 1,000 health, so still not much Ren stacking. This Ren probably doesn't secure over a smite.
Scryer's Bloom was just hit. They have full vision of what's on the backside of Envy's line. Where does the smite come through? Lorlo trying to distract. Reignover's there as well. Getting turned into a scratching post. At this point, Tristana grabs it. Piglet picks up Elder Drake, saving the 3 Elder over from Envy. What's the fight gonna be though? Lorlo goes down, and that's as well. Reignover falling just before as Envy looks to make it out with the big objectives and their members.
The 0 elemental Drake Elder is held by Team Liquid. They want to pick off Envy here before they can recall. It's a 5v3. They'd have to be very careful where they go. Piglet wants it. He's full health.
Oh, that is very, very scary. The explosion's not going to do too much to get the shields on. And Piglet stealing it away. This guy right here saving the day from a 3 Elder Envy.
And we talked about how the Rend wasn't going to be a reliable security. It just didn't have enough time to get the stacks into the Elder Dragon. Then the fight also erupted, so everything's resetting and everything's getting very confusing. At the end of the day, it's just Piglet. We'll have to see if he got it with an auto attack or with an explosive charge blast. But either way, if that fight opens up for Envy and they have the triple elemental Elder, the true damage they did could have pushed him over the top. So game-changing play right here. Piglet just kind of poking it on the outside as the fight starts, focusing on the Elder Dragon. Piglet just...
Yeah, he threw it on.
Lyra smote early. It was at 9:23. Smites, and the auto attack of Piglet finishes it off. So doesn't time it once again, and it looked like Rainover wasn't even in contention for that steal. He was fully about the fighting. So again, with the Kalista team, Envy fails to secure a major objective, and Seraph is caught.
Out of the way, everybody! Golden glue to the top side.
Off.
That was great. His team's like, we're coming, we're coming. He's like, I don't want to wait for you guys.
Yeah.
Team Liquid feeling good right now. As they keep pulling the trigger, they try to get some damage there onto Seraph. And as well as pulling the trigger, they're running Envy a little ragged around the map, and they're able to start things off one step ahead. Now on to Baron.
All right, round 2. Last time it was stolen by Lyra. Piglet got the Elder. They still have a slight buff.
Again, Lyra's actually on the far side of this one. He's going to reposition 5,600 onto the Baron. Matt's just on the side looking for a hook. He can throw it in and basically hit anybody in this situation. Equalizer goes down. Damage now going over to Lorlo, but he's not going down. Rainover falls. A stun hitting up onto Niski, and he gets blasted down. Shots coming in from Piglet. They lose Apollo, and then Golden Glue goes down. It's a back and forth, but TL's got the member win on this side. The power play to Liquid as they continue to take down members of Envy. And we almost have our first ace, but it's 4 kills coming in for Team Liquid.
And Team Liquid think they have a chance of at least getting the inhibitor right now. They have 4 dead, 440. This game has gotten quite late. They still have Piglet, and he takes turrets like paper. So here goes Team Liquid. How much can they get?
Back off, make sure Lorlo's that first one up there, if at all. And one goes down on the
25 seconds. These are the situations where you wonder if they can go for the game. It is just...
Oh, you have to be kidding me. They're looking to go a little bit harder. Hakuo trying to stop the damage. The minions are right there, and they're taking the turrets. 39 minutes in, it's Team Liquid going for broke. Hakuo to stave off a bit of the damage with the pop-up, and Piglet stands true with the rest of his team. There's nothing that Envy can do, and Team Liquid turn on the afterburners to pull out a Game 3 win.
Liquid take the series over Envy. Only their 3rd match win of the split, and they are the ones to halt Envy's winning streak. Rainover in game 1, a miraculous Baron steal against Cho'Gath and Kalista. This game, it's not even Rainover who gets a Baron steal. He gets Baron stolen against him, but Piglet takes Elder Dragon with an auto attack.
Reminiscing of the Piglet Corki.
This is a series that Envy's going to want to do over on, because they had control of games 1 and games 2, and they had the Elemental Drake lead in game 3 and missed the smite. Then they lose one fight and it ends because of Tristana. They probably had control for 80% of this series.
Yep.
But it's Liquid who gets the win.
Incredibly tough to go through as well. Seeing how the lanes went, Lyra and the Fate's calls that they put onto Piglet in the bot lane, continuously hitting him out of the rocket jump. But they continuously just went back to that Tristana for Piglet throughout this series, for him to carry on that if it ever went towards the late game. And they were able to actually play very well to Lorlo on the top side as well throughout the series. He's been having some great games for them.
Yeah, Lorlo getting ahead in every single game early.
Yeah.
Finally had some impact in that late game team fight of game 3. And
thumbs up from
we saw that cheeky smile by Matt at the end. Got to call out his hook onto Niski in the final fight was super clutch. We'll probably have a replay of that fight at some point, but Niski flashed out of Lorlo's Cataclysm. He was behind Seraph, and Matt just charged up a hook. Seraph Zonia's, it goes through him, hits Niski.
Pie to the
Niski
face.
dies. Without that pick in that fight, Niski can potentially clean up because he's a late-game Cassiopeia with 4 items right now.
Yep.
Doesn't even get off his Seraphs in that last fight because he was chain CC'd from the Thresh. And then Team Liquid kind of take the rest of it. So really clutch hook and a clutch moment for Matt, who obviously didn't actually have that great of a series. They lost lane in games 1 and 2, finally got his hands on Thresh in game 3, and they pulled it out against a lot of odds. They were losing for most of the series.
A lot of that was jockeying for position at the end there for them. So Liquid have to take good
feelings
words,
away
good
from that.
feelings.
I mean,
and knowing that their objectives can be played in that situation and that they can actually get a win off of that, because every game is at some point going to come to an objective.
Yeah, crazy.
So for first-hand account on that hard-fought series, let's hear from Digon and the Team Liquid mid laner.
Thank you very much, Riv. I'm joined by the human vault boy himself. It's Golden Glue. Hey, man, that was a big game. You got to flex on him there. Talk me through the game so far.
Yeah, so that game, I'm pretty comfortable in Talia. When I went to the Korea boot camp, I played like over 150 Talia games, so I'm pretty comfortable on the champion and the matchup I know pretty well. And I was able to get the resources I needed to help snowball and snowball our team, so it just turned out pretty good.
So tell me a little bit, when Baron kind of got stolen away, was there a little bit of stalling in the team? This season hasn't been the best. Was there any regrets?
There's a little worry, but not much. I mean, of course, you're going to be a little worried when the opponent gets Baron, but I was still extremely strong, and we had a really good scaling comp with Tristana. So I wasn't too worried. It was just kind of like we had to stop our snowball and just defend for a little bit.
So for you this season, it's kind of been an up and down, a tough road. How do you continually get yourself prepared game after game?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard. We haven't had the ideal split, but I don't know. I just really enjoy what I'm doing. I really enjoy playing competitive, and I see a long future. So I try not to let the present, affect me too much.
Well, that's a good outlook, and part of that outlook is your game against FLICKR later, a possibly winning game. How do you rate them as a team, and how do you want to go ahead and take this momentum from this game into that one?
They're looking pretty strong. They took a pretty convincing game off Cloud9, even though they had an early deficit. But I'm looking forward to it. I really want to face Mike Young and see if he's what everyone's hyping up to be.
Well, you also got to play Pyrian last time you played Envy. Do you have any insights in that matchup?
I'll win.
Ooh, I'll win. All right, so tell me a little bit why you think you're going to win. I mean, I think the game that you played, you pulled out Lucian, and that didn't go too well. But what makes you think you're going to win in this one?
I got camped really hard, but this time I'm going to bring my jungler too, and we're gonna win.
All right, so solid words there from him. I believe that we're going to go ahead and send this one back on over to the analyst desk without the desk with Dash and Mark.
The analyst desk without the desk. Thank you very much, Digon. Victory for Team Liquid here. Smiles across all of the faces when that victory came through. We saw hugs. They're very happy with this win. It's going to be a feel-good win, even if it didn't come in the cleanest of fashions.
It was a hard-fought battle. I mean, you got to give some credit to them because they are playing Envy. This is a pretty respectable team.
Absolutely.
They were, tied for that 4th place spot. And it was a situation where they were playing against a lot of weird champions because when you're looking at the meta, like you can see, Lethality Graves makes some sense, and Rakan Callista's strong, and Cassio's good, and in the right situation, sometimes you see Rumble, but when you put all of them together...
Say, individually, every single one of these champions, I'm like, yeah, that's a good champion, that's a good champion. But when we gave crap to Team Liquid earlier for their, 7-13 comp,
right.
I don't know what patch we're in when this is the comp that you end up with, only because, as was mentioned by Jet, we saw so many of the struggles by not having a front line, by not having easy engage, aside from being able to throw a Rakan in and looking for that knockup.
Even though the engages out of Rainover weren't the cleanest, they still had the utility of just being able to use, that righteous glory and run at them. And there's no one on this team who can really do that. The best you can do is just throw the Rakan in, but he doesn't have the defensive tools to really live. He's just going to get blown up.
Absolutely. There is a point when Flash W from a Maokai is effective, and we do see it a couple times throughout this game. All that said, Team Liquid also found some early advantages, and I want to take a look at a few of those moves they made early on, particularly in the mid lane. 540 in, 3-for-0 in favor of Team Liquid. Maybe some messiness here out of Envy handing more kills over than they need to.
It starts out pretty well with that kill going in their favor. They complete the teleport in, and this is a situation where Envy just kind of needs to back off. I guess when they started this, they didn't assume that Maokai would still be around, but he's in the area enough given the fact they both just escaped out to the right side, so it's a very easy re-engage here. Seraph has no flash up. He's able to get focused down. He almost able to turn back on a Golden Glue, but he's still pretty healthy overall. Just a complete kind of what are you thinking moment for Envy.
Also peculiar just because both of them are level 5. I see it differently if you've got a level 6 Graves and a level 6 Rumble because of those ultimates being able to zero somebody out. Perhaps you turn a 2v3, but in this situation, ill-advised to stick around in that lane and take that fight.
It's one of the things too we're talking about in between game 1 and game 2 for Envy, playing less of a snowball comp, just saying as the game goes on we think we'll execute better. You know, this complete loss of mentality of that regard where you're opting into a 2v3 situation around mid lane when you could have just said, all right, that was a good gank by Team Liquid, we're going to go find our own opportunity in the next minute or two.
Exactly. All right, so a couple early kills go over to Team Liquid. This is the kind of situation where we're looking at a team, we're saying, all right, you've got all the tools to close this out cleanly. That did not happen in this game. And so when we talk about, while it is a feel-good win for beating a team that's well above you in the standings, they're going to go back and look at these tapes, and they're still going to have a lot to learn from in terms of how they could have been better with their execution.
It's one of those weird things where, like, it depends on your expectations a little bit, where, like, if this is a win for, you know, let's say C9 or even Envy won this series in this regard, you look and you go, oh, they can't feel too good about that one. But if for your Team Liquid and you're at the bottom of the barrel and you're trying to get out of a...
Scrap them out however you can get them, man.
Yeah, you got to be happy with every win that you get. All these are very important to your standings at the end of the split because it does feel like there is going to be a little bit of a clump down at the bottom there, and they might actually be able to claw their way out, despite how I think a lot of people and fans have started to just assume, well, Team Liquid was the worst team in the league. They're no longer clearly that case based off the actual match record.
Absolutely. I want to push us ahead to our game ender because we had a whole lot of messiness. We had a Baron steal, we had an Elder Drake steal, all kinds of craziness, but it comes down to this 5v5 right here.
And you see some of the lack of, you know, coordinated Maokai ult usage. In a lot of situations here, we expect them to just drop the Maokai ult, zone away the no frontline team comp of Envy. None of them can afford to get hit by that ability, and then if they do, they get focused down. Instead, for some reason, Reignover always starts charging in by himself and then dropping the ultimate backwards.
Right.
It's pretty effective in terms of the likelihood of hitting more targets, but while you're charging in, you get chunked out down to below half health, so you almost always die, and you're not able to use some of that Maokai stickiness that makes him so hard to actually kill in a team fight. Either way, it still works out well enough because, as Jap pointed out, a bit of a miracle hook there by Matt, hits onto Niski, pulls him in. They're able to burn down the largest late game threat on the side of Envy.
I mean, maybe Reignover knows something we don't, but if you're looking to play Maokai, I would point you to Series 1 of this evening. Look at Impact, the way that he's using the ultimate. Yes, he's telegraphing that the fight is going to start by casting it, but again, it gives you so much more permission to move forward with confidence than trying to make that flash W play and hope that you can catch everyone on the back end with the ult.
It's obviously a champion that has a bit of nuance in how you start things out. If an enemy's out of position, a flash W is much better because they don't have time to react to it.
Yes.
If it's a set objective situation like that, 5v5, you're staring at each other and they don't have a good frontline member, shoot that ultimate at them, they're gonna run away, burn the Baron down, and then you can reset and play slower from there.
For Team Liquid, though, Golden Glue's gonna pick up player of the game. He did have the highest kill participation on the team, playing that Talia. We didn't show this replay, but to me the most telling moment was a skirmish in the bot lane. He had a fantastic Talia wall to keep Niski out of the fight, and it was a situation where that Cassio DPS coming through may have been enough to turn it, and he effectively made him useless.
Right, because it was a pretty nice engaged start off by Apollo and Hakuho. They did land the, you know, kind of Kalista Rakan combination of CC. I think it was Piglet or Matt.
Yep.
But then there was, like you said, a lack of damage follow-up with the fact that Golden Glue was able to cut out some of that backline. A really nice game out of him overall.
Good on him. That will be a confidence boost for him. Then, the next thing I want to recognize is how this roster and this Team Liquid team is developing, because remember that this 5 is the 5 that they started the split with. It's gone through a number of changes and iterations. It's important to note that their record on this team, 6-14 with this roster specifically, with their other rosters combined, so any other iteration of Team Liquid roster, only 2-11. So while none of this is to say that, oh, crazy impressive stats, it is to say that while they struggle, they do seem to be performing best with this roster than any other.
When they started the season and they lost their first couple series, the whole kind of community, including us, were very critical of the fact that they brought the same 5 members together, but it does speak to the fact that there was something here that does work, and even if you do have all these other options available, whether it's because they've played the longest together or they actually are the 5 best players, you can feel at this point, I think you can see that going forward, this probably is the lineup Team Liquid should stick with.
All right, well, let's take a look at how the day's games affected the standings. We still got our 3-way tie in first, but with their loss, Team Envy dropped to 7-6 alongside Cloud9 in 5th, and Team Liquid bump up to 9th place next to FLICKR. Now we return tomorrow with more league action. If you tune in on NALCS1, your day starts with TSM versus Team Dignitas, followed by FlyQuest opposite Immortals in the Battle Arena. Over on NALCS2, Counterlogic Gaming hope to maintain possession of first place against Equifox, then FLICKR and Team Liquid face off later in the day. Any key matchups here that you're looking at for tomorrow?
TSM Dignitas, of course. I mean, two of the closest in standings that are playing each other, as well as the fact that Dignitas had a great 2-0 last week. We said it was maybe due to some new shenanigans, but this time around, if they're able to find some more stuff on 7-14, it's a very volatile patch. You see people really struggling to know with exactly where they should focus their bans and picks early on.
I mean, if you're playing Nunu, I have to imagine you're playing Cho'Gath. Again, when we talk about Dignitas around the Baron this split, they have done very well with the likes of Nunus and Kallistas. You're just adding one more champion to the table that can effectively do the same thing.
And the thing that's kind of nice about it is that we also were saying that Dignitas are playing a lot of Callista as well, but there's so many other things that have risen up in priority that Callista has been slipping through the ban phase a little bit more, at least early on in 7-14 draft phase. So people are worried more about the Cho'Gath and the Maokai and all these other things, and then Callista still seems to get through more often.
All right, TSM will want to grab hold of first place officially, and for Dignitas, they want to keep that run going hot. For myself, though, the casters and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
So there's a lot of pressure on this team, especially Mike Young, who now there's even more pressure on the rookie to perform up against C9.
Now we'll see if he can match up against Contracts, our spring rookie of the split. Zig's like, oh, where did this guy come from? Contracts
Here's the W.
gonna take out on this, will be first blood. Contract's gonna grab it.
That are just creating a gigantic wall of zoning, but also creating pressure.
Contract's got the red buff, now gonna trespass into Mike Young. Mike Young might get assassinated here. Knocks him out. Contract, massive play now in onto Arrows. Cloud now pick it up again. Higgy firing away. There's the shot down to the clock. And the unofficial penta-kill goes over to Sneaky. Cloud9 get the ace, grab the Nexus, and win the series.
Mike Young has so much hype right now, so I just gotta kill the hype.
He can route around the team. He'll have gold and blue side. Lorlo tries to come to the top right over. Smites it away above all. Fates calls back up. Slicing Maelstrom is in. The Stunbot Hawkwool tries to lock up the team, but they focus. TL adapts and they find the kill. For the first time in the 3 games, they were very timid with each other's play. With this pulls Rain over. He has that flash. Bramble smash as well. Puts him right back into the range of Golden Glue. Lyra to go over the wall. That's Lyra stealing the Baron. He gets it back. A little bit of redemption for Envy. Turned into a scratching post. At this point, Tristana grabs it. Piglet picks up Elder Drake, saving the 3 Elder over from Envy. There's nothing that Envy can do, and Team Liquid turn on the Afterburners to pull out a Game 3 win.